Good morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome back to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for some dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama, and we are on day 19 of the Karen Reed trial. And I don't know about all you guys, but I am so excited. I am so excited about today. Yesterday was ridiculous. Yesterday was ridiculous. Also, I don't know what's going on with my green screen. It's been kind of a pain in the butt since I got off of here yesterday. So I'm a little glitchy. My hair, apparently, that's what's happening today. But we're just gonna let it happen. Oh, good morning, Lady in Gray. She says I'm gonna be a little late for the show today of all days, but y'all enjoy. Oh, it is a tough day to have doctor's appointments. It's a tough day. I think you should just put in some little earbuds while you're at the doctor's office or whatever you're doing and just like, oh, I'm Bessie. Good morning, Annie. It looks like it's just Mom and Annie in the morning. Oh my gosh. So yesterday, Alessi ate this guy alive on the stand. I mean, figuratively, but this guy from Aperture, oh my gosh, it was ridiculous to watch. And guess what? He's still on the stand, and Alessi is still doing cross, and I don't know if it's going to go any better for him. So it turns out there was some errors, as he likes to call them, errors in his resume CV, where he said that he was pursuing a bachelor's degree on some of them. Others, apparently, he said he had graduated with a bachelor's degree. And it turns out the type of degree he said he even was supposed to have isn't a degree that the University of Alabama offers. Also, that was kind of made up. He had been pursuing this for apparently like 17 years. I don't think he was going to school. I think he was just lying about it. And then, well, it wasn't just like his CV, it was also like the Aperture website. Oh my gosh, it was, it was so bad. It was so bad. So basically, this guy, his entire testimony, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter because he was lied about everything and he's supposed to be an expert. What's crazy is that he he's testified as an expert in other cases. That's right. Other cases in other states, and his CV is wrong, and he's had to submit it to the court every time. So I don't know about what it looks like in other states that he submitted, but I don't know if he's going to be facing some legal trouble there. And what's interesting is there's another guy that's after him. Let me pull up my witness list because for some reason my computer like restarted itself in the middle of the night. I don't know. Maybe we lost power or something. I don't know. Or it just does it sometimes. Who is it? It's Dr. Judson Welcher is supposed to be on the stand after them. Oh hi! Oh look who it is! It's my buddy Jasper, the friendly goat, the friendliest goat in town. Do do. Oh, good morning, Angie. Good morning. Oh, okay, okay. Anyway, Dr. Judson Welcher is supposed to be coming on after what's this guy's name that's on here? Oh my gosh. I don't know anything. My brain is so like, what happened yesterday? It's still not even able to comprehend the shenanigans. Oh, that's right. His name is Shannon Burgess. That's who's on the stand right now. Shannon with one N. Anyway, so after he gets done, it's supposed to be Dr. Judson Welcher, who's supposed to be like the accident reconstructionist guy. Okay. And he's also from Aperture, but he's not just from Aperture. He's also the vice president of Aperture. So I don't even know. I don't even know if the prosecution's going to call him because it's embarrassing. It's very embarrassing for them. But, in my opinion, whose fault it is? It would be Judge Bev's fault because, as far as I've been told, there was no voir dire before the trial of Burgess that qualified him as an expert. Okay. So that's something I've seen watching trials. It's like you can say you've testified in 15 trials, and therefore that each one's qualified you as an expert to speak. But each trial, you should have to go through the process of voir dire, which is testifying, answer some questions of whether or not you qualify as an expert. And I don't believe that has happened in this case. And that, in my opinion, is on Beth. And I think that's why she sat there yesterday saying nothing with her pursed lips, because she didn't realize how bad all this was, because it's bad. This is supposed to be their key witnesses to go up against Arca, and it is a bunch of nonsense. Oh my goodness. Oh, Monkey Butt loves Llama and wanted to watch on the way to school. Oh, I love that. Well, thank you, Monkey Butt. And I hear a lot of awesome things about you. And I hope you have a wonderful day at school today. And I love that you love me. That's so great. I love that. I know, right? And how precious is that? Mm-hmm. I love that. So that's what's going on today. I don't know if Burgess, I mean, I think he has to show up to court today. I think he has to. But I don't know if I could walk in to court today after not only what happened on the stand, but maybe he didn't even realize how bad the world was talking about it until he got off. And I'm going to go with he probably doesn't have a job anymore. Ooh, yikes. Yikes. But yeah, it's going to be a show today, you guys. I'm here for it. I'm ready to go. After last night. So, that reminds me. So, I forgot our lovely Miss Terry True Crime, Monkey Butt, if you're listening. I don't know if you know this yet, but our lovely Terry True Crime, in fact, got picked to be on the jury. Yes. If you didn't know, she had jury selection yesterday, got called in, and she ended up being picked for the jury. And she is so excited. She's so freaking excited. I'd be excited too. But because of that, she's not allowed to be on any social media of any kind, that's a tough ask, but it's part of the job. And she's not allowed to be on YouTube. That was kind of part of the stipulations they gave her, since they know what she does and what we all do here. I'm allowed to be on, just not her. So with that, all of the shows this week that would involve Terry is going to be pushed to next week. So there will not be Midday Missing on Wednesday. That'll be moved to next Wednesday. There will not be a members only tomorrow night, Wednesday night. That's going to be pushed to next Wednesday. And then there will be no True Crime and Wine Time on Thursday. That one's going to be pushed to next week as well. And yes, we could do them without Terry, but why would we want to do that? She makes everything so much fun. So we're just going to hold off on all those things. So you guys get me all week. I hope you're okay with that. But yeah, she's really excited about it. So we're all excited for her. And I already booked an exclusive interview with her when she's all done. I don't know who else she would talk to, but I was like, you're gonna give me a show interview, right? Look at that. The green screen's just making my cup purple. Why is it so like this today? I don't know. But anyway, we're all very excited for her. And she was catching up on the show yesterday not Karen Reed, I'm sorry. And she had so many things to say, but she said that she was going to write them all down. And then when she is allowed to come back, she'll have a whole Terry rant for the nonsense that's been happening. Because you guys, I really can't I know I've said this so many times before, but like, I cannot believe how every day, every witness, it keeps getting worse and worse in ways that like I have never seen. It's baffling, baffling. There's secrets everywhere. Good morning, Amber Jones. Good morning. I hope you're doing well this morning. Hope you brought some snacks. Everybody make room on the couch for Amber. Scooch, scooch, scooch. I have snacks. I have my gummy bears and my chips. Where's my gummy bears? Oh, there they are. No need to worry, everybody. The gummy bears are secure. And I have my little comfy blanket because it's kind of chilly and it's very rainy looking outside. I wonder how it's 53 degrees right now. Oh, that's why it's so chilly. Okay. All right. So I got my blanket and my snacks. Do you all have your blankets and snacks? You're going to need it. You're going to need it. Because, oh my gosh, I can't wait. I can't wait. So excited. Also, I dropped a new Sean Diddy Combs trial recap last night. So sometime today, you guys might want to go watch that. I've been recapping it every day that there's trial because there's no video or audio allowed. So, but there's like a ton of people in there doing live updates constantly. So at the end of the day, I collect them all and we read through them together. And it's quite a trial that's happening. So if you haven't checked that out yet, you can check it out on Couch Comma. Get together, Llama. Llama. Oh boy, it is fun when it is just you. Just you up here. No, you can find that on Couch Core with Llama after dark. So, oh yes, see, there you go. Well, the 9 p.m. We're gonna have to change the 9 p.m. because it's coming out later because of editing and things like that. But we're doing our best. We're doing our best to make it a reasonable amount of time. But their court's not over until like 5. So then I have to wait. And then I have to wait for the light in my house to not make the green screen eat me. So it comes out when it comes out. You reminded me to log into my personal account. Save Amber. It's me. Well, is this like a Severance situation? Do you guys watch Severance? I know my friends watch Severance because I made them all watch it. I was like, this is the best show I've ever seen, and you're all gonna watch it with me. And they did. And they were like, thank you, Llama. This was amazing and weird. And I was like, yeah, it's weird. It's very weird, but I love it. I hate that we have to wait like a whole year for season 3. But if you haven't watched it, it's amazing. I'm doing great. Thanks, Annie. I got the Annie stamp of approval. Thanks. Cats and I are watching from the bath this morning. Oh, are you in there relaxing your limbs and stuff, I hope? I'm getting ready to push that baby out sometime soon. Gosh, couldn't have done it on Sunday when it was convenient for me to, be around. Not in person, of course, but, and we have to wait a whole lifetime for the next season. I know, right? My Audi is disappointed. Oh, goodness. Oh, you guys. I can't wait. I don't even know what else to say because I don't know what else to say. Because there was so much. So Elbow Feet gets home yesterday. You guys all heard him yesterday, but he did not get to watch most of the trial yesterday. And so I get done filming Diddy and I go in there and he's listening to us. And it was kind of weird because I'm just sitting right beside him and he is listening. Normally he wears headphones, but last night he was just like, headphones, schmedphones, forget about it. I'm just going to listen to this in full blast while you're trying to record and everything. It's super great. But no, he was like watching and commenting at the same time. Like, what is that? I was like, I know. This was like 8 hours ago, buddy. 8 hours ago. He's so great. He's very supportive. All of our hubs are very, very supportive of us and our shenanigans. Why is the court TV all blurry today? Let me refresh it and make sure it's not anything. I did clear out whatever Polly told me to do yesterday. So hopefully that makes it so it's not laggy today, because it's definitely not. Oh, that's because the quality is junk. Oh, was that the problem? No, surely not. There we go. Okay, all is fixed and well. That's right. If you guys are just getting in here, getting comfy, getting your spot on the couch, make sure you hit the like button. That lets everybody know that we're live, that you like us, that this is where the party is. They can come watch us hang out all day and watch these shenanigans happen. And then, of course, share this video on social media if you have it. And what else are you supposed to do? Oh, subscribe and hit the notification bell. Look at me being professional this morning. Also, this week we started streaming on Facebook. I forgot that we were doing that. So if you're watching us on Facebook, hi, Facebook people. Hi. So excited to have you guys. I don't know how that's going. I think your guys' comments do pop up in my chat along with the YouTube chatters. So I don't think you guys can see each other, but I think I can see both of you. So yeah, go ahead and type away in that little chat and let us know your thoughts as we go along. Or you can hop over to YouTube and watch us there, whatever you want to do. But yeah, we started streaming to Facebook because I learned that some people's jobs block YouTube on their work computers. They're allowed to be on Facebook. Okay. But they're not allowed to be on YouTube. And some people were wanting to watch the trial with us. And so we were like, okay, I guess we'll stream on Facebook. I was a little nervous about it because it is Facebook. I have not been on Facebook in 6 years. So we're going to be there now too for a while. So Facebook people, so happy to have you. Welcome to the couch. Hope you enjoy it. Yes, it was awesome to see. I don't know what that's in response to. I think it was Facebook. Oh, you guys. Also, yesterday I opened that bag of espresso coffee. Elbow Feet went ahead and made a whole pot of coffee for me before he left, but I forgot to tell him not to make a whole pot of just espresso, right? Because they have some half caffeinated coffee, and I was going to tell him to mix the two, but nope, you guys. I got a straight pot of espresso, and I think it's already happening. And I've only had 5 sips of my coffee, so we'll see. Hopefully, it doesn't make my belly not feel good. It started to do that yesterday, but that's what happens. Oh, look who it is. It's Polly. Good morning, Polly. Whee! That's how it's going to be. Oh, do you guys hear those large trucks? I do not know what's going on in my neighborhood, but all morning has been large, dumpster work trucks, I guess. And a lot of the backing beeping, the beep, 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 beep. Oh, God. I'm like, you guys, it's too early for this. What is happening? I don't know what they're doing or where, but it is not a fan. So if you guys can hear all that, I do apologize. I don't know what's going on. Good morning, Buffy. Good morning, babes. Welcome. We're all gathering for this craziness that is going to be today. I can't wait. Sorry. My apologies. Let's see. Who thinks that the prosecution is going to be wrapping up this week? Well, I think that they're not going to rest their case till they'll probably come back Tuesday after Memorial Day and be like, we rest our case. We rest our horrible, horrible case. You guys, it's just so I cannot believe that they brought these charges. Again, my point where I am at this point in the trial, because y'all remember I did not watch the first one, but from what I've seen in the second one, this is egregious. It's egregious. The collection of evidence is horrible. The investigation is embarrassing. People are lying and hiding weird things, whether or not they had anything to do with it or not. I think there's only like 3, 4 witnesses where we've been able to find them credible, because it's just like, oh, okay, that you're just saying how it is, but they're experts. None of them credible, except for Blood Math Lady. I think she was pretty credible. She just got given bad information by the prosecution. So there's that. What Brennan's called witnesses all out of order. I have no idea what the timeline is. And you know what? Turns out neither did Shannon Burgess. He doesn't know the timeline either, because yesterday he put the timeline 10 minutes ahead of what Ian Whiffen, the cell phone data guy, said in his cross, which I don't even think Alessi got to that yesterday, because Alessi spent a whole hour going over this guy's CV, you guys. A whole hour. I made a joke when he first started that he was going to spend an hour. I didn't think we were going to spend an hour on that, but he did. He did. So I'm very curious to see what he's going to ask him about today. It's so embarrassing. I love it. Everybody was like, Llama, you got to watch the Karen retrial. You are going to lose your mind. And so all those that told me I should watch it, and I am, I hope I've made you proud with losing my mind. Because this is just crazy. This is just crazy. And I feel so bad. I feel so bad for John's family. I really do. For John and his family. This is a disgrace to the victims in this, because it doesn't even matter. Like, if John wasn't a cop, like, this was just a non-cop person, and this is happening, because guys, this is not just happening to Karen. There's no way that this is just happening to Karen. Actually, yesterday we learned that, let me pull it up again, because I saved it. So there's the case of Brian Walsh. I should really label things when I save them, because they all just say screenshot from yesterday. Let's see, is it this one? Yeah, all right, first try. So Turtle Boy. Okay, so Brian Walsh is accused of killing and dismembering his wife, and his Google searches during that whole process were wow. They were wow. But apparently they are trying to have his internet Google searches banned from evidence because of the Celebrite testimony that's been put on by this trial, and how unreliable the Celebrite is. Because there's the whole how long did it die in the cold that Jen McCabe said she didn't do, but did do, maybe, I don't know, at 2:27 in the morning, right? So then they had the expert data people come on, whatever their job titles are, and they're like, oh yeah, if you open a tab on your phone, could be from October, and you right now type how long to die in the cold, it would read it as you did this back in October, not today, May 20th. And that's problematic, right? So then after the first trial, Celebrate cuts off that feature of their data pulling thing. I don't know. They don't even offer it anymore, because that's how junk it was. And that's been used like in all the trials I've watched. Like, we were all sitting here being like, wait, what? What do you mean this Celebrate data is it's really up to how somebody wants to interpret the data, is what all the data experts have been saying. It's up to whoever interprets it. Okay, okay. That's not great. That is not great, because not everyone can do this weird time math thing they have going on, where apparently different clocks say different things, and then you gotta do math to make sure they equal out, and then you gotta, check that they're happening. Oh, it's a nightmare. I don't even understand why it's happening, but it is. So this is very, very problematic. Angie says, has LinkedIn went private yesterday? And Doug gives a 404 Aaron says it doesn't exist from Aperture site. I bet the Aperture site crashed yesterday. Oh, I do feel bad. I do feel bad for this guy. I know Elbow Feet was like, don't feel bad for him. And other people are too, because by lying, he has testified in people's cases and ruined people's lives. He also worked for insurance and things like that. I get it. I guess I just feel bad in the sense that, like, this level of humiliation is, it's hard to watch. I think that's what it is. I don't know if that's how I feel bad for him. It's like so hard to watch. Ugh, it's so embarrassing. Good morning, Nikki P. Good morning. Everybody scooch on the couch for Nikki. She's here and ready to go. Oh, I think we are all ready to go. I am. Yeah, it's the espresso. That's what's happening this morning. Where's City Dispatcher? Where's Bobby B? Bobby B wasn't here yesterday. I hope he shows up today. Notice he wasn't around yesterday. Bobby B, if you're listening, I hope you're all right. Oh, we got a ceiling fan. Let's see. Are they going to start on time? Oh, I should. All right, it's not muted. It's not muted. Yesterday, we were just having a good old time during the lunch break, and Cora had started like 10 minutes earlier. We were just over here, just talking away, having a good old time. Okay. I wonder what, oh, hey, 80s Music Man. Good morning, 80s. Good morning. Get your spot on the couch. Was that Zoe? That's one of them. Okay, you guys are going to have to wait. You have to wait until court starts. You'll be fine. Go lay down. You're good. Oh, Angie posted some of those searches. Let's do that while we're killing time, okay? Of Brian Walsh's. You guys want to hear them? Oh my gosh, they're so bad. It's bad. Okay. All parts. Where did you put? Oh, hold on. I saw them pop up in my little notification thing. Oh, there we are. Got it. Thank you, Ange. Thank you. All right. So here's some of the searches that Brian Walsh made after he had allegedly killed and dismembered his wife. All right. So January 1st, Brian and Anna Walsh went to bed around 1 or 1:30 a.m. After celebrating the new year with a friend, he told investigators, he told police Anna left early in the morning for her job in DC, but there's no evidence she left at home. Okay, so here's the searches, guys, okay? At 4:55 a.m., how long before a body starts to smell? Notice how you didn't misspell that, Thomas? 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. Okay, 5:47 a.m., 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. 6:25 a.m., how long for someone to be missing to inherit? 6:34 a.m., can you throw away body parts? It gets worse. 9:29 a.m., what does formaldehyde do? 9:34 a.m., how long does DNA last? 9:59 a.m., can identification be made on partial remains? 11:34 a.m., dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body. 11:44 a.m. How to clean blood from a wooden floor. Oh, somebody made a mess. 11:56 a.m. Luminol to detect blood. Zoe, you can chill out. 1:08 p.m. What happens when you put body parts in ammonia? 1:21 p.m. Is it better to put crime scene clothes away or wash them? Stupid. Oh my gosh. So then Brian travels to Home Depot and he pays $450 in cash for supplies, including mops, a bucket, goggles, tarps, a hatchet, and baking soda. Okay. Then at 12:45 p.m., he puts hacksaw, best tool to dismember. At 1:10 p.m., can you be charged with murder without a body? At 1:14 p.m., can you identify a body with broken teeth? Then on January 3rd at 1:02 p.m., he says, what happens to hair on a dead body? At 1:13 p.m., what is the rate of decomp of a body found in a plastic bag compared to on a surface in the woods? And at 1:20 p.m., can baking soda mask or make a body smell good? Oh, gosh. I told you guys, those Google searches are so bad. So bad. Like, it's literally like his train of thought is just typing in Google in real time. Oh my gosh, this freaking guy. Anyway, so now they want that thrown out because of the Celebrate nonsense, because things like this affect other cases. Now, if you don't mind, I got to go let out the queen herself, Zoe, because she has not went out this morning. She hasn't. She was sleepyhead. Yes, ladies, I hear you. I'm coming. So, uno momento, real quick. Just hum a song to yourself. Oops, running into things. Okay, so that was Prime Search History. Probably one of the worst ones I've seen. In the sense of like, what? You Googled all of these things? Ugh. Not great. Not great. Now, see it? Look, I'm just all pixely and I don't. I guess I'm in the Matrix or something. I don't know. Oh, and the lead investigator for Brian Walsh is none other than disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor. So, yikes. Good morning, RTC. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well this morning. Scooch on the couch. And Amy for Justice. Good morning as well, babe. Hope you're doing well too. Corey has not started yet. We still got the ceiling fan. Hopefully it'll be soon. Watch it be late because Burgess hasn't shown up. I don't know if that's true. I'm just saying that. Oh, I see this long list of. This is okay. Oh, sorry, Angie. I just saw the long list of witnesses that you were talking about. So I will look at those later because I'm not in my reading stage quite yet. But thank you. Super helpful. It'll give us something to talk about at the break. I don't even know who are they even gonna call at this point? I mean, oh gosh, it's just so bad. This is so bad. Oh, hold on. I think something's gonna be happening. It's probably like, counsel, can I see you at the sidebar? Oh, remove that and have that one. There we go. Wait, why is it not all the way up? There we go. Good morning. Good morning to everybody. We're all here. If you just got here, don't forget to like this video so people know that we're live. By the way, can I just tell you guys are amazing at hitting the like button. Okay? Because apparently it's a very small percentage of people that actually hit the like buttons. It's like 0.08% of like the people that view. All right. And because you guys are so awesome hitting the like button, we're like above the normal like to watchers ratio. So thank you guys, because it makes a difference. It makes a difference. So I love that. Oh, they can't recover from yesterday. Oh, there's no way. I mean, this jury, think about it. Okay, so we have this jackwagon on the stand who's lied about his experience or education or misled, as he likes to say, or whatever the word was. We have the inverted video of the Sally port. That wasn't right. There was the, excuse me, oh my, I'm so sorry. There was the forensic lady who took a photo of the glass on the back bumper, and oh, it turned out it wasn't multiple pieces of glass and multiple stickers. It was a freaking reflection of the car showing that. So they've been duped numerous times by witnesses who one would expect to be, you know, forthright. So I don't know. It's something, you guys. It is something. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Because how are they going to bring this doctor guy back? Is what I want to know. Or not back, but after this guy. Because that guy, I think, based his accident reconstruction off of Burgess. So, who also just changed his report, what, on the 8th of this month? Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait, you guys. I'm so excited about this. See, people are like, why do you watch trials? It's so boring. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It gets crazy. I mean, now granted, this case is a very unique one in the level of crazy, but there's always things that happen that are like, oh. All right, hold on. Let me let in the princesses real quick. All right, ladies. There we go. You feel better? There we go. Good girl. Okay. All right. And we're back. I came dressed in my pajamas today. I got my Nickelodeon shirt on, the Constable and Faith cartoons, some comfy pants. Okay. I told Terry she's gonna be in court to see like how it really works. I'm curious to hear how things go for her. I'm so jealous and excited. I only ever got called. I never got like called for voir dire. I just had to sit in the room for like a week. It's very annoying. So I was like, oh. And they did call people up for voir dire, but I don't believe any of them safe. I'm not sure. Is it happening? Oh, it's a massive disaster. It's so bad. Oh, don't want to forget my little banner.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Emily Canoni, Justice of the Superior Court holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Oh, we got a face to the name,
morning,
and we're going straight to jury.
Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or no
Okay.
affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and
I
refrain
know.
from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you.
I feel bad for
We
these
have Mr.
jurors who
Burgess,
can't talk
please.
to anybody about this every day. It would be awful. It'd be so awful. Oh, I gotta remember to move the captions.
So I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
Oh, he's here.
Thank you.
He's back. Oh. All right, I'm gonna go get some
All right,
coffee.
Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Burgess.
Morning.
Morning,
On your
Alessi.
direct examination yesterday,
Oh, no.
your experience was brought up in questions, correct?
Correct.
Ooh, yeah.
On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Incorrect.
There was no discussion in your direct examination about having certifications in Celebrite and Magnet Forensic Axiom. Did I mishear that?
No, if I misheard your question, it was,
I asked about certifications. I'll repeat it, sir,
Sure.
in case I misspoke.
Just sit there and
On
be
your
quiet.
direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
yes, correct.
However, on your direct examination, no questions were asked of you at all about your supposed education, correct?
Correct.
And you did not bring up your educational background at all on
Correct.
direct examination,
It's like,
correct?
look, jurors, lying to you.
A forensic examiner must prioritize accuracy, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize reliability, correct?
Correct.
Both are important.
Correct.
It's criminal proceeding we're in, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, accuracy and reliability are especially important in a criminal case as opposed to a civil case, correct?
I think they would be equally important in both, but yes,
But they're certainly important in a criminal case.
correct.
And accuracy and reliability are especially important when seconds and minutes matter, as they matter and as you testify to in this case, correct?
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the events on the timeline contained in your PowerPoint presentation that was displayed yesterday and
Angie.
presented to the jury were accurate, your words several times, down to the second, correct?
Correct. For the Lexus, yes.
For the Lexus.
Yes.
You said they were accurate down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your PowerPoint presentation that you discussed extensively before the jury yesterday. Mr. Wool, could we please bring up slide 32 of the presentation Mr. Burgess discussed with the jury yesterday? And Your Honor, with your permission to publish,
Okay,
thank you. Mr. Burgess, pick your screen.
Sure.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's Lexus vehicle traveling to 34 Fairview Road and the O'Keefe residence?
Yes.
According to your timeline, Miss Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Now, is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
For the power on and off events, yes.
Yes. Could we go to slide 33, please, Mr. Wolk? And we're going to go through a handful of slides.
Sure.
Mr. Burgess, to just give you a heads up.
Ooh.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed leaving the O'Keefe's residence at 5:07 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
And according to your timeline, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle at 5:07:46 a.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination?
Good morning,
yesterday?
Elbow Peeps.
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
If we could go, Mr. Woke, to slide 34, please. And these are all your slides, correct, sir?
Correct, they
You
are.
prepared them?
Yes.
Is slide 34 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed traveling to the Dighton residence at 12:25:01 a.m.? I'm sorry, 12:25:01 p.m.
12:35:01, correct.
I'm sorry, thank
Yes.
you, 12:35. And according to your analysis, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle to travel to Dighton at 12:35:01 p.m. on January 30th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes.
Oh, that was not the instructions. she
Slide
was given,
35,
though,
please, Mr. Wolk.
by the way. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Mhm. Good morning, Kathy. Good morning. Hope you're well today. Because Mr. Burgess is about to not be well today. I feel like Alessi's going to be like, this is all wrong.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle being towed by the Massachusetts police vendor from her parents' residence in Dighton?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to your timeline that you created here, Ms. Reed's vehicle was powered on at 4:11 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, and towed to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, this timestamp is.
Slide 36, please, Mr. Wolf. Is slide 36 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle arriving at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to the timeline you created, Ms. Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Objection.
I have this.
Brennan can barely get out
Is
the
your
word.
analysis down to, is your analysis on slide 36 accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday,
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
according to the Lexus?
Yes.
In point of fact, Mr. Burgess, none of the 5 timelines that we just reviewed from your presentation are accurate at all, and certainly not down to the second. Am I right or am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Are you aware, and if we could go back to the first slide, which is slide 32, and we'll look at each of them quickly.
Sure.
Are you aware that all of the relevant events in the timeline you described in your presentation in these slides actually occurred on January 29th,
Oh.
2022, not January 30th, 2022. Do you know that?
What? What did I just miss?
This is January 30th, 2022.
That's what
January 29th, correct.
It's January 29th. 2022. And in terms of January 30th, I want to go back and make sure it's very, very clear.
Okay.
In your presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
The night of the incident, yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh boy. I love when he gets worked up and he's just like, ha! Gotcha.
Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is January 30th. Yes.
So in actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No. So these events occurred on January 30th. If I misspoke and said the 29th, yes.
Okay,
He's always having errors. in
understand
this-
my point.
Yes, I do.
The core basis of your job, your role in this case, is to reconcile time discrepancies, as you say, down to the second, correct?
Correct.
But your discussion of the timeline on each of these slides, on each of these key events, is incorrect, correct?
No, it's not incorrect.
So your discussion of the applicable date, you're saying, as you described it yesterday and interpreted this timeline, was correct? Is that what you're saying now?
This timeline is correct.
But
Yes.
my question is your discussion of it yesterday.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, then yes, I misspoke on that. Yes.
And that was your testimony
Oh,
yesterday
boy.
that you spoke about.
Yes.
Yes. How many errors are in his report? So many.
Let's turn to a different topic. Lights up, if we could, and thank you for taking that down, Mr. Wolf.
It's still a little buggy. I don't know what it is, but oh well.
Your, actually, to mitigate the inconsistencies that you analyzed yesterday between independent clocks, am I correct that your position is that forensic methodology recommends cross-referencing timestamps from multiple sources to identify discrepancies, and when possible, leveraging time anchors, events that contain both a system timestamp and an external physical event to identify and correct timing discrepancies? Do I have that right?
Yes, you did.
Yesterday, we talked about the scientific method. You recall that, sir?
I do.
Sure
And how it's
does.
designed to prevent bias from infecting the analysis. You recall that as well?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday, you agreed that experts should never selectively gather and interpret evidence to confirm a pre-existing belief while neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And doing that is called confirmation bias, which you said you understood yesterday, right?
That is correct.
That would be improper to do that, correct?
Yes.
It would raise the specter, if not the reality, of unreliability if that occurred, correct?
It could. Yes.
And it could also lead into errors in forensic analyses, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your January 30th report, sir.
Okay.
And this is
Oh, boy.
your first report, your second report being the May 8th report. In your January 30th report, you did not issue any opinion or conclusion with regard to the timing of what you call the text stream event 1162.2 in your January 30th report, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't even mention either the phrase text stream event or the phrase 1162.2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in that report, the January 30th report, you compared the call logs on Miss Reed's Lexus infotainment system with the call logs on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone in order to evaluate whether there was a variance, correct?
Correct.
And do I have it correct in your report that it's the position that the timestamp call log data, specifically the recorded calls between Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, along with the infotainment power event logs, were analyzed for what you called clock skew by cross-referencing them against other independent data sources, right?
No, so that would have been comparing the timestamps from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone with the timestamps from the defendant's Lexus.
Right.
Correct. Yes.
Yes. Right. To Miss Reed's Lexus.
Correct.
And a forensic comparison of these data sets was aimed to identify timestamp discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
To identify potential clock skew, correct?
Correct.
And potential clock drift that could impact event reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
All this stated in your January 30th report, right?
Correct.
Oh, Alessi, wash your papers, bro. Oh, so loud. Me too, Kathy. Me too. I would just come back, be on the stand, and just look down the whole time and not say anything. Just stick with yes or no.
Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit in order for identification?
Yes.
Sure.
Did the BBB for ID?
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit BBB for identification. I'd ask you to take a look at it, sir, and then pick your head up.
We're in a
Get fair
triple,
opportunity to take a look at it.
the triple letters.
Okay. Sure.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What do you recognize that document to be, sir?
Sure. So this is a graph that I put together that is comparing timestamps, call timestamps from the infotainment module with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And is that Exhibit BBB for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in Exhibit BBB for identification?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the information that you discussed in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
I offer exhibit BBB for identification into evidence, Your Honor.
He just doesn't see it coming.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it in
Why don't I
context.
see you at second?
Okay. I mean, sure, I guess you can bring in the whole report, but I don't know if that's going to help you, Brennan. You notice how quiet he is today? Like, objection, objection. Very quiet today. I wonder why. Wonder why, Brennan. Wonder why. This guy, I don't know if he's figured out that when Alessia's like, oh, this stuff that you wrote then, is it a fair and accurate like, he's just handing him shovel after shovel. Oh, goodness. Oh, boy. What a mess. So he's gotten his dates wrong on his reports. Of course, he just, what did he say? Misunderstood? Misspoke? That's what it is. Okay, sir. Okay. I would have not shown up too. I probably would have been held in contempt. I'd be like, no, I don't want to go back. This is so embarrassing. Oh, look, that person has a drink in the courtroom. Normally, you're not allowed to have drinks, which I think is crazy. Oh no, there is Paul. Paul is behind my face. Oh boy. I don't think this is going any better for him. Also, good morning to everybody. Good morning. Boy. I mean, the jury has to, and I think his first questions to Burgess, oh, what were they about? Oh, Brennan not going over his education or certifications, direct, makes the jury be like, so why were you hiding something from, like, why is the state not being truthful here? Excellent questions.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I offer exhibit BBB into evidence.
Okay.
Exhibit 189.
Thank you.
They represented to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am represented to you what is now exhibit 189 in evidence. Ask you to once again take a look at it, and if you need further time, please take it, sir, and then pick up your head when you've had a fair opportunity to look at that document.
Okay.
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies, potential clock skew, and clock drift, you did not compare the time of the three-point turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
Instead, you identified the potential variance by analyzing various calls on the infotainment system of the Lexus versus Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
This data in that exhibit captures a precise moment in time that is easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct, it does.
Mr. Wolk, Your Honor, may Mr. Wolk please publish this exhibit?
Okay.
What is the IT guy's last name? Is it Woke? Is it Wolf? Wolf.
So this data, just to
This is
reestablish, captures a precise moment in time that's easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct.
Now, according to your own table, there are potential offsets of reading in the far right-hand column. 2 seconds. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds, 16 seconds, and 21 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And yet, you failed to apply this variance to the infotainment time on the Lexus associated with the text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
I will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to
Why
do
was she in
that.
the car at 1:14 a.m. though, calling?
This is simple arithmetic, is it not? It's either an addition or a subtraction, the offset, correct?
Correct.
And yet, in your initial report on January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
But you didn't take, you know what analytical step I'm talking about, correct?
No, I don't. I don't
All right.
believe so.
We'll come back to it. I want to go focus on your opinion. What you did do, as I understand it, in your January 30th report. So in your opinion, we can leave that up for a moment, please, because I want to see if we need to show the contrast. With your honor's permission, can we leave it up just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Thank you. In opinion number 5, and please feel free to look at your January 30th report.
Sure.
You indicated only this. The difference between the Lexus infotainment and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone ranged between 8 seconds and 16 to 21 seconds during the period between 5:21:36 a.m. and 5:30:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Do I have that correct?
Yes, between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m.
Yes. Now what I'd like to do is, and we can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wope. Let's talk about what information you learned after you issued your January 30, 2025 report. Or at the time of that report, you received and reviewed a copy of a portion of your colleague's slide presentation and report at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
From a presentation by Mr. DeSogra. Yes.
Well,
correct.
I understand you want to add Mr. DeSogra. My question is,
Sustained.
okay, yes, Your Honor, thank you. I'm focusing on what would you like to call it? You call it a slide presentation you prefer, Dr. Welcher?
Sure. We can.
I want
we
to
can
use whatever parlance you're comfortable with.
Yeah, slides fine. Yeah.
Slide. So the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher that he submitted the same day you submitted your report on January 30, 2025. And in that, he analyzed the timing of the 1162.2, what he calls an infotainment event, you call a text stream event, correct?
Well, could I see the slide we're talking about to clarify?
Absolutely.
He's like, yes, you may. This is even better for me.
We published what is in evidence of was 188.
Okay,
And I'm also, sir, at your request, may I approach, please?
yes.
At your request, I want to give
I
you
know, Annie, right?
that, if we have 188, we'll just give them the actual marked exhibit.
Oof.
You know what we'll do? We'll use the slide. If you need an exhibit, we'll pull the exhibit and move it along. Please publish, Mr. Woke. Now, if we could enlarge the text, we don't need the map, so make that as large as you can, please, Mr. Woke, in the relevant portions. All righty. You're aware that according to Dr. Welcher's analysis, as depicted in this slide in evidence, the 1162-2, what he calls an infotainment trigger that you call a text stream event, right?
Correct.
The 1162-2 text stream event occurred at 12:31:38 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And that's when it began, right?
That's when the trigger threshold was met. Yes.
That's when the trigger threshold was met.
correct.
You we can take that down now,
I mean,
Mr.
he
Woke.
said 12:21 yesterday, right? I feel like it was 12:21.
You also testified yesterday that you reviewed Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Ian Whiffen's January report, which established a timeline of the last interactive events on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, could we please publish Exhibit 39, which is in evidence?
Okay.
And if we could go to slide 82 and have 83 available, if we can enlarge the applicable sections. And what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burgess, is to see whether these events are consistent with your memory of what the applicable events are. Do you see the column biometric device unlock with Face ID event at 12:32:04 a.m.?
Yes.
Now that's after the 12:31:38 a.m. 11:62:2 text stream event that's in Mr. Welcher's slide, correct, that we just saw?
Correct. The unadjusted Lexus clock. Yes. Timestamp. Yes.
So, but I'm going to repeat the question. The 12:32:04 a.m. device unlock with Face ID event is after the 12:31:38 and 12:31:43 11:62:2 text stream event that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see the lock event which occurred at 12:32:09?
Yes, I do.
That is also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event, correct?
Yes, the unadjusted time.
That 12:32:09 a.m. lock event is after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 range that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct. From the Lexus clock.
So if we could go back, and we're going to keep toggle back with Your Honor's permission between these two slides for the next couple questions. If we can go back to an enlarged Dr. Welcher's slide. That 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 time period is what your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, chose and his slide analysis as the last user interaction, according to him, on John O'Keefe's phone, correct? That's what he chose.
Yes, the 123209. Yes.
Now, if we could go back to the and zero in, please. Now, but even Mr. Whiffin's report establishes additional activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the event chosen by Dr. Welcher, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, Mr. Whiffin identifies a quote lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62 text stream event identified by Dr. Welcher at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct. Using the unadjusted clock.
I would
Sir.
like. Does Dr. Welcher at all use the words unadjusted clock in his slide, sir?
No, he does not.
Okay, what I'd like to do is ask you a question about whether, in fact, Mr. Whiffin identifies a lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62 text stream event at 12:31:38 to 12:43, as stated in your colleague's report, Dr. Welcher, the slide presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether a lock event on an iPhone requires human interaction?
Typically, yes, it would.
Is it just typically, or does it?
Well, it does. And in this case specifically, I believe it was via the lock button.
Correct. But this specific instance, the lock, it requires somebody, a human being, to actually press a button on the side, correct?
Unless it's auto locking, yes, it requires a button press. Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe had an auto locking function on its circuit?
No, as I said, he used the lock button.
Right. If we can enlarge that, do you see the end of health event 36 steps that we talked yesterday that was covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you see that occurring at 12:32:16 a.m.?
I don't believe we talked about that yesterday, but yes, I do see
Do
that.
you see it?
I do. Yes.
And that's also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Now, finally, do you see the entry pocket state detected at 12:33:14 a.m.? You see that, sir?
Sustained.
Do you know what a pocket state is, sir?
I do know what a pocket state is.
Do you know when the pocket states occurred on the iPhone of John O'Keefe pursuant to your analysis of his phone?
I do not.
You didn't analyze pocket state detections on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not personally.
Do you believe pocket state detected data? Well, let me just go back and confirm. So you didn't analyze with any source pocket state detection information with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go back and summarize for each of the ones you did look at and analyze that you just testified. Every single one of those that we just discussed, those user interaction events, occurred after Dr. Welcher claims a collision occurred as represented in a text stream event of 11:62:2 at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Do you understand? If we can go back, please, to Dr. Welcher's slide. Highlight the text again, please, Mr.
I love
Wu.
all the shade he's throwing at Dr. Welcher's report this morning.
Do you understand that Dr. Welcher is correlating the infotainment trigger 11:62:2 with an alleged collision? Do you understand that?
Objection.
Let's come to sidebar, please.
Oh, somebody's allowing for a lot of sidebars today. That's interesting, don't you think? So, like, right, they're putting this, which trigger event is this? I think it's the backing up one, right? So, based on these reports, it's saying she backed up, hit John, but yet his phone is still unlocking with a Face ID. He's taking 36 steps, 32 steps, whatever. It's like 80 to 84 feet. How is that possible? And I think that's what Alessi's getting at this morning. Like, okay, well then, who's wrong here, right? Is Wiven and his time's off? Is your superior, Dr. Welcher, is he wrong? Oh, and why didn't you use any of these pocket state data things that was in Ian Weapons report? Why'd you choose not to use those? It's very interesting. It makes everybody look really, really bad. It is crazy. It is crazy that he is still on the stand and that the Commonwealth, again, we don't know how much money they paid Aperture. I was thinking a lot about this last night because normally experts are expensive, okay, but they have two from one company. And I imagine the doctor guy is probably more expensive than this guy. That company also bought Alexis as like, oh gosh, what is it called? I forget what they call them, but like a constant variable to compare the two. They had a fancy word for it, but I forget what it was. I think they paid them at least like $50,000. At least. Which is crazy. I mean, of all the experts in the world that you could hire, why did you go with these guys? I mean, this is embarrassing. And all that taxpayer money just for this nonsense. Nonsense. What I've learned in this case is that I shouldn't feel like I'm not qualified to not do certain things. Because apparently it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You can just have whatever job you want. You don't have to follow protocols. And you'll get paid and protected, apparently. So that's fun. It's fun for the whole family. Yeah, let's bought them, Alexis. I imagine if we hear this number, our mouths are gonna be like, what? Because they're usually also, so they're paid to like do their research part, and then they're paid a different number for being on the stand and testifying. Plus, everything is usually paid for, room and board, all that jazz. I can't even imagine what this number is. This case makes me think I should dust fans more. Yeah. Well, it reminds me, hey guys, we're looking to match this OnlyFan up with a partner. So we're having a little viewer challenge. You can send us a pic of your ceiling fan so the Canon OnlyFan isn't so lonely. Make sure you put your YouTube name in the subject bar so I don't dox you on YouTube, but send us a picture of your ceiling fans. We have some great ones already in the running. But you can send that to me at Tara at TCWTmedia.com or Amy at AmyTCWTmedia.com. We're just doing it for funsies. So some of you have already sent, I think we have 4 submissions already. But yeah, you can do that and try on the fun. Oh, I haven't checked my email today to see if they're sellers. I should probably do that. Alexis in 2022 price was from $40,000 to $80,000. It sounds about right. Sounds about right. They hired these guys because no one else would lie for them for monies. Yeah. It's not great. It's not great. I'm very curious to see how this Dr. Welcher does on the stand. With Alessi. I can't wait to see it. Oh man. And why would he say, he keeps calling it what? Like on, what do you say about the time in the Lexus? On something. Basically, they didn't do the math. The doctor didn't do the math for the Lexus, and that's why it doesn't match up. I don't know. All I know is this is a mess and embarrassing. So when we're back. I didn't realize how tall those windows are.
You can put it back up.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could go now, Mr. Woke, back to the slide from Dr. Welcher's slide presentation. And if you could re-enlarge the applicable section that we've had up before. Thanks for your patience,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess. You have reviewed this slide and this specific data in this slide previously, correct?
Correct.
And I just want to, Mr. Woke, just go back to the slide so we're clear on what this is. So this slide here is what you're speaking about, right?
Correct.
And you've reviewed this slide prior to your testimony in this court, correct?
Correct.
And you considered this slide as part of your analyses that you have performed and testified about, correct?
Yes, I have.
So now, Mr. Burgess, I'd like to ask you a question. Every single one of the user interaction events that we talked about, steps, lock, etc., occurred after Dr. Welcher's, what he calls an infotainment event, which you call a tech stream event, in the range of 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
I would agree that yes.
So the answer is yes?
With the caveat.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you hadn't finished.
Sure.
Please finish your answer.
Yes, with the caveat that user interaction only applies to the device lock, steps, and the pocket state are not duplicative of user interaction per se.
Let's just assume that is the case. Let's then just focus on what you consider to be a user interaction, which is device lock, correct?
Correct.
And the device lock event that you agree is a user interaction, we could go back to that just so we have clarity. The lock event that you agree is a user interaction occurred at 12:32:09 according to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
In that 12/32/09 time period, we could go back to Dr. Welcher, it is after the end of the text stream event dubbed as 1162-2, correct?
Correct. According to
And that's
sorry.
26 seconds. I didn't finish my question. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So go ahead, finish your question. Don't answer, Mr. Burgess, until the complete question.
In that event lock, even according to Dr. Welcher's own words in his own slide, occurs 20 seconds after the end of the text stream event 1162-2, correct?
Of the unadjusted clock, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, do you want the lights on, Mr. Lessie?
I'm gonna keep that up. And so to repeat to alter it, hopefully make it a little clearer. So according to Dr. Welcher, the licensed engineers, your colleague at Aperture, his slide that he has here, the last O'Keefe cell phone event, the lock, occurred within approximately 26 seconds after the end of the text stream event dubbed 1162-2. That's
Good
what's
morning,
stated
Blessed
there,
Assurance.
correct?
Correct. According to the unadjusted clock.
You keep adding
Mm.
according to the unadjusted clock, but do the words according to the unadjusted clock appear anywhere in that slide, sir?
No, they do not.
Mhm.
We can take that down and, with the court's permission, turn the lights back on, please. Yesterday, you stated that you reviewed a presentation by another expert, Mr. DeSogra, who reviewed the findings of your January 30th report. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
In fact, in your May 8, 2025 report, your second report, your first being the January 30th report, you only cite 2 new sources of data that you reviewed before making your conclusions, correct?
Correct.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah. Whispers.
I think need to be heard about on this.
Oh, geez, Brennan. Oh my God, sir, just put up the white flag and surrender. I imagine this can't make him look good in front of the jury either. Because yesterday they learned that this guy isn't reliable at all for anything. And Brennan's the one who brought him on and paid him. And yesterday Brennan didn't say nothing. And now today he wants to object about every little thing. I don't think it's a good look. I don't think it's a good look at all. Good morning, Lady in Gray. Lurking. We love our lurkers. If you're just a lurker and not in our chat, that's okay. We're happy you're watching too. But may I just say, I think we have one of the friendliest chats on the internet, but I am biased. But so always feel free to say hi. Oh my goodness, you guys, this is something. Why wouldn't you look at the data after the trigger event? Like, why are we excluding it? And I would think the doctor would say, this is why do I keep forgetting that word? Undetermined time or whatever it is. Good morning, Captain. I'll be friendlier after coffee. I mean, yeah, me too. Me too, sometimes. Oh boy. I'm just saying, if I was on the jury at this point, I would be annoyed every time Brennan called a sidebar. And especially, I would probably be thinking like, oh, what does prosecution not want us to hear right now? Because they clearly didn't want us to hear all this stuff about how, he doesn't actually have a degree that he apparently claims to have had. Like, why are they doing these sidebars? That's what I would be thinking. Now, I know why they're sidebars, but I imagine that the majority of people don't really know that. I would just be like, oh. By the way, I like that lady's hair in the striped shirt sitting next to Peggy. Her hair looks great tonight. I don't know who that is. Okay, let me look at this over here. Mhm. Okay, witnesses, they have, oh. Hold on. Oh. Elbow hanging out with horses right now? You just sent me pictures. They got horses. Oh, that's cool. Oh, those are really pretty horses, elbow feet. Anyway. Oh. So let's look at this witness list that Angie posted for me of people that they're most likely to call. I don't know who some of these people are. Well, they've called Shannon Burgess, who is the equivalent to a new Trooper Paul. Ooh, who do you guys think is worse? Trooper Paul or this guy? I think it's this guy for sure. That's okay. It's also funny that way, right?
Witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Even though I bet I sound really weird at 2 times speed.
Two documents, each of which is marked for identification. The first is Exhibit CCC for identification. That is one slide out of what is marked as Exhibit DDD for identification. And Exhibit CCC is one page out of Exhibit DDD for identification. And I'd ask you, sir, to take a look at those documents and reference either one.
No.
And please let me know, sir, when you've had a fair opportunity to review those documents so I can proceed with questions about them.
Sure. Okay.
Sir, can you please read the exhibit designation on the entire slide presentation?
On DDD.
Pardon me?
On exhibit DDD.
And that's triple D as in David?
Correct.
So in exhibit DDD, is that the March 5, 2005 PowerPoint presentation of Mr. DeSogra that you spoke about extensively yesterday?
Yes, it is.
And sir, before you came to court yesterday, did you review and consider the exhibit DDD for identification.
Yes, I did.
And as a matter of fact, you spent considerable time with regard to exhibit DDD before you came to court yesterday.
Correct.
And in addition, isn't it the case that your testimony yesterday is that exhibit DDD, the March 5, 2025 slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, was part of the reason why you created your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer exhibit exhibit CCC into evidence, and do not offer exhibit DDD at this time.
Okay, the witness just spoke of DDD, so why don't you have him just say what CCC is before we put it in?
I will do so, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Burgess, is exhibit CCC a slide page out of exhibit DDD?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now it'll.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now offer exhibit CCC for identification into evidence.
Yes.
Thank you. And I also hand back to Madam Court Reporter exhibit DDD for identification.
Exhibit 190.
And sir, do you have before you read the three letters, please, just so we're on the same page in that exhibit?
The
That
other
the one that's in
Thank you.
the one page?
Yes. Exhibit 190.
And that's the entitled All Possible Combinations?
Yes, it is.
So we'll refer to that as exhibit 190, okay?
Okay.
Have you had a fair opportunity to refresh yourself on that one-page chart?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I please publish exhibit 190?
Yes.
And if we could enlarge it without, I think, Mr. Wolk, we can obscure for the moment the all positive on the right and come back to that as needed. Thank you. Now, Mr. DeSogra, who is an expert for the defense, took the data points you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis that I was referring to in previous slides, correct?
Correct. For a lot of data points that do not apply for the time of the accident.
I understand you may have a view as to whether they apply or not. I'm just trying to understand
Objection.
what you understood he did.
Again,
I'll repeat that. Yes,
so
Your
we'll
Honor.
strike the comment part and just a
I'll
question,
repeat and
please.
just go to the question.
Okay.
So you understand that Mr. DeSogra took the data points that you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis, correct?
In my report, in addition to Dr. Welcher's.
Right. In addition to Dr.
Oh,
Correct.
Alessi,
Now,
stop.
what I want to do is just elucidate the columns and their meaning. So the column on the right equals the number of seconds, and it's the far right, the number of seconds between the end of the 11:62:2 text stream event that in the slide of Dr. Welcher is ending at 12:31:43 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone that's occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
Correct.
And that's your understanding of that column as well.
Correct.
Now, even taking your colleague, Dr. Welcher's assumption that the last user interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred at 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022, is Mr. DeSogra demonstrating in this chart that by using the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30 report, there are no circumstances where the trigger event of 11:62:02 occurs before the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
After.
Sustained. There's one part of your question that needs to
Okay.
be omitted.
In terms of this chart, do you agree that the methodology and application of it of Mr. DeSogra is that Mr. DeSogra took the last user interaction data point of Dr. Welcher in his slide of 12:32:09 and applied the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30th report? Do you agree that that's what Mr. DeSogra did?
No, I do not.
What do you believe Mr. DeSogra did here?
Well, so the math is correct. So when he's trying to adjust clock variances between the two devices, that math is correct, but he's applying incorrect adjustments.
I understand, but what I'm trying to get at is just what you understood Mr. DeSogra did in this chart.
Correct. I did understand, yes, what he
Okay.
was trying to do.
And so do you agree, based upon what Mr. DeSogra did as represented in this chart, there are no circumstances where the 11:62:02 text stream event occurs? Well, let me have you describe what you believe Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to comparing, based upon this chart, the 11:62:02 text stream event of Dr. Welcher with the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust the clock from the Lexus to the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock, but he does that inaccurately.
Well, I understand you have I understand your comment. My question, sir, is this. What do you understand Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to this chart? Do you understand what he is doing in this chart?
Correct.
I'd just like you to state what it is you understand he is doing.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust timestamps.
He's trying to adjust timestamps. In adjusting timestamps, do you agree that Mr. DeSogra makes the point with this chart that there are no circumstances where the 11:62 trigger occurs before the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you.
So are they saying like this guy's math is wrong? That the DeSogra guy? I don't understand what's happening here.
Let me see if I can clarify this in this my question.
Sure.
Do you understand that what Mr. DeSogra is doing in this chart is he is showing numerically and arithmetically that there are no circumstances where the text stream event 11:62:02 occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it in that form.
So yes, I understand he's trying to show that.
Right. Well, he did more than try. Isn't that what by his math, that he is demonstrating?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, but it is inaccurate.
I understand, but that's, again, the question is that what he demonstrates using this chart?
Yes.
And what he demonstrates is that Mr. Tsoga demonstrates that there are no circumstances where the 1162-2 trigger event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, inaccurately.
So
But isn't he the reason why he rewrote his whole report?
asking what Mr. DeSogra demonstrates in this report, and isn't it correct that Mr. DeSogra, using this math, Mr. DeSogra demonstrates and concludes that there are no circumstances where the 1162-2 text stream event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Does that demonstrate that?
Yes, inaccurately.
Okay.
So let's.
I'm going to move on, Your Honor. I'm going to move on.
Everything's in error or inaccurate with this guy.
And this methodology and approach of Mr. DeSogra is simply math that he's using, correct?
No, it's not simply math.
Well, let's go to the clock variance values in the middle column on that chart. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Those are, as of March 5 of the date of this, that this column was created, nothing in that middle column is new, is it? That data.
Yes, some of that data is new.
Well, the source data upon which it is created is not new, is it?
No, it is not.
All right. So the source data of that column, it's not new.
Correct.
And the middle column uses your data points from your January 30th report, correct?
No, not all of those are.
But it does use some of the data from your January 30 report, correct?
Yes, it does.
Is the reason that you did not take that final analytical step that we've been talking about in your January 30th report, and this is a question, is the reason you failed to take that final analytical final analytic step we've been talking about in your January 30 report was because you knew if you did that if you calculated the actual time of the 1162-2 text stream event based upon your own methodological analysis of the clock skew, there would always be continued interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the text stream event.
No.
So you deny that?
Yes.
Let's see.
Did you keep your January 30, 2025 report purposefully vague by merely noting a clock skew without engaging in any further analysis, such as tethering that clock skew or otherwise connecting it to the text stream event in Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
No, I did not.
Switch to another topic. Take that down. Thank you, Mr. Woke.
Was his last name Gold? I don't need to know what his last name
reviewing, and I'm going to
I thought it
identify
was Wolf.
after reviewing the timelines,
I thought he was like 3 wolves.
timelines presented by
Okay.
Dr. Welcher, 1, Mr. DeSogra, 2, and Mr. Ian Whiffen, 3, all of which established that the 1162-2 text stream event occurred before that last user activity, the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8, 2025, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, so I issued the supplemental report based on that presentation that you just had up.
Well, before you issued that report, isn't it correct that you had reviewed the time data of Dr. Welcher in the slide that we've been reviewing?
Not before that time, no.
You had not looked at Dr. Welcher's slide with a text stream event 1162.2 and a time for that before issuing your May 8th report?
No, yes, before misheard you. Yes.
That's my question.
Yes.
So let me just ask it through a question.
Sure.
So it is correct that before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, that you had reviewed that slide of your colleague, Dr. Welcher, on 1162.2 that establishes the text stream event as 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed it before your May 8th report.
Yes.
You
yes.
also reviewed before your May 8th report the slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, correct?
Yes, I did.
And before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, you also had reviewed the January 2025 report of Mr. Whiffen, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Each one of and all of those three established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
I'm going to allow it if that's what, let's see what the answer is.
Using either unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps. Yes.
Let me ask my question.
So
again,
everyone
if
else
it's
is
not
wrong
clear,
but him.
Please let me know.
Sure.
Okay.
It's the Jen McCabe syndrome.
After reviewing
Okay.
what
It's an
we've
epidemic.
discussed, prepared by Dr. Welcher, Mr. DeSogra, and Ian Whiffen, each and all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8th, 2025. Is that statement I just made correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's take a look at your May 8th, 2025 report.
Okay. Let's do it. I'm
You
gonna have to go
departed
fuzzy sauce.
in your
It's
May
cold.
8th, 2000. Did you, sir, do you have that report in
I
front
do.
of you?
Yes.
Do you need a moment to look at it, or are you ready to take
No,
questions?
go ahead.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead. It's not gonna
You
get any better
departed
for me.
from your analysis. Let's start it this way. In this May 8th, 2025 report, you departed from your analysis in your January 2025 report to reach a conclusion that would attempt to put the 1162.2 text stream event after human interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
No, I did not depart from my original report. I clarified.
Okay, so you didn't depart from it, but you, in your May 8th report, but your position is you clarified it.
Correct.
But isn't it correct that in your January 30, 2025 report, you did not address at all whether the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before or after the last user event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you did that in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
You don't call that a change, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
You call that a clarification.
I do.
He has a PhD from imaginary land. So
In your January 2025 report, you compared call log entries between the infotainment system on the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to determine a potential variance, correct?
Correct.
And call logs are discrete points in time
Correct.
Now, in your May 8th, 2025 report, you abandoned the call log analysis from your January 30th, 2025 report, correct?
No, I did not abandon it.
But you did depart from it, at least in some respects, correct?
I did not depart from it. I used another method.
Okay.
Leslie.
So
Okay,
you
buddy.
used another method.
Correct.
None changed though.
In your May 8th, 2025 report, you opined, as I understand it, that the call log variance has been ignored because, in your words, this offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the alleged collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other timeframes as stated in the initial report. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Now, please show the juror in your January 30 report where you ever made that statement.
I feel like Alessi knows, or it's not in
Yeah.
there.
I think so too.
This is a gotcha, man. This is a gotcha. It was a mistake. I accidentally deleted it when I copied and pasted it from my
Right.
other report. Yeah.
It's just an error. It's fine.
Oh, I
Not a
must have
change.
accidentally omitted that. I meant to put it in there.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh my gosh. What is this guy?
Sure. So it's not worded exactly like that, but that would be in conclusion 5.
I meant to say it that way. Oh Lord.
And conclusion number 5 is on page 37 of your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
And you concede at least as much that at least different words are used in paragraph 5 in your January 30th, 2025 report, correct? And your position is that it's the same statement as in your May 8th, 2025 report? Because that's my question.
Let's
That is
read it.
correct.
Come on.
In your
Leslie.
May 8th, 2025 report, instead of applying the offsets from the call logs, which are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare, as you stated just moments ago, you decided to use, in your words, quote, approximate time of the 3-point turn as your anchor between the two devices. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Isn't what you did and we just discussed a classic example of confirmation bias, which is to be avoided in science?
No, it is not.
Oh,
So you believe that that is not confirmation bias?
No.
Choosing the 3-point turn as the independent data source is the only way you could ever get the text stream event to even possibly occur after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That adjustment is the only adjustment that can be applied due to the data. Yes.
And that adjustment is the only thing that can be done to get the text stream event 1162.2 to occur after the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that only one is the one that you chose, correct?
Correct.
And that's only because it's not a pinpoint in time. It's an amorphous range that can only, in your words, be approximated, correct?
No, that is because it is the only time adjustment in that time range that can be applied.
So It's your view that that's the only one that can be applied, but it is even what you're using is, in your words, an approximate time, correct?
Correct.
Isn't the shortcoming, sir, in your analysis that you ignored the additional user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's device that occurred after the lock event?
After, can you repeat that question?
Yes, I can. Isn't the shortcoming in your analysis, sir, that your analysis ignores the additional user activity on John O'Keefe's device, his cell phone, that occurred after the lock event?
No.
Well, let's take a look at events that, you tell me if I'm correct or not, occur after the text stream event 1162.2.
Sure.
So do you recall our discussion yesterday about the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that that occurred at 12:32:16?
Yes, I do.
And that's after the text stream event of
Cor-
Dr. Welcher that he put in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you also recall a Doppler pocket state detection at 12:33:14? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that is almost an entire minute after the 1162.2 text stream event that is identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide presentation, correct?
Correct. And neither one of those are user interaction.
I understand but let's just take one of them.
Sure.
And that is the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet at 12:32:16. Would you agree that those steps covering that distance is human activity at least? Would you agree that's human activity?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's take a look at opinion number 7 in your initial January 30th, 2025 report. And sir, tell me when you had a fair opportunity to locate that.
Okay.
You concluded to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that, quote, the infotainment module power on events were on average recorded 3 seconds after the ignition release or finger off, correct?
Correct.
That means that your own testing requires an offset of -3 to account for a delay in the power on of an infotainment system, correct?
Correct.
That increases the time between the text stream event 1162.2 and the iPhone lock event by 3 seconds, correct?
Correct.
You testified about this same 3-second discrepancy yesterday during your direct examination in connection with your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
However, you did not mention this offset of 3 seconds in your May 8th, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not. Can I explain?
Mr. Brennan may have questions for you with regard to that.
No,
So
sir, you may
nowhere in your May 8, 2025 report did you include the 3-second offset that you discussed in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, sir, nowhere in your May 8th report do you even discuss why you're not addressing that 3%. Do you?
I do not discuss it, but it is, that offset is adjusted within the adjustment that we do with the 3-point turn.
I understand.
Close
My
and correct.
question is simply,
But why?
there's no discussion in your May
Why?
8th, 2025.
You submitted a supplement. Why? Why?
You're not
You changed everything else. Why didn't you put that in there?
Correct.
I had to get some fuzzy socks. My feet are freezing.
I'll trade. It's so hot here.
I've got a next section, Your Honor, if you would like me to move into it.
So why don't we keep going?
Okay. Sir, a text stream data event like 1162.2 does not, well, let me back up this way. You testified on direct that you're involved in accident reconstruction. That's part of the work that you do, sir?
No, that is not part of the work that I do.
Well, let me clarify then.
Insurance.
Do you at all understand whether there's an issue as to whether a collision actually occurred in this case? Do you understand if that's an issue?
Objection.
Sustain.
Sir, do you have any understanding about what Dr. Welcher in his slide presentation was addressing in context with this case? Do you understand it?
Objection.
I'll allow a yes or no.
No, I do not.
So you have no idea what your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who's working on the same case, was addressing in his slide presentation?
Generally, yes, but I cannot speak to it.
What do you generally understand?
Objection.
Sustain.
What understanding do you have after reading Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
Objection.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it to.
Do
Sustained.
you have any understanding? Can we approach Your Honor?
Sure.
He's frustrated. He's like, look, I don't know how to ask this question. What do you want me to say?
I do like how he keeps being like, oh, when he's like, can I explain? He's like, no, you can if Mr. Brennan asks you, because I feel like, the jury's going to be like, oh, okay, I do want to hear that answer. And then if Brennan doesn't ask it, you're going to be like, why didn't he ask that? I think that's very interesting.
You're just going to have to do that on your own time. This is my time. This is my time. I get to ask the questions. No, you had time to put that in your report. Lots of time, apparently. You just kept writing them.
And just kept writing them, but the words are hard. But don't worry, it's not a change, guys.
It's
I
a
don't understand.
clarification. I'm going to start saying that. I didn't change the appointment. I made a clarification.
Yeah, it's fine. It's acceptable in court. Why not? Or well, this guy thinks it is. It's not.
Legit. Oh,
Oh boy.
I
Oh,
do feel
boy.
like that Alessi is struggling a bit today. And I
Mhm.
don't know if that's because Brennan is talking more today.
Could be. Could
You
be.
see- And that's just me and my observation, because it sounds like he's trying to make points, but like what he Brennan keeps shutting it down and he's trying to get there. I mean, that's his job. Obviously, that's what they do, but
Yeah.
it's kind of
Well,
chopping it up.
yesterday he
for
wasn't
me.
doing that.
No, he was
Yesterday,
very
Brennan was not.
quiet.
He's like, "Ugh."
That's why I think he was like, I got to shut this down. He is going to destroy this witness. I can't. He's trying to like minimize the damage.
Well, I wonder too, because Alessi did say in that hearing they had on Friday that he already had most of his cross put together for this guy, which was pre the May 8th report. So I feel like maybe because we're talking about the May 8th that he just got a couple of days ago, that he's just not as strong and confident in his in his plan because he had to make some adjustments here. But
Well,
either way, this guy looks worthless. Worthless.
doesn't even sound like he's even talking much about the first report. We're really just talking a lot about the second report. So then it must be a new report. Like he really just talked a lot about the new one, even in his direct.
Mm. Interesting. Sorry. My little llama is messaging me. Yeah, and his whole like he said yesterday that the reason he did the supplemental report was because of Dr. Borges or whatever his name is. Boris. I don't know what they keep saying. But then all of it's inaccurate. His math is inaccurate. All these numbers are inaccurate. It's very strange.
Yeah, that's the defense's I think they're expert. So I feel like he was going to say that everything is wrong.
Mm. Oh boy, what a mess, you guys. What a mess.
Well, I mean, everything's so.
Yeah, the math can't be trusted.
The math, none of them. Well, first of all, not a math major. Like, barely like got out of math. So don't trust me with anything mathematical ever. So just disclaimer. I'm all confused. Like they keep throwing out like this 3-second and all these times. And I'm like, I would need visual because like when it comes to math, I have to see it. Like I have to see it. I need you to lay everything out on a one big whiteboard so I can see how it all matches up or doesn't.
I have to make a quick phone call. I'm sorry. I will be right back. You got this for a few minutes?
Wait, what's up?
Okay. I said I gotta make a phone call, a very important phone
Okay.
call real quick. So I will be right back, everyone.
All right. So now I can talk to myself, which is pretty much what I do all the time when I'm not on the stream with y'all. I just scream at the screen. Yeah, I'm completely confused. Am I alone in this? Math is always perfect. It is, but if you can't do math, is it good? Well, if it's correct, right? No, there's no dramatic reenactment here. There's nothing. This is all you're going to get because this is like how I feel watching this entire testimony. It's wild to me. Yeah, no dramatic reenactment. Nope. Y'all are so quiet today. Y'all just keep trying. You just keep trying. Y'all keep asking. I know, right? The peer pressure. Oh, Lord. I could just cover my whole face in like bright red blush because that's what color he was yesterday. Oh, I always want y'all to talk. I love having people to talk to about this. If not, it's just me walking around the house screaming and the dogs are hiding. It's an event. I think, don't they have to call that other guy that made his report after it? What's the guy? Welcher? Do you think they have to call Welcher next? Okay. Look, I'm trying to learn how to run this to put the stuff back on the screen. I think I figured it out.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Burgess. I would like to go back to the line of questioning I was starting, and that is I would like to discuss with you, and I'll start with your conclusion. And I'm going to reference your May 8th, 2025 report, sir. If you could turn to the conclusion section of your report, which is on page 7. And I'm going to start with, and I may just end with, we'll see conclusion number 1. Please take a fair opportunity to read that. Pick your head up when you have concluded that fair reading.
Okay.
Now, that paragraph 1 states, under conclusions, you say the following can be stated to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. 1, as noted in my initial report, the only call logs that can be used to compare and synchronize the clocks between Ms. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone are those occurring between 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m., which occur approximately 5 hours after the collision. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, what I'd like you to do is to go back in your report.
Same report?
Yes, sir, same report, May 8th. And I'd like you to turn to page 3.
Okay.
And if you could go to the 4th full paragraph that begins with 2 events near the time. And let me know, sir, when you're there. And if you could read that paragraph, pick your head up after you've had a fair opportunity to read it.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, you state 2 events near the time of the collision were recorded by the Lexus system as identified by Dr. Welcher and referenced by Mr. DeSogra. The first event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-1, is associated with a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest Road. The second event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-2, is associated with a reverse maneuver on Fairview Road. These events will be referenced below for clock synchronization analysis. The timestamps associated with these 2 events are based on a combination of the Lexus infotainment power on event and TechStream time count. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
So in the same paragraph, am I correct that you're discussing a couple of TechStream events, 1162-1 and 1162-2?
Yes.
And you are talking about that TechStream event in the same paragraph as you're talking about an alleged collision, correct?
Correct.
And in your paragraph of your conclusion that we were referencing, conclusion 1, is this paragraph part of the basis for that conclusion 1? Is this sort of like some predicate analysis for conclusion number 1?
No, it is not.
So it has your view, it has no relationship whatsoever to conclusion 1.
No, correct.
So let's go to your discussion of a collision and a TechStream event. Let's go back to paragraph 3. You mentioned the word collision in paragraph 3, correct?
I do not.
Where are
I'm
you?
sorry, I just had paragraph 3. I meant page 3, sir. Page
Yes,
3.
page 3. Yes.
Page 3, that paragraph we were just looking at, paragraph 4.
Yes. Sorry. Yes, I do see
You
collision.
see the word, use of the word collision.
Yes.
And again, that term is used in the same paragraph as you're identifying text stream event 1162.1 and 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision at that part of your report?
That would have been from crash reports,
And whose crash reports?
the Massachusetts State Police.
So you used Massachusetts State Police reports to discuss allegations of a crash, collision.
Yes.
Do you state anywhere in your May 8th report that you used those reports at all? Do you list it in your references?
No, not in this report. No.
And as a matter of fact, this is the first time, right this previous moment, that you are mentioning those reports at all, correct?
No, those were mentioned in my initial report.
But I'm talking about your May 8th report.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. Your statements, and I want to clarify this because this is the ultimate topic I want to go to. It is not your conclusion that every text stream data event means that there is a collision. Do you, sir?
No, that is not my conclusion.
So isn't it correct that you can have text stream events and they're not collisions?
Yes, you can.
And isn't it a fact that a text stream event, sometimes called a trigger event, is not like an airbag type deploying, correct? They're just, and we're going to get to this later, it's just something that happens with a Lexus vehicle that can cause the vehicle to register a text stream event, correct?
Correct.
And some people refer to text stream event as a trigger, correct?
Correct.
But there's many things that can happen with a vehicle that can cause a trigger, correct?
That's what they are.
We will come back to that.
Oh,
So you would agree, again, that a text stream trigger event does not mean that there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't mean that airbags were deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
By itself, no.
By itself, it doesn't mean, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications databases and not devices and transporting that data for immediate processing and storage or for real-time analysis and analytics reporting, correct?
I don't think I understand your question. If you could rephrase.
Sure. A text stream event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases. Is that correct?
I would not call it applications and databases, no.
Thanks.
What would you call it?
So from various sensors or other modules on the vehicle.
Okay, so
Sure.
it's Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from various sensors and modules on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Why don't we stop here, Mr. Lessie?
Yes.
Okay. Folks, we'll take our morning recess, so it's 20 minutes.
Okay.
All rise, please.
Okay. So I came back just in time to not know anything. Excellent.
basically, Alessi just said that just because it shows a trigger event doesn't necessarily mean it was a collision. And then I was
Oh.
like, oh, so he's saying that there are different things that can cause a trigger event. And I was waiting for him to just bring me the tea. Tell me what all the
Mhm.
things can do. And then he's like, well, we'll talk about that later. Now I was like, no, I want to know.
He said that about a few things that we'll talk about it later, which
Yeah,
is
but like I'm impatient and I want to know now.
well, I don't think that's a good move when you're doing this questioning and then you're like, oh, we'll get back to it later because you're asking so many questions in between.
I'm already here. I'm
Yeah.
already here. I like yeah. Bring it up. Sorry.
Oh, you're
So-
good. Hi, Sam. Good morning. Hi. Oh, thank you for covering me. Yeah, so
It was just a
well,
lot of me staring at the screen going, hi.
hi. It's just me in this little circle, and I guess people are listening. I don't know.
And everybody is quiet today because I really think that this witness has turned everybody's brain to mush
I think
because
so.
we have no idea what he's talking about. So everybody's like,
What? What is
Yeah.
happening here? I feel that way.
I don't think
That's
I
for sure.
understand the testimony enough to talk about it. Like, that's what's bad, right? Like, I don't
Mhm.
understand it enough to even have a discussion because I'm just like, I don't know.
Well, so these trigger events, they're saying there's two trigger events, right? The 3-point turn and the backing up one. I don't see how either one of the, like, if one's a collision, then the other would be too, right?
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand it enough to even have a discussion about it. I don't understand what any of this means. I don't feel like the prosecution has set it up enough to where I understand it. And I think unless he's trying, but like he's not clearing it up for me either. So yeah. And
Do you
that's
think
where I'm
do you
at.
think Alessi should wrap it up with this guy?
No, I think he just
Mm.
not necessarily wrap it up. I don't know if he just didn't, it's like you said, he just didn't have enough time to really think through his questions.
Mhm.
That they're just, to me, they're not clarifying questions. Like, I don't understand. It's maybe the jury is doing better than I am because I am literally like, okay, I'm going to sit here and close my eyes and try to visualize every little thing he's saying, but it's just not clicking in my head.
I mean, I know I don't need to hear any more about this guy, like from him. My mind's already made up on him. Throw him in the trash.
We'll see. That's just it. If you didn't find him credible after he destroyed his CB, like if you don't find him credible after that, you're probably not listening to anything else he says because he already destroyed credibility. So like you're not completely truthful. So how true? Like, and you're making a lot of mistakes.
A lot of mistakes. I mean, so not only is your CV BS, but then you got dates wrong. You're not using all the data that's been given to you. You're excluding things. Like that's the thing, right? Is I can get past him not having a degree in all this, right? And just have your experience and do a good report. Like even then, it's like, oh, well, like okay, I can get that. This is just it's all garbage.
I mean, he might even be really good at his job, but just because I'm good at my job doesn't mean I do a great job every time. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just I don't know. I do some things really well, but I don't do it really well all the time.
Sam says, but the witness guy was like, doesn't mean it has to be a collision for it to appear. And I'm like, so what else would?
Well, that's what I was waiting for him to like. Let's go into this, but we got stopped.
He spent all his prep on Shannon's background. Yeah. Oh, goodness.
Well, I mean, there was a lot to rip apart on his background, but I mean, true that, you know, if you discredit him off the bat, you probably don't have to slaughter him too hard for those people who automatically accept that. Now, there are people that might be like, whatever, you're nitpicking, whatever, this, and still buying what he says. So now you have to take that apart. But I don't know. I feel like if you've gotten this far in the trial and you don't already have your mind made up, I know jurors aren't supposed to, but let's face it. I'm sure.
Right. As a jury, you're not supposed to at this point.
No, you're not supposed to, but I just
I'm not a juror. So.
Well, even as a juror, there's no way you don't have some kind of inkling about where you personally stand. Now, your mind might change once you get in deliberation, but because my mind is flop back and forth since the first trial, just talking with people and listening to other people say, and then what I hear, and then talking it out. I mean, my husband was really, really, she's innocent. And I was like, I don't know. Like, I was that person. Like,
Mhm.
and now I'm just like, oh my gosh. Yeah. So the more you
That's
talk,
fair. That's fair. I don't even know one way or another on the innocence factor, but I can tell you right now, my vote would be not guilty.
Yeah.
Because even if she did do it, it doesn't matter
if
to
anything,
me.
the defense is doing a good job is muddying the waters even more than the prosecution.
Yeah, I mean, because the defense doesn't have to do anything. The burden is not on them. They can literally sit there and be like, we're not presenting anything because we believe that there's enough reasonable doubt. It's happened in numerous other cases that I watched. It's usually not great because the jury does want to hear something from the defense. They want just something from them the majority of the time. Like, they don't have to. They don't have to. But so far, defense has literally taken just about every single witness and made it a defense witness magically. It's quite impressive.
They have a really great team.
Mm-hmm.
They do.
Sam says she does not believe him. And so maybe the jury is kind of like, this guy is irrelevant. Yeah. Wonk, wonk, wonk.
But
I
see,
agree.
also, we have the luxury of talking to each other about it and everybody voicing why they don't believe him.
Yeah.
Jurors are kind of just sitting there taking it all in and until they go back there and talk. And that's when it gets fuzzy. Like, people can switch, and I don't know. I want to be a fly. I feel like I would love to just sit in like a mirrored room and just watch jurors deliberate. Just like watch them argue their findings back and forth. It would be fun. Like, that would be like the ultimate reality show. Like, let's just, I know it's supposed to be anonymous. We're not supposed to know the jury's deliberations or whatever, but I think it'd be so fun.
I would watch it. I'd very much watch it. Gavin says at this point, I don't know what could prove this to me beyond doubt. Like, I don't even know. Right? Because then we got wonky photos. We got missing ring camera footage of her coming to the house. The only video that's missing.
Evidence
Collected
marked
poorly.
wrong and brought into court wrong.
Oh God! I
Twice.
can't even.
Twice.
Shinkoda says, once I don't believe someone, everything they say after that is whoa, 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 whoa. I agree. I'm that way too. It's like after you're just like, I don't respect you anymore. I mean, don't get me wrong. I enjoy this guy digging his own hole. I love watching it. But as far as it making a difference or making any sense to me, it is not. It is not. Let's see. I bet his LinkedIn was pretty good representation for them to say this guy is full of it. Well, it's now not even up anymore.
Has anybody checked it today?
Yeah. I think Angie checked it today, or maybe she just told me about it. I don't know. As of last night, I know last night, it was it was a mess.
I didn't go even look. I mean, I didn't believe Alessi. I mean, I did not believe Alessi enough to go look. Like, I was like, yeah.
Oh, it was up in the morning, but then by like 6 p.m. it was a 404 page not
I
found.
heard people are leaving like reviews on Aperture and stuff like that.
Yeah, which isn't great. Don't do that. I don't like when people like bomb.
Don't go real life.
When you've never used their services before. You know what I mean? Right. Like, and listen, this guy may be an asshat and maybe Dr. Welcher will be too, but there's other people there who have jobs who may not be these people. Okay. So you could be affecting the livelihood of other people who did not participate in this nonsense. So
He's
just
not great.
keep this in mind. They are real people with real jobs. I do not condone harassment.
He might have
Um,
kids.
Yeah, Bob Vengeance, right? Like we don't need to get out pitchforks and things
Oh
like
no,
that for witch
'cause
hunts. Mm-mm.
I'm pretty sure that this guy is probably not going to get any expert testimony jobs for a while.
No,
They're not going to put him on the stand.
no.
And
Oh,
I'm
or
just
he does get
shocked.
fired finding another job.
How did no other defense attorney, he said he's testified before,
Mhm.
no other defense attorney brought this up in any of their cross-examination? How?
I mean, maybe that's a thing, though. I guess it depends what kind of, were they public defenders to where they just don't actually have the time to investigate as fully as these people do, because as far as we know, these are the only cases these lawyers are on right now.
Yeah, but isn't that
So
your first line of defense is to discredit your expert?
you would
Like
think.
usually you first, okay, it's always attack the investigation, discredit your experts. Like,
Mhm.
because if you can't, you know what I'm saying? Like it's always and you discredit your witnesses. I mean, they do it all the time. Like that's the
Mhm.
first thing they do is go after their credibility. You can't believe nothing this person says. They're bad. Like,
Well, did you ever watch the Chandler Halderson case?
oh,
Those
no,
lawyers,
I watched
the
all of
defense
it.
attorneys. I mean, listen, they got every single piece of evidence on this guy for killing his parents, like things I'd never even seen collected. They actually did a very, very good investigation, but like he had public defenders, and they would have the witness up, right? And they'd be like, do you have any questions? And they'd be like, no, no, thank you. No, thank you. They said they presented nothing for the entire trial. Didn't even try to discredit or ask any questions. It was pretty wild. And their opening and closing was basically like the opening lawyer for his defense was just like, well, so I went to law school where we were told to shut off all of our feelings that make us human. And as jurors, you need to do the same thing.
Oh,
Just shut off all your feelings. It's so weird. It was so weird.
kind of reminds me of the Letitia
And then
Stout opening statements when he was like, I wanted to walk out of this. I'm like, sir, I think that's gonna have the effect you think it's gonna have.
right.
Like, I'm gonna walk
Well,
out of
they're
this
closing.
courtroom. She's guilty. And I'm like, what?
Yikes. Their closing for Halderson was the other attorney, and she was like, yes. Okay, our client is a liar. Oh my God, he's the biggest liar. One of the biggest liars I've ever seen. Yes, he's a liar. But just because you're a liar does not mean that you murdered your parents. It's just like, okay. He's not on trial for lying. Yeah, but that was his motive. So it was something. It was something else.
Maybe
Yeah,
don't do that.
I went to law school. That was great. It was great. Is that the crock pot one or the gas mask one? No, he was the one who lied about having a job at SpaceX and being a diver and lying about going to school. And his dad was about to find out that he wasn't going. And so he killed his parents. Thank you, Amy for Justice, for becoming a YouTube member. Love that. Thank you so much. Yeah, he was the fireplace one. Yeah. Talk about a creepy ass video. They got this video from neighbors who live like 500 feet away from this house. And they had like a little backdoor cam, right? And so he burns his parents' body parts in the fireplace in July. Okay. And they were able to, because it was like this tiny little pixel up in the corner would have been the house. And they were able to zoom that in, enhance it so much, this tiny little area there. And then you could see like the lights from the fireplace throughout the night. Like, it was super creepy. It's super creepy because you knew exactly what was happening.
Ew.
But yeah, just this tiny little pixel. It's a very impressive case, a trial to go and watch. A lot of best prosecution opening statement I've ever seen. That's for sure. Amazing. Oh, good morning, Shanka. Good morning. Welcome back.
Good morning.
Oh, and Lady in Gray is finally caught up. I assume you're back home by now. Welcome back. We're just on a break with
Oh, now everybody comes to play. When I was by myself. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just teasing. I'm teasing. I mean, like I said, I think testimony is just hard to have a conversation about mostly because I don't understand it.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't understand what they're trying. I mean, I get what they're trying to do, but I just like the details so convoluted. I need them to pass out like I said. I need like visual aid.
That's what does bother me about this trial is she doesn't allow them to be up very long, which is interesting because I don't think I've ever really seen that before, except for they try to be very mindful if there's, pictures of the body and things like that.
Yeah.
Right. But basic stuff like this, I've never seen be like, okay, you need to take that down now. Like, I've never seen that before. So that's new and weird.
Yeah.
I don't know why that is. Good morning, Simone. Good morning. Llama and Buffy stopped the show. Too cool for words. I wish. I'm glad you think so.
High five. High five.
Oh, look at that. I finally got it the right way.
Oh, no. It's backwards for me. Just to the stream. We'll just five.
I think that's because I changed my setting to mirror my camera. Yeah. I did check, by the way, if you go into settings in camera, you can mirror it because that's what I did. Just to be transparent, though, I'm not Canon PD. Okay.
Everything's inverted. We're all lies.
Yeah.
We don't really look like this.
But that way I could actually point the right way because I couldn't do it the other way. And I was like, whatever, does this work? And it did. So I just kept it there.
We're just goodness. Okay. Mine's mirrored. So yeah.
Oh yeah. This East Coast trials is tough on you Westerners. That's for sure. But don't worry. We'll have ours when it comes to be co-burger time. So we'll be streaming pretty late those nights. Lady in Gray says Shannon is awful defensive about exactly what he did, or a guy who has proven to embellish his education creds. Yeah, how he is so confident, still being up there. It's impressive because I wouldn't be.
He's doing a lot of qualifying on the adjusted time. It's not the adjusted time, and I'm gonna need them to re-explain that to me. The adjusted time.
Well, I think that's what he was trying to get him to explain, and he wouldn't.
Because I think he said it was like anywhere between like 40 seconds and a minute. It can be adjusted. Did he say it was like 40 seconds, or is it up to a minute? See, I'm having trouble recollecting, but I didn't take notes either.
Can you get the cliff notes of what's happened so far this morning, Shanka? Not a lot. So this guy, Burgess, he did his reports, but if we're understanding correctly, he did not include the events that happened on John's phone after the backup trigger event, we're assuming. And they brought up Ian Whitman's data, this guy's boss, Dr. Welcher's data, and who's the other data person? I don't remember. Anyway, he was all, that guy, it's the other doctor guy that he said, yesterday he said, I changed. Well, didn't change. He corrected or supplemented. That's the word he used. Supplemented his report due to this other doctor guy and presentation thing, right? Which would make you think, oh, maybe this guy got things right and that's why he changed it to correct himself. No, because he just said this morning that all of that guy's math was inaccurate. So I don't even know why he was like, yeah, I'm going to listen to this guy who I'm now saying everything is inaccurate with.
I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name. Is it DeGrosse? Whatever.
DeGraw to something. I don't know.
But he's the defense's expert. And he's changing his report based on the defense's expert.
What? That guy was a defense? I just thought this was like some guy in the field.
That's the defense's expert.
Oh, hold on. Let me pull this up. Wait, I don't see him. Oh, Disagra.
Yes,
Disagra is the name.
That's
yes.
what Alexi was saying. He made a point to tell the jury that. And that's the only reason why I picked up on it, because I was like, who is Disagra? We didn't even hear from him last trial. At least I don't know. We only had Arca. So we didn't have them as the rebuttal expert to go against this guy, the timeline, and the text guy. Because all we had was Trooper Paul, who just did the key cycles. And then Arca for the reconstruction stuff. So so this guy, I was like, okay, who is this? And until he said, this is the defense's expert who submitted a report, and you're now submitting a supplementary. That's when I was like, oh, well, that makes it even worse. It's not even like another one of your experts sent it, and then you corroborated that expert.
Right. Okay. That makes a lot more sense about why they kept bringing up this guy's name. I just thought he was like some third party guy in the field, or you know what I mean, something like that. I didn't realize he was an expert. Ooh, okay.
So he's over here saying Disagro's reports his math is all wrong. It's like he's rebutting a witness that they haven't been able to call yet. They're going over a report that was written to rebut the defense's witness or reports, and they're like trying to. It's so backwards because this guy should have never wrote the supplemental.
Yeah.
And that I feel like this should all be questions that come because he should have been a rebuttal. I don't know. I'm very confused. This is very not linear. But
well, maybe that's why it's a little confusing too, is because Alessi is bringing up the reports of Welcher and whatever that guy's name was that I just said. And we have no idea who those people are or what they've said. And so maybe that's making it a little bit more confusing too. But for him to be like, yeah, all of these aren't quite accurate is like, what? Your own boss's thing that he based his stuff off of, like you guys base your stuff off of each other, and you're saying that he doesn't know what he's talking about? At least that's what I gathered from that, but I don't know. Good morning, City Dispatcher. Welcome. Make room on the couch, everybody.
I just feel like Leslie's really off today. Like I'm not really understanding his questions or what he's trying to get. Like he's trying to get to something, but it's like he's not really getting there for me. And that's just me. Maybe I'm just super ditz today and I just don't get it. But for me, it's not getting there.
Think so. I don't think so. I think he's just not confident in this line of questioning because he hasn't had a lot of time. It was very short notice because he seems like, see, look at my hair just friggin' disappearing like that. I'll just keep my hand here.
See, you have magic hair too.
I do.
Does it magically show up on your bumper?
Oh, my hair is everywhere. Like, good luck. Good luck trying to kidnap me and nobody find my hair, okay?
Oh, that's what I always say. I was like, nobody's going to be able to kidnap me. I'm leaving my DNA everywhere.
Everywhere. Good luck. As Gavel-to-gavel, he's found my hair in some interesting places. Let's just say that. And he'll let me know. He'll be like, oh my God, babe, guess where I just pulled this hair from? I'm like,
he's like, how? I don't know. I don't know how I'm not bald.
Right. By the way, I love that color of blue on you.
Oh,
It looks
thank
very
you.
nice. I like it. It's very bright and vibrant. I love it.
Thank you. I was trying to pick something other than black. I'm always in black. So I was like, yeah, we'll go with blue.
City. Do I sense sarcasm here, City Dispatcher? I think I do. He says, I love Burgess. 1X, I believe. What an endearing and sublime intellect. Oh, I love that. That's
I
great.
do love the
That's
sarcasm.
fantastic.
I hope that it's sarcasm. If not, we're going to have to redefine our relationship, City Dispatcher.
We'll just give it definitions of words don't matter though in this trial, right? We can just use whatever words we want.
So look at the dictionary anyway.
Lady in Gray says, I think Alessi is trying to show the guy amended report to fit the Commonwealth's narrative, and everyone else who looked at the same info misunderstands the data. Right. That does seem to be the theme of today, but it's just so interesting. So interesting that this guy is just like, yep, I got it right. And I got my dates wrong. And I had to write up one on the report. And oh, that's right. I'm not actually as qualified as people think I am. Since Derry's not here, I'll go ahead and say Buffy's hair looks amazing. Again, it does. It does.
Y'all should know how to gas a girl up. I'm just saying. When I'm feeling bad, I'm just going to be like, I'll just go on here. Everybody will tell me my hair looks great now. Y'all are sweet.
I know, right? They're the best hype people.
The best hype people.
Best hype people ever.
You're the real one.
His hairstyle, the courage. Elbow Feet left a comment on our video yesterday. It was something like, and I thought this guy's lack of hair and facial hair was going to be the embarrassing part of his testimony. It was not. It was not.
Oh.
They are trying to make fetch happen. I agree.
Do you think he went home and cried in the shower?
I would have. I'd be crying now.
He cried all the way home.
I don't want to be here anymore. The whole world is making fun of me.
And you know he was on the television and all the social medias. And he was like, oh my God.
Yeah. I bet. Sam said we had a guy come look at our air conditioning last year and he asked, does your wife have long hair? Apparently it was everywhere. Yeah. Yeah. Tis the problem. Girls, Burgess has been discredited. No way back and no way out. That's it. Yeah. I'm kind of a little bit excited about Brennan's redirect. Like how are you going to try to prove him right?
How do you rehab? How do you rehab the witness, right? How do you rehabilitate this witness? I mean, he's going to try, but how do you do it?
I think it's Japanese where they have this style of like, if something gets broken, they fill it in with gold. It's a whole thing. That things can fall apart, but you can put them back together and make something still beautiful, right? Like the cracks are good.
Yeah.
But this vase has been so smashed, basically ground into the ground. I don't think there's any putting this back together with some gold solder. I forget what the thing starts. I think it starts with a K is what it's called. I'm not even pretend to even.
I mean, I remember Sarah Boone using that in her statement.
Oh, yes, that's right. She did.
She did
use
that as part of, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, yay, Lady in Gray's in here with her ex tweets. Thank you. What do they call? They don't call them tweets now. What do they call them? Posts? Something boring, I guess.
I think people still call them tweets. I don't think there's,
okay.
I mean, what?
Oh, no. So Sue on X says someone sitting with Reed's friends and supporters was asked to leave the courtroom with an officer at the second warning to stop talking.
I did read that they are really buckling down about the talking and whispering and like all that in the courtroom. Like I think Bev is really like, from what I read on X that they're really putting their thumb on it.
Interesting.
I mean, it wasn't just the jurors, it's like everybody with the facial reactions and the talking and the stuff.
Yeah, he was very red yesterday. He's still a little red today, but not as much yet.
I mean,
Oh, yeah, Sarah been talked about it, but I learned about that a long time ago. But let's just say the prosecution cannot do that this time around. Also says Burgess answers a question incorrectly. Several jurors look up. He corrects himself. That's how closely many are paying attention to his testimony. Interesting. It looks like we're back.
here.
Kitsung, Kitsungi. I don't know how to say that, but I was right with the K.
All right, let's get back to this shit show.
We're back in session. You may be seated.
Oh no, there's court. We're just on break. Just on break. Interesting.
All right, Mr. Lessie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess. I'm going to pick up, sir, where we left off.
That's you.
A text stream trigger event does not automatically mean there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't, without more, mean an airbag deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean without more that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications in databases, correct?
Sensors and other modules.
That's right.
available.
You
Correct.
said that earlier, sir. Sensors and modules. You reviewed the raw text stream trigger events on Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
No.
Do you understand whether, do you have an understanding whether Mr. DeSogra reviewed those events in his March 5, 2025 report?
I do not.
So you did not review the raw data for text stream trigger events on Ms. Reed's vehicle, and you did not therefore perform any analysis of that data as you sit here today, correct?
Correct. Outside of what Dr. Welcher provided.
Are you aware that there were approximately 30 text stream trigger events in an 8-month period on Ms. Reed's vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Assume the data shows that in the mere 8-month period that Ms. Reed owned her vehicle, the Lexus in question, there were 30 text stream trigger events. Assume that. You would not conclude that there were 30 collisions in that 8-month period, would you?
No, I would not.
Would you agree, sir, that there were actually 2 triggers on January 29th?
Yes.
And the first trigger that you referred to of 1162-1, that was not a collision, was it, sir?
Without reviewing the data, I don't know.
Well, as you sit here today, you have no basis to state that the 1162-1 trigger was a collision, do you?
No, I do not.
And in fact, didn't you refer to that as a 3-point turn?
I did, yes.
And you didn't mention in your direct testimony when you talked about the 3-point turn anything about a collision, did you?
No, I did not.
And as you sit here today, there's no fact or data that you have to conclude that there was any supposed collision associated with that 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event, correct?
Correct.
A trigger event can occur on a Lexus vehicle by a whole host of possibilities, correct?
Correct.
You could maybe slam on the brakes and cause a trigger event.
That is one possibility.
You
Yep.
could have just unusual driving. You could be going at a speed or doing something else that has nothing at all to do with a collision, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, there are almost countless events that can occur that can cause a trigger event in a Lexus vehicle.
So I don't know the exact count of what type of triggers there are, but
Oh.
yes, there are
There are
a
many.
number. Yes.
So back to the 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event. On your direct examination, you just referred to event surrounding that as a 3-point turn, correct?
Correct.
And yet that 3-point turn registered as a trigger event, right?
Correct.
Are Lexus SUVs trigger happy?
I do not know, sir.
As you sit here today, none of the information in that black box that you referred to on your direct testimony indicates that there was a collision on January 29th, does it?
Not by itself. no.
Not by itself.
Correct.
And it doesn't occur that none of the information in that black box indicates that there was a collision on any day without more, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to now turn to a different topic, sir. Reference
Oh, we're not on break
Miss
anymore.
Maggie Gaffney. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And wasn't part of your reference to her a criticism of her for some of the work that she did with respect to the Lexus SUV?
Yes, it was.
And for instance, you criticized her for failing to extract the micro SD card from the circuit board during the initial chip off, right?
So sure. So I did
Bless you.
criticize for not identifying the
killing me with
micro
the
SD
mic.
card and subsequently not downloading it. Yes.
And on direct, you even tried to lay at her footsteps, if you will, your bits, bytes misinterpretation on her by claiming that you assumed, quote, a competent expert, close quote, would not have overlooked a relevant chip. So you became confused how there could be data missing. Is that a fair
Did
characterization?
you say that?
No, it is not.
Oh,
Did you
Now that was
At
the
all?
excellent Bev impression.
try to use as a justification for your misunderstanding of bits and bytes that it was her work?
Her word. you
Her
said?
work.
Her work.
Yes, her work.
So it was the overlooking of the SD card. Yes.
Right. So you did try to lay at her footsteps part of the reason why you misinterpreted the bits and bytes that we discussed yesterday. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay.
irony.
So you would agree then that the bits and bytes misinterpretation that you and I discussed yesterday had nothing to do with the work of Miss Gaffney, correct?
So in part, but that was my mistake. Yes.
All right. I'm trying to understand which is it. Is it Ms. Gaffney's work had some part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, or her work had no part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes?
Some part.
So you do attempt to lay some blame on Ms. Gaffney for your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, correct?
No, I'm not trying to blame anyone.
Okay. In your
But everybody's misinterpreting.
January 30, 2025 report, are you consistent with your criticism of Ms. Gaffney?
As I recall, yeah, I believe so, yes.
In fact, you yourself provided the explanation for why the micro SD card was not extracted during the original chip off, didn't you?
Yes, that it was overlooked.
Right.
Yes.
So if you could please turn to page 5 of your January 30, 2025 report.
Okay.
And sir, when you get there, if you could let me know, and I will then proceed with questions.
Okay.
So you do attribute to Ms. Gaffney in your report some responsibility for this micro SD card not being extracted during the original chip off. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's go to page 5 of your report, sir. And bear with me, I want to get you the exact location.
Sorry for the distraction, Nikki.
I don't have it exactly, but I want to quote it. Your Honor, may I have a moment to get the exact quote?
Sure.
Thank you.
By the way, all that awful sound is Alessi turning his notes. I don't know if he's just turning them right into the microphone or what it is, but it's not us. It's not our microphones. It is him. It is awful. It's awful.
What are we doing?
I'm gonna need you to slow pan into this report. I need it for real dramatically slow pan so that it really brings home what I'm trying to prove. Sorry, I'm just adding my own commentary.
You're
like
fine.
what they're saying, but like
I love it. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now have it.
It's so frustrating.
Mr. Burgess, if you could turn to
Sure.
page 5, as I was referencing, and go to the third full paragraph. If you could look about 2/3 of the way down the far right, you see the word where it starts with at. It's the paragraph beginning when examining vehicle
Yes,
systems.
I
You see
did.
that,
Yes,
sir?
I see it.
And do you see the at that is at the very far right of that paragraph?
Yes.
So it says, at the time of the incident, Burla, and Burla is what? Can you read?
Burla is a company that offers and develops forensic hardware and software for vehicle modules.
Right. So at the time of the incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software indicating similar modules are supported via in-vehicle acquisition. According to Burla, currently, there are 2 known and documented modules within the vehicle that have the capability to store data. The infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So as you
I
stated,
have a
Burla is
gummy
the
bear
organization
I'm the
that
gummy
you
bear
described, which
person.
for the purpose you did, I'm not going to repeat it on direct examination. If I could sort of put in layman's terms and see, you tell me if this is correct. Burla produces hardware and software
They're delicious.
to make it easier for non-technical people, as you put it, to extract data from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Look how cute.
You describe in your January 30, 2025 report that at the time of the initial chip-off, Burla did not provide support for the information contained on the micro SD card, correct?
No, so I think you're misreading that last sentence, and I can clarify.
Can you read the last sentence, sir?
I can. So the infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney.
So my question is, did or did not Burla, at the time of the initial chip-off by Ms. Gaffney, provide the technical support to address the information contained on the micro SD card?
No, Burla did not and does not.
Good. That I wanted to.
That was my identifier
Right,
of the micro SD
understood.
card. Correct.
So
It's
it was
regular.
not until after the initial chip-off that Ms. Gaffney participated in that Burla updated their software to be able to identify the types of data, for Burla software to be able to identify the types of data contained within the micro SD card on the Lexus circuit board. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So Burla didn't do anything new after the initial chip-off with its software?
Sure. So Burla released new software after the initial chip-off that addresses being able to download software via the infotainment module while it's in the vehicle. So that involves plugging a USB in to the vehicle and downloading data. That does not address the micro SD card on the circuit board itself.
And Ms. Gaffney did not have, at the time of the initial chip-off, that updated Burla software, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your questioning. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have at this time, Your Honor, but I have a bit to pack up, so Mr. Brennan can have a clear podium.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, nobody could ever say that he is not like the most polite attorney ever.
Now he is.
He really is. He's so classy.
All the red ones are eaten first. These are very flavorful. They're the Kroger brand of gummy bears, and they're juicy. I'm gonna take your chip off. Kroger's. I don't know. Do you guys have Kroger's down there where you are, Bells? I don't know. So classy.
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor.
Okay. Isn't it your job? But okay.
Thank you for
Yes.
letting me breathe today, Your Honor. I appreciate the allowance of air, Your Honor.
I love Alessi too. All right, Brennan, how are you going to save yourself here, buddy?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Question one, did you know you fucked me? Because you
Do you
did.
know what a sequestration order is?
Oh,
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be an order to not view any testimony of a trial, is my general understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you understand whether or not you can speak to attorneys about testimony? Is that precluded as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony about that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Excuse me.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about arguments, testimony, or anything about this case as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Do we have
Have you followed them in
friendship
this
bracelets?
case?
Yes, I have.
When you gave your opinions and you've testified, do you have any information or knowledge about this trial as it actually occurred until the point when you testified?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions about your CV. A CV is a resume?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you were asked about a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
Since
That was
2018?
yesterday.
Since
When
2018.
you started your LinkedIn account, do you remember when it was you set it up?
I do not. It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
Do you routinely update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
When you set up your LinkedIn account, the section where it asks for education, whether graduated or ongoing, do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
Okay, buddy.
When you were asked about Aperture's website, how many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number between 80 and 100,
How many offices?
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or content?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all of their information from.
It'd
Did
still be
you
wrong
ever
if they did.
weigh in or develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And in this case, you were asked by the defense, when you provide your CV, do you understand that it's going to be reviewed by whoever requests it, the Commonwealth or the defense,
Yes, I do.
and that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
In fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you provided a CV in this case?
It would have been around October
Of what year?
of 2024. Sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV, did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
If I could have exhibit 183, please.
I mean, are we to really believe he
183.
didn't know it was an update on his LinkedIn that he's had for freaking ever? Get out of here.
Isn't it?
Or that his company got it wrong and he never
You
noticed
could
or said
enlarge the
anything about
top
it?
section.
Okay, buddy.
Right there is good. And sir, when you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV was received by the defense and they knew this?
For like 20 years.
Yes, I do understand that.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide an updated CV in April 2025.
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And can we have exhibit 184?
Like, is actively pursuing just thinking about it? Because if so, I am actively
Did
pursuing
you further
a lot of
appreciate
things.
this would be
I was
provided
about to
to
say,
both the
what
court and the
qualifies as
defense?
actively pursuing?
Yes, I did.
Did you represent to the defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
You've testified in, you can take that down, please.
Like
You've testified
one
in
course
many
credit a
other
year for
cases
10 years.
I have, yes.
in courts around the country.
Yes, I have.
And when you've testified in other courts around the country, do you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
No, I have not.
When I asked you about some of your background, you told us that you had certificates in Celebrite and Axiom. I didn't go through all of the qualifications and all of the accomplishments you had, did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications, GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensic Analysis?
Yes, I do.
Do you have professional certification from CCME, Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner?
Sustained.
Do you have professional certifications as a Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner?
Sustained for the same reason.
I'm sorry?
Sustained for the same reason.
I like
Do you
that
have a
what the
number of
reason is.
certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you did. I
Can you
did,
share
yes.
some of those with us?
Sure. So one of those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be Global Information Assurance
Advanced.
certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification. There's also a Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner certification. That is specifically to, kind of demonstrate your knowledge of the Celebrite software, as well as Magnet Forensics certifications, again, for their software specifically.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
What was that last part? Sorry.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Okay. Did you also take any classes regarding crash data or Bosch?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for certificates in that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around acquiring and analyzing crash data from airbag control modules.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours
Yes, I do.
of classes and certification.
Yes, that's of classes and classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates,
Yes,
Stephen Jobs,
yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained.
What?
You had
What?
become engaged in this case in October 2024.
Correct.
That's not what the problem is.
And when you first became engaged, you had a chance to look at photographs and some data.
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance. Did you have had you had a chance to actually inspect any of the physical property?
That's right.
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Miss Gaffney and a number of other people with the MSP.
Attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved with filing a protocol?
Sure. So the first purpose of the protocol was just to address the fact that we were missing data that we expected, and address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having looked at the physical property, the actual boards, how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the
Matthew.
initial data that was
Yes.
provided, and not seeing user data like I would expect. And that's because there's a number of different chips that are on a circuit board for an infotainment or a telematics or any other module. And there's a number of different data bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that analysis and concluded that there was missing data, had there been any report provided by Ms. Gaffney suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that point.
When you decided to write a protocol so you could actually look at the boards and do an analysis, did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was around October 10th, 2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie or be untruthful?
Sustained.
I
He
mean,
didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember he also, on cross-examination, suggested that when you had your mistake about megabytes, megabits, it was the defense expert that alerted you to that mistake? Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I do.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
You wrote a report on October 10th, 2024. Did you then write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes. So I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental protocol.
Was that on October 17th, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you?
Can we approach, please?
how do you guys feel about Brennan bringing this all up again? Being like, well, Bill Gates and Steve Jobs and Oprah didn't go to college. Like, yeah, buddy, that's not the problem here. Okay, the problem is not, whether or not he should have a higher degree. It's the fact that there is some shenanigans going on saying what he does and doesn't have, and that he's been pursuing a degree now for 17 years. Okay. So that's the problem, not the problem that he doesn't have a higher degree. That's the difference, because all these other certifications are all great. And you're right, you don't need to go to school to do this job. But what you don't need to do is mislead people in your pursuit of higher education. So did you look up the word mendacity after court? Annie says, I think my LinkedIn says I'm still presently pursuing an associate's 7 years later. But that's because I quit in the last few semesters and never went back. I believe I disabled the account. Yeah, I mean, it would also be one thing if, like, okay, this LinkedIn profile just existed and it's never been updated. But he said he posts on there regularly. It's not like he just abandoned this profile. Like, I'm sure I have abandoned one somewhere. I don't even know. And that's the difference. That's the difference. I don't remember when he was hired with.
When you realized your error, what did you do?
So I intended to correct it with a supplemental protocol.
When you corrected it with the supplemental protocol, do you remember what date that was?
Not specifically, I do not.
Okay. If I showed you your report, would that help your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Please don't read this, just look at it. And if it refreshes your memory, let me know, and then I'll ask you a question.
Yes, it does.
Exactly. Don't tell me he didn't know about his LinkedIn or about the website.
When did you correct your error with the supplemental protocol?
That was on October 17th, 2024.
And do you remember the date that you first received any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not
Do you
specifically.
remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first filed?
No, I do not.
And do you know if it was, whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
Not specifically, but I believe it was after.
And so when it was suggested that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
Word it differently.
Schooled.
Word it differently.
The claim that was made that you weren't aware until someone advised you of your error, was that true?
No, that was untrue.
When you realized there was an error and put it in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No.
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
No, I do not.
Have you, in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information regardless of what it is?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information regardless of what it says?
No one. So my job is to assist the jury. So the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Have you ever been discouraged by me?
No, I have not.
Would you accept my friendship bracelet?
When you looked at the photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them, how long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure. So it took a few times to look at the photographs before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked whether it's important to be accurate and reliable. Is it in this field?
Yes, it is.
And if data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
What happens if you miss information because you don't see it?
So if you miss information, that's information that won't help in the analysis.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Without that information in the SD card, would you have been able to so accurately timestamp certain events?
No, not so accurately.
Before you were involved, was that information, that very important information for timestamps, was that available for either side?
No, it was not.
Is it now?
It is.
You were asked about Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. But then also going through disassembling the module, identifying any type of chips or SD cards that may hold data, and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process well, chip-off?
Yes, it does.
Since Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip-off, has the software updated?
Yes.
Is that the Burla software?
No, I'm sorry. So she has not done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the Burla software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
Because, again, they're going a different route to acquire data, and they are acquiring a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio for manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not, acquiring all the data that is on the SD card itself.
You have drafted a number of reports in this case.
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other experts, like, for example, Mr. DeSorga writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
What is the standard practice when there are reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there a standard practice
Sure.
regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
When you wrote your reports, how would you provide them so they could be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated from there.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked or given any direction on what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to avoid anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another expert like Mr. DeSorga?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
And in that analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive any direction on what you should and shouldn't do regarding considering Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, I did not.
When you looked at Mr. DeSorga's report, did you have concerns about his report?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone. But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're interested in.
What do you mean? Can you explain with a little more specificity what he does?
Sure. So if you think about it, your clock is constantly, changing as far as it syncs up with other GPS satellites or network time servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question, so you have the most appropriate adjustment for that clock variance.
Mr. DeSorga's analysis, did he choose the event most closely tied to the backing up event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The backing up event, are you familiar with that time frame?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Was Mr. DeSorga's analysis based on information most closely related to that event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What information did Mr. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to the backing up event?
Sure. So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both devices or that was recorded on both devices, as well as a GPS data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn. So what we did is did a more thorough analysis of that 3-point turn event when it occurred within the iPhone data, and then compared that and adjusted with the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus. The one thing you'll notice, and it's hard to kind of go back to it without the graph, but the calls that happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning, actually happened when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events. So those timestamps that are recorded with that 2 second and 1 second offset is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up. So the 8 second and the 16 or 21 second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2 second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock from Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 154, which if you remember yesterday, we talked about it a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look at the 3-point turn and synchronize the clocks. Were you aware of Mr. Whiffin's report where he offered that the last user interaction on Mr. Whiffin's phone was 12:32:09?
Objection.
No. You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffin's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that. Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did that have any part of your motivation to do the clock synchronization?
No, it did not.
Were you attempting to match the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
You were also asked if you were aware of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16, it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that. Yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did not. So my primary focus and to adjust the clocks was because I thought the PowerPoint slides by Mr. DeSogra were misleading.
When you were shown
Me
Exhibit
too.
190, can we have 190, please?
Wait, how many reports do they
You
say
were
they have
shown
now? Like
this
4?
chart. Was this the entirety of Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, it was not.
Was there text information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including the actual text explaining his analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
Did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
I move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
How can we introduce this report if this witness has never came in yet?
So this was triple D for identification. That would be the next exhibit.
Exhibit 191.
Right? That's what I'm saying. Like,
You said as a result of
Okay.
Mr. DeSorga's report, you were concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report.
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this page 1 of this report. Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2, please. What do you recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, what source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSorga's PowerPoint.
Well, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the text stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time
Please.
wrong?
Up, please. I'm sorry. Up. There we go. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Sure. So that's got the text stream event ending at 12:31:43.
These text stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorga's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday that's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Gilman? Up a little bit, please. Thank you. The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information, or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexus information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Is there any danger in comparing two times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from?
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
If you could just scroll down to the bottom so we could see the rest of that. You mentioned the word variance yesterday during your direct examination. I'm going to ask you to look at that box that has the green around it. Is that an example of variance?
Yes, that is an example of variance between, no. So I take that back. That is not an example of variance itself. That is an example of, comparing the end of the text stream event to the device lock event.
Is that attempting to compare two different devices?
So that's attempting to, that's not attempting to compare anything. It's just stating that the time between the device event lock and the end of the text stream event, unadjusted, is approximately 26 seconds.
Is that accounting for synchronization or not accounting for synchronization?
That is not accounting. That is not with synchronization.
Can we turn to the next page, please? Did you review the next page of Mr. DeSorga's report?
Yes, I did.
And did it lead you to any concerns?
This page specifically, yes and no. So this page again is just showing the time difference between the end of the text stream event and Mr. O'Keefe's last device lock event.
Is this another way of showing the information that was in that green box?
It is. It's another way of showing the information in that green box, but it is not a clock variance or an adjustment.
Could you turn the page, please? When you read this page, is this a opinion or conclusion?
No, it does not.
What is it?
So this is just pointing out that when the 26-second window, which they'll refer as John's interaction window, when that number is positive, then the phone interaction occurs after the end of the text stream event. When that number is negative, the phone interaction occurs before the end of the text stream event ends.
Did you have any issue with that slide?
No, not that slide in particular.
If we turn the next page.
That is not what that says. He
Did you have
added
an opportunity to review the next page?
words.
Yes, I did.
And were you in agreement with this page?
I was in agreement with this page, yes.
And what does this tell us?
So this page points out that two clocks are not always in sync. So again, to synchronize those clocks, you would have to have a shared event that occurred on both devices.
If we could have the next page, please. Any chance to make that a tiny bit bigger, Ms. Gilman? Were you in agreement with this page?
No, I was not.
Tell us what concerned you about this page.
Sure. So this page is potentially misleading to the jury again by using,
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
Strike that.
Just tell me what your concerns were.
Sure. So my concerns with this, that it was potentially misleading to the jury.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
Gaslighting, right? He is, and I don't understand why.
Sure. So that this slide was potentially misleading to the jury because it uses incorrect adjustments to try and adjust the times.
How does it use incorrect adjustments? Explain that to us so it's very basic, please.
Sure. So as we kind of go through the next few slides, you'll see. But essentially what they're doing is, or what is being done, is they're comparing call logs, timestamps from call logs from when the phone was off, suggesting that, again, that the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, as well as incorrectly identifying the GPS point when the 3-point turn ends.
Will you better be able to explain that to us with the further slides that come next?
Yes, I believe so.
If we could turn to the next page, please. Okay. Is this just a label of what's to come?
It is.
And could we turn to the next page, please? If we could start, Ms. Gilman, with the top left-hand box, if you could enlarge that for us. Did you review this information in this box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before we get to your opinions, what does this information tell you?
Sure. So this is a snapshot from my initial report where I point out that the ignition on happens approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event. So you can see that. I think we're up a little too high on the page.
Like,
yeah. So highlighted in the red. That's based on our testing where we identified that the ignition on, or your finger on the ignition pressing it, and the engine coming on and the vehicle coming on happens 3 seconds before the infotainment system powers on.
you were asked on cross-examination about that 3 seconds between the pressing the button and the infotainment system going on, but you weren't allowed to answer the question whether you considered it or why that was important. So I'm going to give you that opportunity now.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, ask the question.
Okay. Is there significance to that 3 seconds, and did you consider it in your report, in your findings?
Yes, I did.
Share with us.
Sure. So when we make our adjustments based on the event, so in this case, the 3-point turn, what we're looking at is the approximate time frame when that 3-point turn occurred via Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. And then we're adjusting that for the approximate time that the tech stream event and that 3-point turn ends. So as we sync those clocks, we're adjusting not only for the difference in the clocks, but we're also adjusting for this 3-second delay.
Did you accommodate that 3-second delay in your analysis and your conclusions?
Yes, that was included in my analysis.
Now back to the screen. The information there, is that text taken from your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Could we shrink the screen, please? And then the photograph in the bottom left, if we could enlarge that, is that as well from your report?
Yes, that is also from my report.
Did we look at that yesterday on your direct examination?
Yes, I believe so.
And briefly tell us what that depicts?
Sure. So that's during our exemplar testing, where again, we've got it rigged with cameras that are recording video and timestamps of interactions we're having with the vehicle, which include powering it on and powering it off.
If you could shrink the screen and we'll go to the right, Ms. Gilman.
Okay.
What was the import of this screen to you in its entirety?
Sure. So this is not actually a valid way to adjust or synchronize clocks because, again, we're not adjusting based on a shared event. So the ignition on event occurs. It is not recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. But again, we are adjusting and including this in our timestamp adjustment.
If we turn to the next page, please. You were asked about the process of synchronization through phone calls or through the 3-point turn data.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you choose to use the 3-point turn data instead of phone calls?
Sure. So I chose to use the 3-point turn data because it was closer in time to the event that was of interest, as well as it was based not only on the infotainment clock, but it was also based on that running timer. So once we adjust that first event to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the second event is also based on that running timer, so it would also be adjusted.
Did you have any concerns about using phone calls specifically?
Yes, I did.
And what were they and why?
Sure. So those concerns were related to the phone calls that we could actually compare, and again, some of the phone calls that happened earlier or closer to the event of interest were not actually recorded by the infotainment system itself.
Why is it important to take an event closest to the time of the event you're studying?
Sure. So like I kind of said before, clock variance will change between devices as they are constantly syncing back up with reference systems. So a clock difference that you see at 1 o'clock in the day is not going to be the same as you would see at 2 o'clock in the day.
I still don't
When you chose
understand
the
that.
3-point turn, how close to the backing up event was that in time?
I believe it was within 10 minutes or so.
Was that closer in time or further away in time than the phone calls as a method?
That was closer in time than the phone calls. If you think back to the phone calls that we could have compared, those occurred at 5 o'clock in the morning.
We turn to the next page, please. Did you have a chance to review this slide of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now you see on the left is a box. Where's that box taken from?
Sure. So that box on the left is taken from my report. That's going to be my initial report.
January 30th, 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. And share with us what you were trying to express in this box.
Sure. So again, this box is
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I
Sure.
apologize. Ms. Gilman, is there any chance we could enlarge the box on the left? My apologies. Okay, please proceed.
Sure. So this is a comparison of the calls. So the infotainment call timestamps are on the furthest left column. So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's
Why
not
would she be
great
in the car
about
then?
recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded in the infotainment system, we can compare to the timestamps that those are recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So when we do that, there's a couple things we notice is during that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 4:45 time frame, when we look back at the power on and off events, we know the vehicle was not powered on at that time. So the vehicle's off. So those timestamps are not coming from the vehicle. They're coming from Mrs. Reed's iPhone or the defendant's iPhone. And then the times after 5:21, we know the vehicle has been powered up at that point. So those timestamps are coming from the infotainment system itself. So that's why we can actually do a comparison of those timestamps and determine the exact or the approximate clock variance.
When you look at the call timestamps of 1:14:13, 4:38:16, at 4:42:06 and 4:45:12, was the power on or off with the car during those four first calls?
Yeah. So with those first
This doesn't make sense to me either.
5 calls, the car was powered off. And
he's
again, we
dead
see
at this
that
time.
we know that based on the power on and off event. We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between two iPhones. That's because iPhones are generally pinging back to Apple servers or GPS towers that are the same. So those times are pretty consistent and pretty accurate.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still powered off.
So those first five events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us a number of reasons. One, the time distance between the event and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they weren't?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll strike the first part, ask the questions.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize two separate devices?
Not besides the points I've made already.
Okay. And if we could zoom back on this. The box on the right, is that from your report? Is that Mr. DeSorga?
That's Mr. DeSogra.
And was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to the infotainment system. It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. DeSorga's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
Tell me how it's on the infotainment system, though.
Yeah, I don't
I've received
understand.
any report from Mr. DeSorga
Karen would have been
that would
home.
alert that he
Mhm.
appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment.
Objection, Your Honor.
If we could go to the next slide, please.
Oh, God. Hank, what are you doing?
Is this a similar or different slide?
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay, if we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 5:30 phone call. And this is comparing the iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe with the infotainment clock.
At that point, is the power on of the Lexus?
Yes. So at this point, the power is on. So this is a comparison of the infotainment clock with the
Okay, I
iPhone
think I
clock
get
at that
it.
time.
Could you zoom out?
Good. You can explain it to me at the break because I don't.
That final box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone,
Yes,
Do you
that's
have
what it's
any
showing. It's not
concerns
his
about
phone
the accuracy
going
of that
through the
information for that time?
It's
No, so
carrying
I
it
think those times
call
are
from the
accurate, but again,
infotainment.
that's at 5 o'clock in the
Huge
morning
on it.
when we're trying to adjust the clock variance. And it's too far away from the time in question. So if we zoom back in to the box, we can actually see in the data what I'm talking about as far as clock variance will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21, we see an offset of around 8 seconds between the two devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's, when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call, the call is recorded within the infotainment system and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Yeah.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's
It makes
Mr.
sense-
DeSogers.
It makes
Did
sense
you
now
have
that I
any-
understand what he's saying.
Agreement with that?
Yes, so I do agree with that calculation, but again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus when we're really interested in around 12:30.
Can we have the next slide, please?
Well, I'm glad you're getting it
Enlarge
because
this.
I got nothing.
Do you know where this photograph came from?
Yes, so this screenshot came from Dr. Welcher's presentation.
When's the first time you saw this screen?
When I saw this presentation.
In Mr. DeSorga's report?
Correct,
Had you
yes.
seen this before that?
I had not seen this before that.
If we could focus in a little more, especially the bottom left hand. When you reviewed this, did you feel any need to do further testing?
Yes, I did.
Why?
So what we're looking at, if we zoom back out, so what that is the 12:23:38 is the approximate time that the text stream event occurred. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to compare that to the 3-point turn from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. What you'll notice, though, is right here, we've got a circled GPS point. So if we can zoom in there. So this circle here is actually circled GPS point 155, which is after this point, but we'll kind of ignore that. But GPS 154, and it's hard to see, the time is 12:23:58. When we look at that, what we see is that actually that GPS position is recorded before the 3-point turn even starts.
You mentioned 154 begins recording before the 3-point turn starts.
Correct.
Is the end time of the
I think
3-point
so.
turn
No,
a
I don't
time
know.
before or after that 12:23:58?
Sure. So the end of the 3-point turn logically would be after this point.
At the time you saw the slide, had you broken down point 154?
No, not at the time that I saw this slide.
Could you zoom back out a little bit, please? The information in the right box, is that from you or from Mr. DeSorga?
That is not from me.
And when you read that, did that compel you to want to do anything?
Yes, it did. So again, my initial thought was to address this during testimony. With further review and further thought, I decided it was best to offer a supplemental report. What this is, basically the math I agree with. The point I don't agree with is that GPS 154 is the time towards the end of the 3-point turn. And now reviewing further data, we know that's not true.
The 12:23:58 event on the phone, is that related to the first event, the 3-point turn, or the second event, the backing maneuver?
So that's going to be related to the first event, the 3-point turn.
Was there any other data that was closer in time to the to the backing event that you had access to?
No, not that we had access to.
We turn to the next slide, please. You've seen this part of the report before?
Yes, I have.
Having seen the earlier part of the report, does it help you explain and understand this diagram?
Yes, it does.
Is this your diagram or Mr. DeSorger's?
This is Mr. DeSogris.
Do you agree with this diagram?
No, I do not.
Okay, could you explain to us what this,
Me
from
too.
your perspective,
It's
from your
because they're
experience,
confused.
what this chart is trying to suggest?
Sure. So this chart is trying to suggest that the lock event always occurs after the end of the text stream event. And again, that's using inaccurate adjustments to make that conclusion.
I want you to use the pointer and I want you to take us line by line why you believe that this is inaccurate in trying to conclude the time of those locking adjustments.
Sure. So it's kind of hard to tell. So what we've got is we've actually got two different sections. So we've got the top section, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 events. So that's going to be the GPS event and those. Let's see. No, that's going to be this. It's
You
hard to
can't
say.
even.
That's going to be the phone calls and the GPS event that are calculated in this. And it's also done with the 3-second delay as well adjusted. But what we see is, so this obviously +1 is one of the phone calls that was from the defendant's iPhone time. So not from the infotainment system. So that's a inaccurate comparison. Same thing for the +2, the +1, and the +2 again, the +8, the +16, and the +20 are going to be those last two calls. If you'll notice, the very last call, we can't really tell which phone call is the correct one to compare. So we're using both within that same time frame. And that's why we get the 16 or the 21-second variance. But again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning. So that's not appropriate for the time that we were interested in. And then the 20-second variance is coming from that inaccurate GPS position comparison.
Could we enlarge that a little bit, Ms. Gilman? On the 2021, is that plus or minus 21?
So that is -21.
The 20 and 21, is that based on different information than the 1, 2, and 8?
Yes, it is.
And explain again for us, where's the different source of the information?
Sure. So the -20 is coming from that GPS point 154, which we know is not the end of the 3-point turn. It's right before the 3-point turn begins. And the -21 is coming from the last phone call that happens around 5:20, I believe, or 5:30. And again, that's 5 hours after the time of interest.
The -20 and -21, is that suggesting that time should be taken off or put onto Mr. O'Keefe's phone for synchronization?
Sure. So that's suggesting that time should be, I'd have to go back to the other slides. I believe that's, either way, it's suggesting that the iPhone lock event occurs +6 or +5 seconds after the end of the text stream event.
Besides not accommodating for the timing of that timestamp at the beginning of the 3-point turn, is there anything else about this that concerns you?
No, just that overall, these numbers can be misleading, again, because they're based on inaccurate adjustments, and could lead, again, the jury to believe that the lock event always happens after the end of the text stream event.
Could we go to the last page of Mr. DeSorger's report? Is this a conclusion offered by Mr. DeSorger?
Yes, it is.
Did you agree with that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So based on those inaccurate adjustments, this slide is again kind of misleading in the fact that it states there's always interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the end of the text stream event.
You can take that down and turn that off, please, for a moment. After reviewing this report, you told us you then engaged in further study for synchronization.
Yes, I did.
Did you call me on May 7th?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you told to do about a report?
On May 7th?
Yes.
Sure. So I would finish the report and submit it.
Did you?
I did.
When did you submit it?
May 8th.
And do you know that it was provided to the defense by email on May 8th?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know if it was provided to the defense?
Yes, I know it was provided. I don't know when.
I try to eat my lunch real quick before lunch.
Now, if we could have Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint, we can go back to page 38, please. After you explain to us,
Objection, Your Honor. Can we close, please, on scope 6?
Let's see, some of us are trying to eat our lunch right now. Okay, how rude.
Oh, I bet she's about to send everybody to lunch.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
It's 1 o'clock. So this fan is going to go into, all right, jurors, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch. Be back in 45 minutes. And
Which
I have
means
to
an hour.
remind you of those 3 rules. Don't talk about the case. Don't watch me on YouTube. Mm.
I had to eat something because my belly was not feeling good from all that espresso I drank.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
It'll do it. It'll do it. Oh,
Oh
yeah,
boy.
this is just turned into want now.
I feel this made things even more confusing for me to
Is
be.
redirect? Yeah.
Yeah, I really do not generally know what's going on at all. So I can't wait for
Yeah.
you to explain it to us.
Well, I'm not saying I understand what's going on. I understood that little bit about the infotainment thing with John O'Keefe when they were saying that. They were just saying that like her phone connected to the infotainment system. So when I make a phone call on my phone and it's hooked to my infotainment system, I can call through your dashboard. Like you just hit I can say, hey Siri, call blah blah blah, and they will. And it'll just call them through my dashboard. So I don't have to pick up my phone or anything like that. It'll just do it. Or I can hit the little button and hit the phone button and click who I want it to call.
But she would have to be in the car for that to happen.
Correct. And she was in the car saying she was in the car at 1:14 for it to go through the infotainment system. We hadn't heard that. She was in the car at 1:14, but the 5 o'clock makes sense because she was out driving around, right? And we know that she was making those phone calls. But what they were trying to synchronize, and I think that's the word they're using, is that like that's the time the outgoing call was from the infotainment system. And this is the time it was picked up on John O'Keefe's phone. And this is the time difference that's between the two. So it shows an outgoing call at this time, but the incoming call to John O'Keefe's phone was off by like so many seconds. So they're trying to reconcile the two to make a time so that they can compare it to the trigger events to say when things happened.
I just feel like this is very convoluted.
This sounds very easily could be junk science. Like it because it's so convoluted, like you said, like it's too complicated to make sense of. So, and that's just my personal opinion. Yeah, like your job is to make this stuff easier to understand, but you're not. Like you're making it very and sometimes it's easy to understand but hard to explain And I mean, I get it, because there'd be like things where someone would ask me, I'd be like, I know, I understand it, but it's hard to explain it.
Sure.
Maybe this is one of those things, but I don't know. But that's kind of part of being a witness, is you got to perfect the way you explain things, or you got to be able to explain it effectively. Otherwise, what's the point of you being there?
Right. So, like, they are saying that John was in the car during the 3-point turn, though, right?
I freaking don't know. I'm not sure what they're trying to convince me. I wish I did. I know I sound like Jim McCain. I wish I had. No, I have no. I wish I could make sense of it, and I'm sure somebody on the jury does, and they'll explain it to the other jurors in the way that they understand it, whether or not they understand it correctly or not, which is usually the way things go.
Well, it's just like, pardon. Sorry. I'm trying my best over here.
No, you're fine. We
Like,
gotta eat
okay,
too.
so there is that like backing up event, but wouldn't there still be something on the car saying, oh, you hit something? Like you made contact with
Well,
something.
and see, that's the part that I don't understand, because I feel like she has a Lexus, and I'll guarantee you it comes with fancy schmancy stuff.
Mhm.
I don't have a Lexus, and mine will alert me to
15-minute
those
lunch
things.
was the reason I was
I told you. Did she say
I thought it would
50?
incorporate my fault, so.
Mhm.
Go for lunch and Mr. Burgess again.
Yeah, thank you.
All rise, please. Jurors, close the notebook, follow me.
How long
Yeah.
did she say lunch was?
50 minutes.
15?
50.
Oh, I was about to say, man, she just wants them to inhale. I don't remember where I was at. I don't know. Oh, I would say my car isn't. Hers was a 22. Mine's a 20, and my seat vibrates. I have lights in the mirrors, lights on the dash. Everything like slaps you in the face if you even come close to hitting something, or
Mhm.
it thinks you did. Like just dropping off Owen this morning, coming around like a cone. Like it was like boo, vibrating my seat and blowing up my like. I was like, dude, I didn't even get anywhere close to that. What are you talking about? So
I mean, you would think that it records all these other things. Why would it not record that?
or at least make a better record of what it's recording. Like
Right?
it would be like, too close to something error, contact error, or impact error, or something, or like impact occurred.
Mm-hmm. Because I mean, wouldn't it happen
Potential.
like on her
Music.
oh. Right, this time I'm not gonna cover up the screen.
I wasn't mowing town cones. I didn't even come close to the cone. See, this is how rumors get started, Shunka. You took what I said and you twisted it.
It's a cone.
I wasn't anywhere near the cone. My car just said, "Hey, there's a cone. Don't hit that." And I was
'Cause see-
like, "Bruh, wasn't close."
Here's the thing, right? So they want to say, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but they wanted to say that this second trigger thing was a collision of some sort. Okay. But wouldn't it also show that there was a collision when she backed into John's car leaving his house?
Did we look at that? 507?
I don't think we have. I don't think we have looked at that. Or they brought it up yet, but like we clearly have that on video. And that's like we can say that's a collision. I mean,
I don't.
you know. Well, airbags don't always go off.
Well, wouldn't airbag go off over a certain speed if she was doing 24 miles an hour and there's impact?
Hmm. Yeah, I would think, but airbags can also be finicky about when they
Yeah,
go
and they
off.
can be
So
defective. Some don't
they
go
can be
off.
defective. You can turn them off yourself,
It's true.
so it could be. I wouldn't count on airbags so much.
It's true. Airbags are expensive to replace.
Yeah.
Oh Lord. No, I don't know, man. I don't know. They made this clear as mud for me, which means my brain automatically goes, nope, discard.
Hmm.
And that's just it. Like for some people, and I've heard people say it, if you don't understand it, it's very easy to just disregard it. Like if you're confused, usually the brain's default is like if somebody's trying to convince you to buy something, like buy this thing, and they're trying to explain to how this policy works, but they've made it so confusing about how it works. You're just like, no, thank you. Like I don't know, I don't understand it, so I'm not buying it. So, but there are some people that are like, oh, I don't understand it. I'll just believe whatever you say, whatever you say. So, I mean, there are those people too. But I guess I'm just defiant. So if I don't understand it, I just kind of result in no. Like my default response is, I don't get it. Buy it.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to do a better job convincing me. Make it make sense, and then I believe you.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I don't think Brennan did himself any favors for me personally, trying to clean up this guy's CV BS and then everything they pointed out. I mean, Alessi wasn't doing a very good job either this morning.
well,
And
that's
talking about these points. It seems like neither one to me made it easy for me to understand what they were even talking about.
Nope.
How can I sit there and say, oh, at this point? So the only questions we keep asking is like these time things. And that's because of previous things that we've been told in this trial to pay attention to time wise. That's about it. But then like that last thing that they put with like the plus and minus numbers or whatever, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, that wasn't his report, right? The plus
No.
and minus thing was from the defense's witness who hasn't even explained to us what this is supposed to mean before he's trying to tell you that it's not a thing. Like, okay, well, no, you didn't write it, so you don't know what it means unless you're just trying to figure it out and then tell us that it is not what this guy is going to tell us is, but we haven't heard what this guy tells us. I don't know. They've been doing this crap since the beginning. I think Brennan honestly think he's trying to muddy the timeline up from the beginning so that people will just be like, you know what? Okay, whatever. Maybe we're just not going to know the timeline. I don't know. Part of me thinks maybe he's throwing this on purpose, but like, nah.
Oh my God. Oh, hi Amos, by the way. Did you just sneak in? I feel like you just snuck into the chat.
I don't think he doesn't tell you it feels well. I just think I think this is a hard topic to explain, and it's really hard to get across points without muddy. Like when you're trying to peel something apart to make a point, it kind of can make things more confusing, especially if you don't have a good grasp of what they're talking about to begin with.
Yeah, agreed on that. Simone thinks that companies depend on your ignorance. Yeah, I do feel like that a lot in this case, too.
Well, that really, like, let's open that up a little bit. Don't all experts kind of depend on your ignorance? I mean, go down to even the car salesman or the, whatever salesman, or the mechanic even, like, tries to, depend on the fact that you don't know what you're talking about. We're the specialist. That's
Ooh.
pretty much heavy. Trust me, bro. I know what I'm talking about.
Pretty much. I remember you saying that basically that was how the entire trial was at the beginning.
This
And
is
it's
the trust
literally
me,
so
bro
true.
trial.
And nobody's trustworthy in this trial. I've never seen anything quite like this.
It's been like that from the beginning. You're not going to understand it. Just trust me. You don't get it, and it's okay. Not everybody can be as smart as me.
I don't understand how they're allowed to bring in the defense's expert's report before he's even testified to verify that that's his report and authenticate the report. How is that allowed to happen? Because I've never seen that either. I mean, I guess maybe it's something that's allowed. I just have never seen that. You usually have to wait until that is submitted to evidence to be able to talk about it.
Maybe this is because of the whole.
But maybe it's an expert thing. Maybe there's some leeway. Because
I don't know if it's because it's an expert. Well, maybe it is because he's basing his report. But this was the complicated expert witness. So is things just being done weird because of the whole situation with my guy couldn't do anything because your guy was late, and then my guy couldn't do anything because your guy was late, and it's just a circle?
Could be, yeah.
Was the only workaround?
Yeah, RTC. Why should we believe this guy? I don't. If you want to believe it, that's fine. That's cool. I don't.
Well, and I think that's why he brought that up, was because if he can get you to, if he can destroy his credibility out the gate, like this guy lied. He lied about his, education. Then all of a sudden you no longer trust him. And then everything that comes after is like, well, if you'll lie about that, you'll lie about anything. So. And
well, this witness has pretty much said, look at it trying to eat my hair again, has pretty much said that every other person that's part of this, so the defense's expert, his boss, Ian Whiffen, the other data, they're all wrong in some sense or inaccurate in certain areas and certain things. And it's just like, so you're the only one. You're the only one who has done it all right. Okay.
You're the only one that figured this out.
You. Okay. Sure, buddy. Sure.
I'm right. You're wrong. I'm big. You're little.
Yeah. I'm going to say not a fan. Today's not as spicy as I was hoping it would be. Maybe that's it. Maybe I was so hyped up that I've just sat here and just been like, oh.
I think the timeline was going to be hard to. I figured that was going to be the biggest sticking point, because when Brennan said, "Oh, we have the data from the box," and that came from this, like the opening statements, I was like, "Ooh, that might be a little hard to, to defend against," like, because if the car says this happened.
Well, I thought the same thing in Brennan's opening statement. He brought up like the phone temperature thing. And I was like, ooh, that's interesting. That could be problematic. Well, it turns out that the phone temperature thing was based on an experiment that Whiffen did, who didn't do
in the freezer
experiment right. Like, it wasn't even a correct process. And then I was like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Because I do think that the theory of the phone temperature does mean certain things and implies certain things, but you can't even just be like, oh yeah, it probably does, even though he did it wrong. So cool. I don't know if he really said anything else to me in opening statements that really stood out, but I do remember that one being like, okay, it was that, the meteorologist guy, and the Emmy that I was really looking forward to. And the other two did not disappoint.
But I knew the black box would be hard to get around. But I mean, but if the defense's job was to make this confusing, not that the prosecution wasn't doing a fine job of that on its own, but if the defense's goal was to help make this a little more confusing, they succeeded.
Mm-hmm.
Unless somebody on the jury is like a real tech expert or really does understand this stuff.
Maybe. But, you know, if I was on a jury with someone else that fully understood it, they could explain it to me, but that's
Yeah,
not
but
going to help.
But how do they explain it? If they're already skewed one way, everybody looks at the evidence with
That's right,
bias.
Nikki. He didn't even write down the temperature of the freezer before he put it in. He didn't put any dates on. It was a mess. All right.
Yeah, that
It
was
was a mess.
giving Murdaugh throwing the phone around the office. The guy that just tossed the phone everywhere to see if it would open or whatever.
Right. I'm just, the whole, would you call the vehicle trigger happy? Why would you say that, Brennan? Why would you? Or wait, was that Alessi that said trigger happy? Actually, I think it was, I forget who said that now. It's already been a long day. I don't know. I mean, I've dropped the phone in the toilet a few times and did get it to work. But that was before I had, you guys remember those old like T-Mobile phones where like they popped up in the middle? That's what I had. I dropped it in the toilet twice and it worked, so pretty good.
I don't think I've ever dropped a phone in a toilet.
Well, I was a server at the time and I had it in my pocket, my like apron pocket, and then it fell in between my legs into the, I was like, oh no, why?
I mean, I literally bring my phone in the shower with me.
Yes,
every day.
sidekick. That's what it was. Yeah, I had a purple and white one.
I put my phone in a Ziploc bag, take it in the shower, and watch YouTube or listen to stuff in there. Yep.
It's
Ziploc
crazy. Oh my goodness. If you haven't, please like this video. It lets people know that we are live. Share it with your friends on your social medias, or your LinkedIn. Some people on LinkedIn I don't even know if that's a thing, but why not? Let's see what I'm curious to see what the LinkedIn people have to say about this guy being like, oh, I didn't know that's still what it said. I haven't checked it, even though he posts all the time. And someone,
I don't know. I get ridiculous amount of emails from LinkedIn. When I got off the screen earlier to go get a refill and let my dogs out, I just got an email. It's like, Tara, do you know Paul? And I'm like, yeah, I do.
Yeah, I do. It's just like with his profession, though, to not keep that updated is weird to me. Like, you're an expert and you're just like, I don't know what my things say, even though I post things all of the time on there, apparently. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that, Siam.
All right. I'm ready for a new witness.
Me too.
But
you
know, it's going to probably recross.
It's going to be the next guy.
I think he's
Dr. Welcher.
Yeah, but I think he's going to recross him first. And I think they're going to cover the recross, like go over that over lunch, like what we're going to recross on.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, because he does stuff. Because Brennan's still doing redirect, right? Yes, he just got interrupted in the middle.
Yeah. So are we going to have him for the rest of the day?
Probably.
And then tomorrow is a full day. Thursday is a half day.
Amy says, I'm not sure many people update LinkedIn unless they are looking for work. I mean, maybe. But he has to know that a bunch of people look at his profiles. He testifies as like an expert witness and things. I just feel like it's a little unprofessional considering his line of work. Like his line of work comes with very serious consequences for some people. So I don't know. I'd like somebody who's supposed to be so meticulous looking at data all the time to maybe have that reflect in their other personal, professional lives.
I don't
That's all
know.
I'm saying.
My LinkedIn's fake. It's a fake name. It's got fake everything on it. Like it's just on there so that I can be nosy. It's like fake, not even real. Like it's not even my real name. So it's funny.
That is funny.
I know. I wonder if people like look at it and be like, "Who's this person? Why are they stalking my page?"
I don't like that you get a notification every time somebody looks at it.
It does. It does. It does.
Narc. LinkedIn is such a narc. Rude.
Rude.
How are you
TikTok
supposed
will
to
do
stop
that
people?
too. If you turn on like the notifications on TikTok, like you can set it up to where you can get notified anytime someone looks at your profile. Like, yeah.
Oh, well,
No, I'm not seeking a job with it. I'm
no.
stalking Lumen Industries.
Buffy's gonna get severed.
Yeah, I'm wearing my Lumen blue today.
Yeah. So we have no shows. Well, we do have shows this week. Let me rephrase that.
Oh, I know. Sad face.
Because
Yeah.
Terry got picked to be on a jury. By the way, for those of you that weren't here earlier when I made that little announcement, Terry True Crime got picked to be on the jury yesterday. So
We're not talking about jury if her attorneys are watching.
nope, we don't even know anything about it. All I know is I was told you're in charge for the week. Cancel all the shows I'm on. Just do your show. Okay.
Just so you know, our attorneys.
Right, but they did tell her like she cannot be on YouTube and no social media and stuff like that. And she did say she was annoyed. She was like, but Bev lets her jurors sometimes be on social media as long as it's not about the case. And I was like, well, it sounds to me like you have a good judge, though. That's the difference. That's the difference.
She said the other jurors get to be on social media?
Bev's, yeah, like she can be like, but be on social media, but be careful about what you watch.
I was gonna say not all courthouses are the same. Like
No.
some of them will tell you can't watch the news at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Like,
hers gave strict instructions that she's not allowed to be on any social media, including Discord, and some other ones, and that she was not allowed to be on YouTube, which I was kind of like, okay, but like she wouldn't be talking about her case.
No, but they don't want the chance of anything slipping up about the case.
Very true. Very true.
Because sometimes you speak before you think. I mean, I'm guilty of it. So, and then you're like, I should have said that.
That's true. So, yeah, so we won't be having our members only tomorrow night that I've been talking about for a few days, because we thought we were going to be able to at least do the night shows, members only and True Crime and Wine Time. But nope, we're going to push all of that stuff to next week. So this week you just have Couch Court with Llama and then Couch Court with Llama After Dark, where you can learn about the Diddy trial going on. Ooh,
no, I was like, man, we have a full week. And then it was like, I jinxed it. I was like, oh, I shouldn't have said that. We just all went away.
I know. Way to go. But boo that she can't be here with us. Yeah, she was just like, I don't know how I'm supposed to survive this week.
I'm so positive that once their verdict is in and everything is over with, we're going to hear all about it.
Oh, yes. I already booked her for an exclusive interview with Llama, for Couch Court with Llama.
I was like, we're going to hear all about it. And she is going to have the best side eyes. Like, she's going to be like, oh, that was funny.
Oh, yeah. She's not chancing it. Yeah, we we have some of the staff do social media and things like that for us, but we just went ahead and canceled all social media so that way nobody got the wrong impression, even though it's other people that post and all sorts of. She's not taking any chances. She's so hyped about this experience, because you've had the experience before. Buff, you've been a juror, and I'm a little jealous about it. And that's all I really know about that. So
it's a little traumatic.
mhm.
Being in the deliberation is traumatizing. Like when you finally get to deliberate, everyone gets along up until that point.
Till opinions are allowed to
Everybody
be
is like friends, you're joking, you're talking about your family, everything is all cool. How you doing? How you mom and them? And then it's like, all right, let's talk about it. And then you're yelling, and I'm sitting there like this. And I'm like, oh my God, make it stop. Yeah, it's awful.
Wow. I told her she needs to make friends with some of the other jurors to get them on.
It doesn't
I was like,
matter.
put some of your Terry True Crime
Doesn't
charm
matter.
and see if they'll come on the show afterwards.
Oh, you mean as to talk?
Oh yeah, to talk. Yeah.
I thought you meant like to come over to your side of thinking. I was like, it doesn't matter. Y'all could be like best friends for the whole trial, and then find out y'all think completely differently, and then it's like, I don't think so, and then it's whew.
Yeah, no. I just meant coming on
And
the show for an interview.
slice of pizza to have a deliberation argument over, and everybody's angry.
Ugh. No, thank you.
Function with this. I didn't even get to choose my toppings.
And if you guys, for those of you that didn't watch the first trial like I did, the jury last time deliberated for a week. Like they kept being like, we couldn't reach an agreement. And Beth would be like, go back in there. They debated for a whole week. And then it was declared a mistrial because they were like, we cannot. Could you imagine every day for that many hours? And Bev just kept like telling him, like, go back in there and figure it out. Go back in there and figure it out.
Girl,
Yeah.
I brought my phone to the water park, sitting in the water park, staring at my phone, waiting for a verdict for a week.
Oh goodness. Yeah, that Diddy stuff it's tough, but it's very interesting. It's a very interesting case I've been covering there, the Sean Diddy rabbit hole. Yeah, I have no idea where that trial's going either, because I'm not really familiar with the parts I were familiar with has already happened and been talked about. So I don't know. I'm really interested to hear of what else they're going to say. No, Terry does not get a Thursday or Friday off. She did say it's supposed to be over by the end of this week, hopefully. So, which is not very long for, I don't know what kind of trial she's in though. So, but they did say, oh, you would probably be done by the end of the week. So I hope so, because I can't imagine her having the holiday weekend and just being like, not able to say anything. That must be tough. Yes, I can't wait for her to spill the tea.
Well, Terry's going to explode not being able to talk. I know that.
Well, Sam did a civil case. That's right. And he spent 3 days deliberating.
Yeah, my case was not civil, and those are really hard because you have to agree on compensation. And I think agreeing on guilty and not guilty is hard enough in a criminal case, but then you have to, in a civil, you have to figure out how much is it worth. Decided, Yeah,
I wouldn't want to do that. Nikki says, I read a very disturbing statistics on acquittals. They don't happen often. Is that true? Yes, that is true. So the majority, it's much easier for a jury to find a defendant guilty than not guilty, right? So it's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. But, and the lawyers will on YouTube will tell you too, that for jurors, it's kind of the other way around sometimes. But more often than not, a jury finds a defendant guilty than not guilty. So,
yeah, I know.
I haven't seen very many in my trial watching experience that comes not guilty. And there's a few where, like, if I was on that jury, it would have been a hung jury. I wouldn't have budged. But it's not very often. That's why even here in this, like, I don't even know if I think it's going to be another hung jury.
You know, it was like I was telling my husband last night, somebody on that jury thinks she's guilty, and there's
Mhm.
somebody on that jury that thinks she's not. I think it's hard to convince 12 people of anything anyway. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, get 12 people to agree. And also, especially with this trial, if you just take a sample of the internet, it's pretty divided. And I would,
Yeah, it's very divided. And I wonder, so like in Scotland, they have the guilty, not guilty, and innocent
Innocent.
verdicts. And I wonder, I'll have to look into that, like how it affects their statistic numbers. You know, do they get more not guilties by having that innocent, you know, in there, right? Because being not guilty is not the same as being innocent here in America. But there, they really classify. You can say, no, I didn't think Karen did it all. You could do it not guilty, which would be like, yeah, there's still reasonable doubts. I'm not sure, but they didn't prove it. And then there's guilty. And I think that system makes a little bit more sense, but I'm curious as to what the stats are over there in Scotland. It'd be very
I
interesting.
feel like they should do something like that here.
Mm-hmm. I think so, because I think a lot of people are afraid to make that not guilty.
Because they're saying that this person did. Oh, what was it?
Right.
It's not proven was one of the. Yeah, it's not proven. Yeah, like
Yeah, because you may think,
then it's
Kate
easier
Manson-
to say, well, you didn't prove it to me. I'm not saying she's not guilty. I'm not saying she's guilty. I'm saying you just didn't prove it.
But some people feel that by clicking not guilty, it means that you think that person is innocent. And I do think that, you know, because think about it. Well, you've been on a jury, and I'm going to tell you to think about it. Like, you're seeing the family there. You know, you're seeing the victim's family there. Their closure or whatever, you know, depends on you. That's a lot of pressure. And then you have the defendant sitting there, and you know, you could possibly be taking their life away. And I don't just mean with death penalty. I mean, like, being in prison for life is literally taking somebody's life away as well.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a really big responsibility to have on there too. So that's why a lot of jurors have an easier time saying guilty than not guilty. At least that's what all the lawyers I've heard talk about. Which I get. It doesn't mean it's right.
She's guilty.
Oh.
Me and Amos are gonna have to have a conversation later.
She is so full of BS. She does not.
She wants to fight. I'm just saying. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you know, serving on a jury can be really, really tough. It's a lot of weight that the jurors are carrying. And then when you have a case like this that's so public, that all this stuff is happening outside the courtroom, which I know a lot of you have brought up. See, I knew she was joking.
Oh, she was goading me. That's what it was.
She was.
She wanted to see Buffy get a little uppity on camera so she could get something for her outtakes.
Yeah, the jury needs to understand they are judging the government proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And it's really hard to teach people that, and for numerous reasons. I think it's even like a human flaw, you know. But there's also good reasons why we do have juries. Because in some countries, it is like, if you do a crime, let's go with a petty one, right? Let's say you steal some toilet paper. Okay, it's not great. You probably shouldn't steal it, but what if you do, right?
You need toilet paper. What are you gonna supposed to do if you don't have any?
Right. So in some countries, right, like that's the crime. You stole. Okay, your punishment for stealing toilet paper is equal to the punishment as if you stole a car. Like, there's no. It's you stole something, here's the punishment, have a great day. And it's the same no matter what the context of the crime is, which I find very interesting. But I do think that people on juries probably have a really hard time with that. And I get that. Because it's also, think about everything that you watch on TV, right? Regarding there are some shows that I watch where I've had to stop watching because I'm like, you guys, that's not even close. That's not even remotely close to how it works. What are you doing here? That's not it. But they often show the good guys are the government and the prosecution and getting justice. And that cops are trustworthy.
Wait, they're
No, no, no.
not. These
Not
are
always.
these are
No.
upstanding cops in Canton in Massachusetts. I don't know what you're talking about.
Ugh, what a joke. And they're so bad. They're so bad that other professionals in their fields are like, what is happening?
They have honor and integrity, Llama.
Oh, sorry. I forgot words mean different things in Massachusetts than they do here in Ohio, apparently. Apparently they have their own dictionary. Ugh. But I know I said before, but I hope this trial has like opened people's eyes to the justice system and like understands that this is also why we do have trials. One, trials that we should be able to see. Okay? Because think about it. If this wasn't televised, would you really have paid attention to it? Would it have really opened your eyes to the trial world and the law and all that? That's why I think all trials should be available to watch. And it pisses me off when they're like, no.
Yeah, I agree.
Transparency is important, and the government shouldn't be afraid to be transparent, should they? I have opinions. Right, exactly. Context does matter in crimes, right? Like, for example, not all murder is like malicious, evil murder, right? That's why we have so many different kinds of murder you can charge for somebody, because there's so many different possibilities of why that happened, It
wasn't malicious. I did it with love.
Oh gosh. It's something. It is something.
Murder.
Oh my gosh, yes. Ed Wallace, who's on duty wrong. He is a New York City medical examiner, forensic pathologist. Love him. I'm obsessed with Ed Wallace. And I can't recall any time or I've heard him cuss and be angry like he has been covering this case. Like, I mean, he is dropping the F-bomb constantly. I'm just like, oh geez, that's embarrassing.
I've caught one or two of his streams. Man, it's really hard to catch every single person talking about it, but I want to. That's the thing. I want to.
Yeah.
Like, I want to hear what all these people are saying, because I do value like people with experiences, opinions, and like thoughts on things, because I'm just me. I don't really, not a lawyer. I just pretend to be one on YouTube. But I do value everybody's, like, to hear people who are in those fields and how they see things and what their thoughts are.
I agree.
I have jumped into a few of their or one or two of their streams.
Yeah, they're pretty pissed about it.
I went and watched them after the solo cup thing.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, that was fun.
I couldn't imagine. It's so shameful. And the only person that got in trouble from the federal investigation is Proctor, right? Or, well, I should say,
I don't think
saw some
anybody
consequences. I don't think getting in trouble was the right.
But was that from the federal investigation? I don't think so.
I don't know.
I think that was based off of last year, him testifying last year.
Okay.
The federal investigation, nothing's really come of that. It's just kind of set in there. I don't know why, but I mean, but it's the federal government that can sit there for a long time before they do anything with it.
That's true. They don't mind taking their sweet time to do everything.
And they could, and the rumor is that it's closed, like the case is closed, like they've closed it, but I don't think the federal government ever closes anything. So, I mean, they just kind of put it on a shelf. Like
Mhm.
they're just gather more stuff and add to the pile till they feel like, because they don't lose. Like the federal government's not going to do anything unless they know they can win. Like, you know what I mean?
That's true. They are patient.
Yeah.
They are so
They're
patient.
not going to go after somebody until they know they have what they need.
Mhm.
They will wait, and they will wait as long as it takes.
And they have way more resources than state prosecutors do. I mean, it's the feds.
But they're not. But they don't like the statistics on federal and like federal guilty verdicts. Like
yeah,
they don't lose. They don't lose.
yeah. They hardly ever lose. Like if you're in trouble with the feds, that's why the majority of people take plea deals with them. But even when they go to trial, the percentage that they lose is next to nothing. Like that's why everyone's like, "Ooh, the Diddy thing. I think he'll be." No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay,
Probably not.
I'm gonna go with no because they didn't have to arrest him when they arrested him sooner, actually, than I thought that they would. If that makes any sense, but they do seem prepared for this this trial. So we'll see. We will see.
Because usually those things go on for a while. And they come stacked, ready to go.
Yeah, they do. They got everything.
I do wonder how long this jury will take to come to a verdict. Will it be a fast hung jury or a long hung jury? Like,
well, really, that's up to Bev, right? And she makes him go back there to keep deliberating.
She's not gonna, it's what she says, like 1 day for every week of trial.
That was crazy.
Standard.
Because I have seen trials where like, oh, we can't agree, and the judge would be like, oh, okay, and they give them like a day and a half to talk about it. And I'll be honest, after like, I don't know, 10 hours, like, I don't know if there's any more conversations to really be had at that point. But I haven't been on a jury, so I don't know. But
I don't know. I can sit around and talk about something for a long time. I mean, I sit on here with y'all for like days and hours just talking trash about the investigation. Like I could just sit around and be like, did you see that guy? Oh my gosh. Like, cause they haven't talked about this case, right? For like 6 weeks. So like they're watching this without anything. Like, I mean, I'd spend the first 2 days just talking crap with everybody. Like, guys, let's just talk for a minute, right? Like, what was that? Remember when they said that? Oh my God. Do you know those jurors are going back in the deliberation room? They're sitting around that long rectangular table. The door shuts, the bailiff's on the other side, and they're just going.
Yeah, exactly. It would all be eye communication if I was back there. I'd be looking at everyone
we can't talk, but you know they're going. And everybody's going.
Excuse me.
Just saying.
I wish we knew more about these jurors because the fun thing with Diddy's case is like they gave these like little insights to each of the jurors, like what their interests were, and I found that to be hilarious.
Well, Stu O'Connell does have names for some of the jurors. There's one that's like a more of a sciencey one. She like
nicknames, you mean?
Yeah, like she gives them
that's
little
fine.
names, not like their actual names, but she kind of knows. There's one that seems to perk up anytime the science stuff's come up.
Amy.
Hey, Amy.
I don't know who they go to. Do you have your Buffy? You got your chat open to see who got gifted memberships?
Maria Gutierrez, Angela Amadon, Crime Sleuthin, Axel, and Annie.
And Annie. Oh, look at that. Well, thank you, Amos, for all the gifted memberships, and welcome new members. Welcome new members. You're going to use fun emojis. We do members only. Well, not tomorrow, but next week we'll be doing members only, plus other fun stuff we got going on. If you're not a member, you can press the join button, and there's different tiers of membership. But if you can't afford to be a member, that's okay, because guess what? We have a very generous chat who likes to gift memberships randomly all the time. And you can go to join. You'll see little 3 dots up in the top right. Click that. Say it's gift membership settings, something like that. And then just turn that on and you might get gifted a membership from the lovely chat. Thank you, Amy. Don't encourage Annie. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh yeah, I know what we were doing. There was the list of witnesses that Angie had posted about earlier. I think it was a list from Turtle Boy. And I'm not going to call them the names that they seem to have nicknamed them. Some of them aren't very great, or yeah, or in parentheses like what they're there to testify for. Some of those I'm not going to.
Oh yeah, I read that. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Well, it's Turtle Boy. Do
Yeah.
you ever watch him?
No.
Okay, so
I've never watched him. No.
I will turn him on at night. I will lay in the like nothing else, nobody else is talking. And he usually comes on after trial late at night. And I will lay in bed and my husband, I'm like, he is such a jerk. So but my goes, but he's so funny. Like sometimes he says something that is so funny that I just laugh for at least like a minute and a half after he said it.
That's funny. I mean, it's
like,
always good if you're an asshole, but it can also be funny.
But he's also funny. That's why I said it's so hard because he really is not that great. But like he's also hilarious and he cracks me up. Like,
no, I've never seen anything, and I have zero opinions about him. I know a lot of people have a lot of opinions, but I don't know anything about him really. So
he is very passionate and very firm in his convictions and doesn't mince words. Maybe I should say jerk, but you know, he's not nice about his thoughts. But also he cracks me up. Like some of the stuff he says is really funny.
But he's also from the area too, right?
I mean, yeah, I know.
So
I'm
like that's
South, so I'm a little more sensitive to northern reactions. Like they come up. Northern people come off a little bit more certain, a little stiffer than in the South. We're like, she didn't smile at me and say thank you and call me darling, so therefore she must hate me.
Oh, Amos had a monster today. I just opened my Red Bull.
Oh God.
Yeah. We love caffeinated Amos. All right, so let's look at some of these people that are on this list that he's talking about here. Okay. So this is, by my count, these are the uncalled witnesses who the Commonwealth is likely to call. Christina Hanley, who is an MSP criminalist. Do they need to call another one of those people? I don't think so.
I don't think I need to hear from MassPo anymore.
I don't either.
I mean, unless you're calling Tully. I would like to hear from
yes.
Tully.
Well, yes, I would like to hear from Tully and Sarah and these other officers that they had talked about. But she's just a criminal. She's like CSI person.
Oh, okay.
I don't need another CSI person.
Y'all didn't do it right anyway, so I
don't care. Exactly. Number 2, they have listed Man Shannon Burgess.
Man Shannon.
Well, he's on the stand now. I don't even know if we needed it, but
no.
Okay.
Man Shannon with one N.
Man Shannon with a 1 N, and it's not where you think.
Right?
Did any of you watch She-Hulk? There's a girl named Madison. She's like, my Madison is N with a Y, but it's not where you think. She's a party girl. Anyway, B and I do that all the time. Then there's, I don't know because they just put the word. I'm just going to read the words and you guys can let me know what they probably do. Okay. But these are not my descriptions. These are Turtle Boys. Okay. Okay. Let's just make that perfectly clear. So 3 is YouTube Dr. Jim Crosby. I don't know what that means. But I don't know if I need to hear from another doctor that isn't just about the body or like a forensic pathologist or even an ER doctor. Why haven't we heard from an ER doctor? Like somebody from the hospital.
Is it the one that treated John?
Oh, you think that's who that is?
Mm.
I don't know, but now that I'm thinking about it, I would like to hear somebody on the staff from the hospital. I don't know if I need to hear, but I'd like to hear it because, again, we have so many questions
I
of
just want
like,
the tea.
I do want the tea, but like, I have questions about how long it took them to warm him up and all of that stuff. Like,
What's the name of that doctor?
and that person is Dr. Jim Crosby. I don't know who that is.
Oh, Dr. Crosby.
Oh, so
Dr.
that's from the
Crosby.
first trial?
No, Dr. Crosby, he's the neurologist, right? One of them is the dog bite person.
I don't think this is a
Where's
dog
that?
bite person because we got some other dog bite people
Cro-
here.
I know Aziz.
Oh yeah, Aziz Wolf
Yes.
is the
So many
fire
wolves. He's
enemies. So many
yeah.
wolves.
But
Yeah,
no,
I do.
Russell is the dog bite, but I also think that Dr. Crosby is supposed to. That's right. That's right. Dr. Crosby is the dog bite rebuttal to Dr. Russell.
Oh, okay.
That's why he's the ER doctor. Or
Oh, okay. Number 4 is again his words. Judd the Chud Welcher. That's Dr. Judson
do I have that backwards, Amos?
Welcher.
Because I thought Dr. Crosby was testifying about the dog bite. Oh, you're saying because of the name? Because that would make sense. Look, she is. Somebody take the monster away from her.
She's making a mess everywhere.
She was being. I realized you were being funny, and I realized that you need. This is an intervention.
I'm not saying men named Shannon. Like, it's just uncommon now. It's uncommon. And like when I was younger, I remember it being like a gender neutral name, but now it's really made its way to just mostly being a female name. But his is with one N. Why do you think it's only with one N?
You see how easily I'm gaslit to believe that I'm wrong?
Yeah.
Like, I was like, no, Crosby is this. She's like, no, it's back. I'm like, do I have it?
All right, so we need to hear from that guy for sure, Dr. Welcher. I need to hear from Dr. Azik Wolf, the other ME person. Then there's Anthony Flamati, the I hit him firefighter. I don't need to hear another freaking person.
But they need you to hear it again. That's why they're being wrong. They need you to hear that she said it again because it's been weeks since we've heard that.
Oh,
We
God,
need
I know,
somebody to
right?
remind us.
It's true.
That's what that is.
I don't need to hear another EMT firefighter.
Oh, no, I agree, but
person.
I guarantee you that's why he's back. You know, he's backloaded because we did all the I hit hims in the front. So we need somebody in the back to remind you of that.
Right. In case you forgot, it's 3 times. And then the other one is Terry with 1 R. Terry Kunn, who is gotta be real careful saying that one.
Is it Kuhn?
No, Kun.
Oh.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that one. They're from the UC Davis dog DNA tester. Okay, I do want to.
They're
the
one
answers to the ferrets.
That's
How would you even bring that up?
Well, the ferrets was that ferret blood would show up, or like if tested, like these are the things that would turn the test positive.
Okay.
Yeah. Not that there was ferret DNA or blood or whatever, but whatever was testing would have a positive reaction for those. It was like gorilla.
Yeah. There's
ferrets.
Primates, ferrets, and humans.
Yeah. Those are things that are reactive with it. Just like,
that makes more sense.
When you get like luminol, there are certain things that will turn luminol positive. That's not blood.
Yes, like bleach.
Like rust and bleach and stuff like that. Like we'll turn it positive. Also, the same with that test. Like there are certain reactions.
Okay.
So unless you have a dead gorilla in the
that
back seat, then most people wouldn't. It's easy to rule out. We have a fan, just so you know.
Oh, yes, we do have a fan, and I see the word "it" on screen. Oh, I should unmute. Look at me remembering stuff. Here, I'll just put up here too, so I don't get sidetracked. How about that? Look at
But-
that fan. Look how hot that fan is. Then there's some witnesses that he says he's no idea if they'll call, which is Andrew Klain and Mike Morley from Aperture. I don't think they're gonna call you guys. Oh, there's a Dr. Justin Rice. He was the ER doctor. I would like to hear from him, please and thank you. Colin Crawford, who's NCDAO Tech Hack. I don't even know what that means. I don't need another tech person. We still have so many more to go. I'm good with whoever we have at this point. Rebecca Trayer's the bartender. I don't need to hear from her. Well, maybe actually, I think I do want to talk to the bartender.
I need to know how much alcohol you put in that drink, like you remember.
Great. I want to know how much you serve to everybody, because you bring the bartender on, she's going to be like, yeah, they've got, now she's not going to admit. I tell you what, this bartender's not going to admit. She's not going to admit to over-serving. Okay, she's not going to admit to that. But I would be curious to know what she says about, are these people regulars of hers? Because guess what? If they are regulars of hers, if she is their bartender, she hooks them up. It hooks them up good. You know, also, how inebriated was everyone else that night? So I don't need the bartender, but I'd like to hear it. Dr. Renee Stonebridge. Ooh,
Mm-hmm.
brain.
She's the brains of the brain.
Yeah. Who has like 3 doctorates. Remember that?
That
They were
Emmy
talking
would
about that
not
lady.
want doing her medical or her autopsy.
Yeah, Emmy, that's like her boss.
Yeah.
Laura Sullivan, Hank said he wanted to revisit Aruba, which I don't know the Aruba story. Well, I mean, I know
Yes,
of it, but
that's it. That's the real story.
I feel like if they would have brought it up by now.
I
To
mean,
fit their idea of that, the motive that she's a jealous, crazy woman.
we're all jealous, crazy women. That's the stereotype.
And then there's Marietta Sullivan,
Same to
and I
Aruba's
won't
sister.
say the word that's in parentheses, but it's not nice. And then witnesses they called last trial who are unlikely to call this trial. The Alberts, all of them. Tristan Morris, I don't know who that is. More Alberts. Some McCaves. Julie Nagel. They did call Julie though, didn't they? Yeah. The sister, she testified. Some other people, I don't know who they are. Oh, Louis Jutris, the Canton IT guy who handled the library video. Yes, I do want to see some of these other videos of the car being driven throughout the town or whatever, something like that.
Oh, but all the times are different, so it doesn't even matter.
Brian Higgins, Paul and Aaron O'Keefe. We'll probably hear Paul towards the end. I think that's going to be the less emotional witness is going to be Paul, I think.
I don't know. Paul's.
Some more firefighters. Oh, Sergeant Good. Ooh, I'm going to talk to him. Lang.
Yeah, because he's one that doesn't remember her saying, "I hit him."
Oh, look at that. Turtle Boy also calls him disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor. Nice. So he's on there, and Trooper Paul is on there, and Tully. So some of those I feel like we need to see. These are the ones they didn't call and probably won't call this one. I don't know who any of those people are. So, okay. What's NCDAO? What does that stand for? I don't know. Okay. Let's see. What are you guys talking about over here in the chat? Oh, you went to high school with a guy named Shannon? Okay, with one N. Okay, so that's trendy. Let's see. He like elbow feet to play a bartender. He worked as a bartender for a really long time. So he'll hook you up. Also, how we know that this whole the drink was weak was BS. by Karen Reed saying, "Oh, the vodka tonic was weak." No, it wasn't. Stop the games.
I don't
Um,
know. Sometimes there are drinks that I think is weak, which would probably be considered normal.
That's true.
Be like, man, I didn't do nothing.
A silhouette of a body is on the floor of that basement. Weird.
I never noticed that. I've seen those pictures, but I never noticed that.
They did. They did take the jury out a few weeks ago, just to the outside, not the inside of the home. And that's when Rock Albert's scandal happened. Okay, so they pack up the jury, they go take him to the yard of the Albert's old house and the flagpole and blah, 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 blah. All right. Well, in the yard is this large rock that is hand painted Albert's that looks like there's a blood stain on it. Okay. In my opinion, that's what it looked like. The interesting thing is that that rock was not there before. It was not there the night before. Somebody brought that rock, put it there, and then took it back later that night. Which is wild because we were all just like, what? Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Somebody messed with the scene, because that can imply several different things, right? And this rock was placed over by the mailbox, not by the flagpole. Anyway, that was the Rock Albert situation. Oh, I see you guys already filled her in. Sorry, I'm behind. Oh, Rock Albert. Dun, dun, dun. Are they going to call Lucky? Oh, that's the snowplow. The names I was reading, that was just the prosecution there.
No, I thought some of the, well, that one juror that did that interview said that they didn't really find him very credible, that I remember, because I guess he did hit something while he was driving a plow and didn't report it or something.
Well, that's not great. Stupid fan.
Leave that fan alone. It's doing the Lord's work in there.
Right? There's that little thing. Complaining about weak drinks is very caring behavior. I think you mean Karen. Is that what you mean, babe?
Well, you know what? Sometimes we have goals at the end of the night, and a weak drink isn't going to get us there.
I'm just saying, there's no way it was like that. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm using voice to text because I'm driving. I got you. I can be your interpreter today. He was sending me pictures. I don't know where he was for work today, but he sent me a bunch of pictures. He saw horses and ducks and chickens and turkeys. I asked him if he went to McDonald's farm.
Do y'all not ever see those where you are?
And not as animals.
Wait, what?
Not as like not as animals. Not as in like pinned, I guess. I don't know. No, he's out in the country somewhere. Obviously in the city, we don't really see that.
Oh,
yeah. Though we do have turkeys in the city, up north side of the city, by where my best friend used to live.
Chad is laughing at you too.
There's like this hole. That's fine.
Not as animals. Like, oh, wait, what? Like
animals are different here in Ohio.
Okay.
I'm never gonna live that down. Anyway, so where she used to live is like this whole gang of turkeys, like 30 turkeys, just wild, just running around in the suburbs, like out the Kroger, all over the place. And she would go like drop off her kids, right? And all of the turkeys would be there and like wouldn't move out of the way and surround the car and stuff. So yeah, turkeys are not great.
I'm sorry. I'm still stuck there. Like I can't get past it. Not as animals. Like, okay.
Well, they had chickens, ducks, and turkeys all pinned together. So they are real people in Ohio. That's right, raccoons. Does your raccoons drive cars and have an endless supply of crack pipes? No. Our animals are very talented in Ohio. That's a real story. Go ahead, Google it. Google Ohio cracker meth raccoon. It just happened. Oh, goodness. Where was I at here? Lady Grace says that jury didn't find Lucky credible because he didn't report when he struck. How would they feel about an expert who lied about his education credits, right? I'd be like, oh, one of these is more believable than the other.
Different
It's a gaggle.
jury. Different jurors. I mean, I don't think that I would hold it against him that he hit a basketball goal, except that I would wonder if it was him. Maybe he accidentally hit John O'Keefe.
That's right. Simone's got my back. She knows what's up.
Nobody's hating on Ohio. Like, I was laughing at the way she stated, not as animals. I was like, well, I'm just not really sure how you saw them any other way. I've never seen them as animals. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So,
Also look up Ohio zebra attacks. Yeah, we have zebras. Like not in the wild, I guess. But I remember being little and we were driving because I grew up in a small town area. We had to drive to a bigger city to go eat. Pretty much. And I remember we were driving and my brother is like, is that a zebra? And I was like, what? And like, we're very little, probably like, I was probably like 10 maybe. And sure enough, they had a zebra out there with the horses and cows. And I think there might have been some llamas. I don't know. But yeah, they had a zebra. So you'd be surprised. But you know what we don't have? Animals that want to kill you and eat you, really. We don't have a lot of those.
alligators.
Yes. Yes. I'm very much talking about that. Oh, I saw this alligator the other day on Reddit and it was missing its entire top jaw. Like it's gone. It's just the bottom of his jaw and like his eyes.
Terrifying.
Like it was terrifying. Just hanging out in the water. What? I don't like it.
All right. He can't board the jurors after they've eaten or they'll fall asleep.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm gonna go pee
Yeah,
real quick.
Llama just can't get past the gators. She'll never come visit.
I can't. Never.
Put us back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
All right. Make this make sense.
Sir, when I asked you about your first report regarding the protocol, you told us October 10th, followed by your supplement on the 17th. You did not remember the day that you first received any information offered by Mr. DeSorga. Is there a document that may refresh your memory?
Yes, there is.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I want you to read this. I just want you to look at it. You can look at any part of it.
Okay.
And look up when you're done, then I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory the first time that you saw any information provided by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it does.
And when was that?
November 7th of 2024.
Before or after you recognized the megabit and megabyte oversight?
That would be after.
I want to go back to where we were at before we went to lunch. You had described 2 tech stream events. I want to focus on the first tech stream event, and that is the tech stream event relative to the 3-point turn.
Okay.
You had described that there was a timestamp 154. Just to reacquaint us, can you very briefly tell us the significance of 154?
Sure. So GPS point 154 is a GPS point that occurs just before the 3-point turn starts.
And why is it important to identify when that turn starts and when it ends?
Sure. So what we're specifically looking at comparing is the end of the 3-point turn. That's going to be the tech stream event ending, which is near the end of the 3-point turn, as well as the end of the 3-point turn as recorded in Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Was it important to identify the beginning and end of that event to come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty regarding the variance between the tech stream data and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there was. So we can't say, we can pinpoint approximately when the 3-point turn ends based on the GPS data. But best practice would be to use a range of time. So the range we're using is the time that the 3-point turn starts to the time that the 3-point turn ends.
Could we have from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint number 41, please? Is this part of your presentation helpful in explaining the beginning and end point of that 3-point turn?
It does. It does. So if you recall yesterday, the first heading change from a general north heading is depicted by that green shading circle.
Could you use your pointer, please?
Sure. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you enlarge just a little bit?
So again, this green circle is going to be the center of this circle is going to be the GPS point itself. That's going to be centered on the horizontal radius, which is the accuracy. So the green circle represents the 16-foot accuracy zone. The black arrow coming off in a northwestern direction is going to be the heading for that point. And then again, the yellow is going to be the approximately 8 seconds later when the heading changes again in a southerly direction, and then the GPS points after that also continue south with increasing speed.
What part of the 3-point turn event does the green circle signify?
Sure. So that's going to be the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn.
And that time?
That's going to be 12:23:59.
The yellow circle, what part of the 3-point turn does that indicate?
Sure. So that's going to be approximately the end of the 3-point turn. And that time is going to be 12:24:07.
Is there any correlation between the times in the green, the time difference between the green and yellow circle and the range you ultimately arrive at as far as the synchronization variance?
Yes. So that is what determines that range of 21 to 29 seconds.
This illustration or diagram where you've put the green circle, is that based on actual data?
Yes, it's based on actual data recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
That data, is it accurately reflected in this diagram?
Yes, it is. So again, the GPS point that is recorded within the iPhone, every point has a horizontal accuracy. And again, that horizontal accuracy is depicted by the green circle.
Is that level of precision used when you create this diagram?
Yes, it is.
The yellow circle, is that specifically reflected in the data, or is that an estimate?
Sure. So that's specifically reflected in the data. So that is another GPS position that has been recorded by the iPhone. Again, with a horizontal accuracy, a timestamp, and a speed and heading.
How about the orange circles?
So the orange circles are are portions of the GPS positions leading up to this event. So if we went back one slide, you would see, it would zoom out, obviously, so a little bit harder to see. But essentially what we've done is I've removed the other orange circles representing GPS points heading north and the GPS points heading south after the 3-point turn. And I've just removed those for clarity to kind of clean up the map so it's easier to read.
On the left, text stream 11621. Remind us again where that information comes from?
Sure. So that's the text stream. That's the end of the text stream event for the 3-point turn. And that is based on the infotainment clock as well as that running timer from the airbag control module.
Does this diagram reflect the data that you reviewed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it does.
In breaking down this timestamp 154 and getting into the minute detail of when it started and ended, one of your charts, does it also show it numerically?
Yes, it does.
Can we have number 40, please? Before we discuss this again, where did you get the information to put in this chart?
Sure. So this is coming from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Specifically, it's coming from a SQLite database that is recording locations as he's using the Waze app to navigate.
Is the information in this chalk or diagram directly from the data?
It is directly from the data.
Is this accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
If we could zoom in just a little, we'll have to go left to right, Ms. Gilman. Start to the left.
No, I don't think they're trying to say the 3-point turn it is. I think they're just
And
using
what
it
point
as
in that
like, oh,
3-point
she
turn
backed up.
does 154 represent?
The second
on the left?
event is when they're
Yeah.
trying
So
to say. she backed up.
timestamp 12:23:58 or GPS point 154 is approximately 1 second before we see the heading change. If we could zoom out just a little bit. A little bit more. Yep. So we see the heading change represented in green. That's a heading change to 284. Before that, we've got a pretty consistent heading of 348 to 339. So that first heading change, as well as the drop in speeds, is indicative of a 3-point turn maneuver.
The latitude and longitude, did that assist you in making the diagram with the circles on it?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So the latitude and longitude are the center points for each GPS point, or the center point for each circle.
There's a green highlighted row and an orange highlighted row. What's the difference between the two?
Sure. So the green highlighted row is, again, the beginning, the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn. And the orange or the yellow is the approximate end of the 3-point turn.
And the time between the green and the orange lines?
Approximately 8 seconds.
Is that consistent with the range that you've shown for synchronization?
Yes, it is.
Point 21 or plus 21 and plus 29?
Yes, it is.
The inevitable variance that you found between the text stream data and between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, could you share with us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what that variance is?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion about the time range in the synchronization between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data and the Lexus clock that shows the text stream data to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Objection, Your Honor. I'd appreciate an approach as appropriate.
Okay, so answer that question, yes or no.
Sure. So yes, I can.
So I'll see you at sidebar, Mr. Wilson.
Tell me yes or no, so I know if everybody needs to come up and talk to me. No, I think they're saying the 3-point turn happened in the driveway of the Alberts. Yeah.
But there were cars in the driveway at the Albert.
Right.
That's why
And again, I don't, Nagel didn't say anything about her turning in the driveway, and they were behind them.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he was like one of the few like reliable, I found reliable and credible, because I think he even messed up the state's timeline as well. And was
Yeah.
like, I'm not going to change it. That's exactly what I saw, or whatever, something like that.
Yeah. He was one of those that didn't seem to care. He was just, this is what I saw.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody has said anything about a 3-point turn. Jim McCabe was watching them the whole time. Remember?
Well,
Or so she said.
At convenient times. She was watching
Yeah,
at
that's true.
convenient times.
That's true. That's true.
Let's not forget that.
I am so confused, and they could not have made this any more confusing for me. I think they made it way more confusing this time than last time.
Interesting.
Which I didn't understand the key cycles either. But now I really don't. Like if they would have just left it at the video with the synchronization. I mean, I think that made the on and off thing easy to understand. But trying to tell me where this impact happened, well, you just say she hit him right here, so I can say nuh-uh, because you're trying to make me guess what you're trying to say, and I don't like that either.
Along with a bunch of math that nobody likes or appreciates. Yeah. Oh, I don't think this is helping their timeline.
They're not going to say she hit him right here. They're trying to keep this as vague as possible. They want you to just kind of take their word for it. I don't know. This is bull. I'm not going to. This is bull.
It is bull. I agree. But they're not saying that she hit John during the 3-point turn. They're just using that as like
well, we keep talking about
an
it a
example.
lot.
Right. I don't quite understand why that is the case either. Apparently only that and the backing up registered for some reason.
Because they keep talking about it a lot. Like I'm supposed to make something out of it. But they don't tell me what I'm supposed to make out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, are you just giving that to me as a flagstone? Like something to go off of here, and then this. What happened? But you're not telling me what happened, except that she backed up, and there was a trigger in event. Okay. I'm trying to check my bias. Like, am I just don't want to understand it, or do I just not understand it?
I just don't understand it. And it's not one of those things that I find easy to understand either. So.
And that map isn't helping because, like.
Is it flipped the wrong way?
It looks flipped, like. It looks like.
Because they go like up and then they turn around, which why isn't there a trigger thing showing her turning around? And then they go down in the map. And that's where the Albert's house is, right? Goes like that, and then there's like a down one, and then they go down. But this one has the house up, so I'm just like,
well, it shows the driveway at the top. She was parked at the bottom, past the flagpole, past the driveway.
Right.
But if you look at the times and you're trying to color coordinate the times with the colors, it doesn't make sense. At least that's what I was trying to do is go, okay, this goes here, this goes here.
They sure are trying to make it difficult for everybody.
I just want to get past this witness and bring somebody else because I don't understand it, and then I just stop listening.
Maybe they listen to us at sidebar. I think that's what they're doing. They're just watching Couch Crow with Llama when they go to sidebar.
Like, yeah,
they're like, what does Llama and Buffy have to say?
They said that we're not making this make sense. We need to make it make sense. Buffy is confused. Llama is completely confused too. It's like we're really doing a bad job.
It's Peachy's sponsoring the defense. I'm just wondering.
We go back to slide 40, please.
In
reaching your conclusion about the variance between the defendant's Lexus as contained in the text stream as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, was stamp 154, timestamp 154, part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
Was the running clock on the text stream data part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
What else was part of your analysis?
Sure. So in addition to the location data, including the GPS 154. That would be the running clock for the text stream data, as well as the infotainment clock from the Lexus.
How does the running clock correlate with the text stream data and with the time on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
Sure. So they correlate. So the running clock and the infotainment clock are used to create that timestamp for the text stream events 1 and 2. And then comparing those to the iPhone, we can adjust and get a clock variance for those.
Did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the variance
I'm so
range
cold.
between the defendant's Lexus and its clock system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance that is needed to identify for synchronization?
Oh,
That is 21 to 29 seconds.
We now have number 43.
Also, I never want to hear the word text stream data again. And I
Did
know
you
we're going to hear
create
it like
this diagram?
700
I did,
more
yes.
times.
When comparing the text stream event, the backing maneuver, to Mr. O'Keefe's clock on his phone, do you recognize the different timestamps on each device?
Yes, I do.
When you are trying to synchronize them, what do you do? What is the base? Do you start with the text stream event and you add, or do you start with Mr. O'Keefe's phone and subtract?
Sure. So we could do it either way because we're wanting to compare this against other events that happened or occurred on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. We're going to adjust the text stream clock or the Lexus clock to Mr. O'Keefe's clock. But you could do it either way.
The window that is depicted on this diagram, this is not the 3-point turn.
No, this is not the 3-point turn.
Which event is this?
This is going to be the backing maneuver.
The green, what does that green depict?
Sure. So the green depicts the range of time that this text stream event ended. So based on our range of 21 to 29 seconds and applying that, adding that to the Lexus clock, we get a adjusted time of 12:32:04 to 12:32:12. And that's going to be the approximate end time of text stream event 11:62:2.
Now, again, the text stream data has a limit on the amount of time available.
Can you rephrase your question? So I
Sure. You
understand.
said a window is captured during a triggering event.
Sure. Yes. So
What's-
there is a window that's captured during the triggering event.
And what is that window? How much time?
Sure. So from the text stream trigger, there's 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after.
Can an event be longer than that 10-second window?
Yes, it can.
And in this case, do you know at the end of this reconciled event at 12:32:12, do you know from your study what direction the defendant's car was traveling at 12:32:12?
It would have been traveling in reverse.
And at 12:32:12, do you know how fast the defendant's Lexus was traveling at 12:32:12?
I do not recall.
Mr. O'Keefe's last user interaction with his phone at 12:32:09, where does that fall within the 10-second window that was captured by the text stream data?
Sure. So that falls within that 8-second window. So again, the text stream event ends somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12. But that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
And in your review, do you have around this time any other movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after 12/32/16?
I did not look at that specifically. It was my understanding that Mr. Whiffen looked at that.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did both these events, the last user interaction and the window captured on the reconciled data for the text stream, happen around the same time?
Yes, they did.
I have no further questions.
Cool.
All right, can approach.
Thanks for clearing all that up, Brennan. You did a great job. I don't know what that was about. Yeah, right. Again, I don't think he brought up her hitting his car at 5 in the morning. Maybe he did, and I zoned it out between yesterday and today. I don't know. Right, because Ryan Nagel and them were parked by the mailbox. So I don't know. I'm just very confused about this. Because I think Brennan at the end there tried to be like, yep, it was definitely the car that backed up that hit him, because then there was no other activity afterwards. But like, that's, how do you explain the 36 steps, the 80 to 84 feet? He was not flung in the air for 80 something feet. But then again, Mr. Whiffen said that, you know what, steps can be wrong. By the way, steps can be wrong. Going upstairs can be wrong. All you have to do is be elevated by 3 feet, and it'll say you're going upstairs. So really nothing's reliable, I guess. I believe that the 3-point turn is before she hits him. So like the first turn is what they're saying, a 3-point turn in the driveway. So like turning around the other way. So that way then the flagpole and mailbox would be on the passenger side. So she does the little turn backwards, and then she's parked down by the flag. And the second issue or trigger thing event is backing up, and that's the one that they think where she hits John. The reason they keep bringing both up is to say, hey, look, it registered this event, and that's what happened, and we know that's what happened because of John's phone. This is their words, not mine. So if it was right just a few minutes before, then it must be the same for this backing up incident. It's my interpretation. Ooh. Sorry, guys. Ooh. Everybody yawn and curse my name. It's fine. I would too. We're gonna feel dumb if this ends up being paranormal activity. I mean, I believe Jackson did say in his opening statements something about the paranormal, but we've had Sally Port ghosts, and we've had, what was the other? Oh, well, it wasn't in this trial, but in the other trial, Trooper Paul just being like, well, the crime scene spoke to me, because apparently he's a medium. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it makes any sense to me either, but here we are. Yes, all the eyewitness testimony says nothing about a 3-point turn. And there was a truck full of people, like 3, 4 of them that went to go pick up Nagel's sister. It was 3 of them who literally, like, further in the neighborhood, they're stopped at a stop sign because they're headed to the house. But the truck is stopped while Karen and John come around the different road, right? And then they turn from the stop sign and get behind Karen and John. So I don't know.
You want to move into evidence the following pages from
But he would have had
Mr.
to do
Burgess's
it too.
PowerPoint presentation. Move into evidence page 41. I move into evidence page 40. And I move into
Who is
evidence
that?
page 43.
I thought he was done with questioning. Me too. Yeah, because then the truck with Nago in it would have
I
had
have
to
no
have
further
turned around
questions.
as well.
Right,
Okay.
once we get these marked up.
Thank you.
And you think with that tail light
192.
shattering the way it did,
Right.
do you think the
Whenever you're
ball
ready.
would shatter too?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't know. What you got for us, Alessi?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, look at that lady's glasses.
Mr. Burgess, between the time you left the witness stand yesterday until this moment, have you talked to anyone about this case?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay.
Has a filing ever been made in any court in which your educational background has been misrepresented?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you have receipts, Alessi? Oh, I think he does. Oh,
Did I understand that you're based out of the Aperture office in Texas?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware of a case in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, titled Jeffrey Glover and Teresa Glover versus Graphic Packaging International LLC? Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, I am.
And is it correct that in that case, well, tell me how you are participating in that case, sir?
So
Ooh.
I'm no longer participating in that case. So if I believe correctly, that would have been a accident reconstruction case from, I don't recall, a year or two ago.
And so it was a case that you did participate in, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role in that case?
Sure. So my role in that case was an accident reconstructionist.
And did you provide any testimony, deposition, or otherwise in that case?
No, I did not.
Did you, in that particular case, there were, like all cases, filings made, correct?
I'm sure there were, yes.
maybe.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I would like to have a document marked as the next exhibit for identification,
Okay.
please.
Exhibit EEE for ID.
Look at that. Look at that surprised face. He's like, I don't know if you guys are ready for this.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am showing you a document which has been marked as Exhibit EEE for identification, and I'd ask that you take a look at it, sir. Your Honor, may I remain here?
Sure. As
Thank
long
you.
as you stand back a little bit.
Exactly, yes. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll take it even farther.
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, with regard to Exhibit EEE, do you recognize the second page, and do you recognize any stamping at the top of each of those pages?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what that stamping is?
Sure. So that is stamping for a file date of 8/7/2023.
And is that a stamping of a federal court?
Federal court.
That I'm not sure.
If I were to show you a document, might a document refresh your recollection as to whether
Sure.
Exhibit EEE is a filing in a federal court?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Sure.
A
I'm
federal
showing
court.
you,
Did you show those to Mr. Lennon?
thank you, Your Honor. I believe I did, but I want to make
And
sure.
just let me know if we need to move.
We will, Your Honor. Thank you. Can I mark each of
Yes.
these for identification? There,
Yep.
let me just give one first. See if I can see that back and court report. I want to see if this is the second page for that document. It is, so it can be marked as one document. for identification.
Exhibit FFF for ID.
Thank you.
Can I reach over you, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, I am showing you what has been marked as Exhibit FFF for identification and ask whether or not this document can refresh your recollection as to whether the court filing that you reviewed in Exhibit EEE is indeed a federal court.
Yes, it is.
So that document refreshes your recollection that what has been filed is represented in EEE as a filing in a federal court, correct, sir?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do is to draw your attention to the second page of this exhibit. Is that a curriculum vitae of you and a picture of you?
Yes, it is.
And sir, under education, I would,
The objection's sustained.
right. Do you,
Do you want to bring it over? We can take
I
it
will,
over.
Your Honor, I will.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Ooh, stretch break.
All right, it's time
yeah.
for Deb's sidebar yoga.
Oh gosh. This sidebar yoga. Ooh, what's going on here? We got federal court documents.
But do you see the way that Bev responds to him? She smiles and she's like, "You want to come over here?"
Yeah, she does.
She likes Alessi. I know she doesn't really care for the defense, but I think she really likes Alessi.
I feel like Bev thinks she's a teacher. She treats them like she's a teacher when she's like, when they're doing objections, she talks to them in an instructor sort of way. And maybe she just sees Alessi as like her favorite student. Because that is the vibe I get from her as well.
She's just like, "You wanna come over here? Like let's I know where you're, I think when she's like, I know what you're trying to do. Let's go here and let's figure out how to do this better. Or in a way that,
Mhm. I
um,
mean, I believe that about the jury. That's exactly what happened to me just now. Finally felt woken up. Like, oh, what's
Alessi's back.
happening? We're talking about his job, and we know how juicy this tea probably is.
No, I think the jurors have come to realize Alessi's up, he's going to say something that's like, all right, so prosecution is always boring and the defense is always way more fun because you always want to see how they're going to try to spin something. So I don't know if that's kind of like accurate to look at the jurors and be like, how are they responding to the defense? But maybe it is. I don't know. Even if I was on the side of the prosecution, I'd kind of be interested in, well, how are they going to spin this? But every time he gets up there, he drops something. So they might come to expect it now, like we do. Oh,
That's
well,
true.
Leslie's gonna bring it. He's gonna drop something because every time he's got
Right?
up there, he's had his Perry Mason moment. So his
What is
Matlock.
with all these big trucks? Oh my gosh. I don't know what's going on in my neighborhood today.
I don't know. I don't know, man. It's me.
All I know is this.
Everything.
What's interesting though is that whatever this is that he's about to drop, he had to have known yesterday, right? Or when he was questioning him this morning, at the very least. I think.
Maybe they had to wait for someone to dig up the paperwork first. Sometimes. Yeah, I gotta save something for a recross.
That's
you
true.
gotta leave the jury with something.
That is true.
And Brennan did ask him, did you ever get up on the stand and lie about your, like, have you ever brought, he asked that on his redirect. So he's like, oh, you just said you didn't. Well, let me show you what's been presented while you're on the stand during this case.
Right. Watch me impeach this.
Bing. He's a wrecking ball, that one. Yeah. Make sure you hydrate. Get your stretches in. I stand up from this chair and go, oh, I've been sitting a long time.
Right? Hello.
I don't think that's how hydration works, Kevin.
Tomato.
There's water.
I mean, there's water in it.
There's water in it.
We spend too much time together.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I'm going to have to get a little close in
Sure.
proximity. Bear with me, please. What I would like to do, sir, is to put before you again Exhibit FF for identification and Exhibit EE for identification. And what I would like to do is to ask you some questions, sir, with regard to the process in the case.
Talk
Are
about
you
it.
aware, or do you recall in this litigation that, as typical in litigation, including federal courts, that as part of the litigation process, the parties have to designate their expert witnesses? Are you aware generally of that process?
Generally, yes.
Yes. And have you participated in the documents that need to be prepared for an attorney or a party to prepare documents and submit them to a court to establish the designation of expert witnesses?
No, I have not.
And so you have never participated or never been aware of a process like this?
No, I'm aware of a process, and that process goes through other staff members
Okay, so it goes through other staff members where?
at Aperture.
Correct.
Correct.
Are you aware that that process is occurring, even though it may be done by other staff at Aperture?
Yes, I am.
And in this instance, you were aware in this litigation that staff at Aperture needed to submit documents in support of an expert witness designation, correct? Even though you may not have done it yourself, you were aware that some person or persons at Aperture were performing that process, correct?
Correct.
And they were performing that process so that you could be designated as an expert witness in that case, correct?
Correct.
And so you were aware of the process, you were aware they had to submit documents that would establish your qualifications as an expert in the case so that you could be designated as an expert witness, correct?
Correct.
And now specifically with regard to Exhibit EEE for
I thought
identification
so.
for these court filings, etc.
I love that.
Even though you may not have done it yourself, were you aware that this document, which is EEE, was submitted as part of the expert designation process we were talking about?
Not this specific document, no.
Were you aware that a CV was needed to be submitted on your behalf as part of the designation process?
Yes.
So you were aware a CV had to be submitted, but you're saying you don't recall this specific
So
one
cute.
being submitted?
Correct.
Does the timestamp up at the top of each page of Exhibit EEE, including this page that is your CV, match the timestamp, or is it different from the timestamp at the top of Exhibit FFF?
No, that is the same.
So it's exactly the same.
Yes.
And have you been involved in processes in courts where your qualifications, including your CV, have had to be submitted to courts to establish a designation? Submission that was made to the court to establish your status and as an expert witness consisted of Exhibits FFF and EEE.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move EEE and FFF into evidence.
You need one more step, Mr.
And sir, do EEE and FFF fairly and accurately represent the submission of documents in support of a designation of expert witness in this case?
Yes, as far as I can tell.
Your Honor, I offer these two into evidence.
I'm going to allow it over here.
May I hear briefly?
Yes, come on up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They haven't said what's wrong with it yet, but this is not good. This is going to be so bad. Okay, so this is a filing for a federal court.
We just got
Problem
top
number one.
federal.
Problem number one. This is for federal court. This guy is saying that he has never went himself through the process of like being verified as an expert, right? You guys remember yesterday how we were talking about most of the time in trials, they'll bring who they want as an expert in ahead of time, they'll voir dire them, and then they'll qualify them as an expert.
Right.
For that trial specifically. This guy just said he has never done that in person before. As a matter of fact, it's Aperture who sends in all the credentials and does all of the work. He just shows up, basically.
Mhm.
So
Look
he's
how
saying-
excited Llama is right now. Look how excited
he's
she is.
saying that Aperture is making all this shit up about him and submitting it to the court.
Oh, so we're going to try. This is going to the next guy. We're trying to
Yeah.
pass this down to the next Aperture witness.
Who's the
Like,
vice president of Aperture?
Mm.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I
yes,
feel like they lied about some things on there.
Amy, get with me later. We'll talk, darling.
Oh. I talk to your mom all the time about this. I hope you have the next week available. Because I know she knows all of the things. All of the things. She'll do a great job explaining it to you, I promise. She got me here watching. So, oh yeah, it's coming. Something's coming. Yeah, it's not great.
Oh,
No.
oh. Let's see. How red does he get this time?
Oh my gosh. Oh, she's wearing that jacket again. I love that
Look.
jacket.
You see her face? She's like trying to hold back a smile. Don't smile. Don't crack, Karen.
You have reapproach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Well, he said he didn't see the raw data.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
So what I would like to do, Your Honor, at this time is to offer into evidence Exhibit EEE
Ooh.
and Exhibit FFF for identification.
Oh, wait, those are the ones you
As,
just went over.
as one exhibit.
Right, we'll do that.
And that would-
This better be good because I'm getting a lot of buildup and I need a big payoff.
Exhibit 193.
I mean, I like that he's submitting these into evidence.
Who's on trial?
Right?
Thank you.
Who is on
May
trial?
I hand it to the
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, I am handing you what is now in evidence as Exhibit 193. I would like to draw your attention to the fourth page, which is your CV. And further, if I could, sir, draw your attention to the category of education, where it says BGS. Is it correct that there you state Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, comma, 2024? Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly. And this was filed in 2023.
Understood. So now what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to may I keep this for a moment, Your Honor, give it to the witnesses as needed. Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, I would like to publish a document that is already in evidence.
Okay.
Actually, there may be two, 183 and 184. Let's start with 183. Let's
Yes.
expand it.
But-
And then, Mr. Wolf, do we have what has just been
You know,
to publish
question
as well?
Brennan didn't
So what I'd
ask.
like to do is to publish first,
Are you
with the court's
currently
permission,
enrolled
Exhibit
in any higher
193 that we
education?
were just talking about, so the jury can see what has been the subject of discussion.
Share with the class.
Oh,
And sir, if you, Mr. Wolk, if you could just enlarge, all we need is the education section.
yes.
Share with the class.
Now, Mr. Burgess, as I heard it correctly in questions from Mr. Brennan, you answered the question that whether you had ever filed a document that misstated your educational background in a court. Do you recall
Stop
that
at the
question
fire.
asked of you?
Yes, I
And
did.
your answer was no, correct, sir?
Correct.
So let's look at this document, which we've just gone through, was filed in federal court in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, which is a federal court. And attached to it is your CV. And in the line of education, it lists under BGS, Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, 2024. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
We all
Now,
do.
you stated, and now what I'd like to do is do is there any qualification whatsoever in that line, that reference to BGS, qualifications at all, explanation, sir? Is there anything?
I don't know what you mean.
It's just a statement, right? There's words there. There's nothing after it that explains what's intended, correct?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to
Just
go
like-
to what was filed in this case, which is in evidence, and we'll go to 183 and then 184.
He actually has a wedding finger,
Now-
wedding ring on.
In what has been filed in this case, there is a currently pursuing at the end after University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's go back, please, to Exhibit 193.
I'm getting whiplash, Alessi.
There is no currently pursuing there, is there, sir?
There is not, but that was filed in 2023. So that would be an expected graduation date of 2024.
Okay.
That's not
so
what that says.
this document was filed in 2023. However, there's nothing in this document that in any way leads the reader to believe anything other than the degree is obtained on 2024, correct?
Correct.
So the only way somebody in the court system or a judge or a jury would know anything about this is to have to know about court filing dates, correct? I'll ask it another way, Mr. Burgess. You know how to write. Let's go back to 183 and 184.
I know what you're getting at, Alessi. I get it.
You know how to write words? You know how words work?
You know how to write currently pursuing on your CV, correct?
Correct.
And writing currently pursuing lets the reader know that you don't have that degree, correct?
Objection.
In that form.
That's what I want to know. Are you even enrolled there?
You
you think-
intend by writing currently pursuing, don't you,
Hey,
sir,
babes.
that anybody reads this to know that you do not have a bachelor degree, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back to what you filed in what was filed in federal court in that case. And it does not have the words currently pursuing, correct?
It does not.
So the
Correct.
reader, it doesn't have that verbiage, correct?
Correct.
So isn't it the correct answer that you did file a document, your CV, in this federal court case that misstates the status of a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Objection.
Sustained.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
This is not great for him. He's not having a good time. There's just an error, you guys.
I think he's
Yeah.
just like,
You
we're doing
stated
this
again, sir, that you have not filed a document that misstates your educational background, correct?
Correct.
And
That's the
and the
point.
last time I'll cover it, you know how to put currently pursuing on anything to do with a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct.
A Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration does not exist as an offered degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, does it?
Sure. So that is an error. Clearly, BGS stands for Bachelor's of General Studies, and that should have a with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
What is clear from that document that BGS stands for a Bachelor of General Studies? What is clear in that document about the definition of that acronym?
That is
So
a known
many-
acronym.
Errors follow this guy everywhere.
Let's go back to Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. That degree does not exist. It is not offered at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, correct?
No, that is not.
So therefore, an incorrect statement about your educational background was filed in a federal court in Texas, correct?
Yes, it was.
Somebody's in trouble.
You were
That's it, Mr.
not
Rossi? You done?
truthful.
Okay. Is there anything?
There is.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Brennan, sit down.
Ask him. Why does nobody ask him? Are you enrolled?
The document that the attorney just showed you, did you submit that to the federal court?
No, I did not.
Who did?
Did you ever see that document before it was filed?
No, I did not.
The document says 2024 for a degree. Is there a presumption whether you had it or expected it if that document was filed in 2023?
Yes, there is.
And what is the presumption if it was
The-
filed in 2023?
Objection, Your Honor, respect.
So presumption,
Well,
well, strike that.
okay. He asked if there was any designation to make it clear. If it says 2020, if it was filed in 2023, and it says 2024, what was your expectation at that time as far as your degree?
That I would complete my degree in 2024.
When you didn't complete your degree in 2024 as you expected, did you then change your CV
Yes, I did.
to accurately reflect the change in your status?
Yes, I did.
And what did you change it to?
Currently pursuing.
Why didn't you finish your degree in 2024?
Sure. So
Objection, Your Honor, still.
No, I'm going to allow it.
Okay, because I want to know.
as most people can probably relate, work, family, and life many times get in the way. So as a personal objective, I would like to finish my bachelor's, but again, work and life gets in the way.
Sir, your CV is not a
Did
dream
you
board.
ever represent to a court that you had a degree that you didn't earn?
No, I have not.
He asked you a number of questions about this 2023 filing, but didn't ask you any questions about the data. Is your opinion regarding the data change in any way in light of his questions about a 2023 filing that you didn't file and someone filed on your behalf?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that question.
No further.
All right, Mr. Burgess, you are all set.
Thank you.
So he just is like, okay, so this wasn't your fault then. It was the company you worked for was negligent in checking the facts before they file on your behalf. And now we're about to call the vice president of that company up. And we're supposed to be like, this company is credible. Who's in charge must be credible, even though Brennan himself
I'd
just
like to
blamed
play a
them.
number of clips.
So,
If I can begin with clip 23.
okay.
Oh, let's do some more clips.
Mm.
This ought to be good.
So the approach from the north, we actually missed the turn. And John says to me, it's fair, we just passed it. It's back there. It's on my left. I said, all right. So I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto
Okay.
the street,
Oh.
which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
So
Like the
that's
next
not
play,
the
clip
Albert's
25.
It's train o'clock.
Yeah. Choo choo.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John, where you can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the slight ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
Okay. That she's not
And
wrong.
finally,
We
clip
did hear that.
24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning, January 29th.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have these for submission of evidence.
But you proved with Whippin's testimony that it was later than that. So I don't know what.
It's a fair point.
You expect this time?
Yes, Your Honor. Call Miss Christina.
Sounds like
Hanley.
she's guessing like the rest of us.
But okay, so she's saying she's turning around a house that is not the Alberts. So is that not the Alberts we were seeing with the 3-point turn?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Because I was under the impression it was the Alberts.
Same.
What about you, Chad? Were you guys under the impression that was the Alberts that she did? I don't understand. All right, who we got up here? Chris and somebody.
Well, she also said we think, not I think. She said we. So
Oh, that's true.
it sounds like she said we think he died. It sounds like it's a speculation based on everything that they've been able to put together, but nobody's been able to put together this timeline.
That's true. Who's she? Christina Hanley, maybe?
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Oh, God.
Sure.
Larry.
I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, what do you do for work?
I am a forensic scientist 3 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
And where did you go to school?
I went to, I had received my Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with a concentration in forensics from Merrimack College.
And do you have any other degrees?
I do not.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I began working at the State Police Crime Lab in 2008 in the Drug Identification Unit. And in 2009, I transferred into the Trace Unit. And in 2017, I was promoted from a forensic scientist 2 to a forensic scientist 3 in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
Could I ask you please to speak up, please?
Ms. Hanley, if it helps, that microphone is adjustable, so if you could get it as close to you
She
as
just
possible,
figured that out, Lally.
Thank
A little late to the party, but okay.
The
buddy.
Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory where you work, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We are accredited by ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
ANAB stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And what does ANSI stand for?
Well, now we know that.
Sorry, I can't remember exactly what ANSI stands for. I apologize.
That's okay. As part of that accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Sure. So proficiency tests are a quality assurance measure that's used to monitor performance. And I'm required to complete at least one external proficiency test per year, where I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines. In my unit, I typically complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
Sure. So I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines in Trace. So I complete proficiency tests in the subdisciplines of hairs, paint, fibers, glass, tape, and serial number restorations and physical match examinations.
And generally speaking, what is entailed in those proficiency testing that you're given multiple times a year?
So it's provided by an external company that provides the proficiency test, and I'm required to successfully complete one of those proficiency tests per year.
Now, have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes, I have.
Now, what type of training or continuing education have you undergone at the State Police Crime Laboratory?
Sure. So I had internal training as well as external training. The internal training consisted of I had to complete required readings. I was required to complete some laboratory exercises, learn how to utilize the instrumentation in the lab. I observed other analysts in the unit working on casework. I was also required to complete a written exam as well as a competency test, and in addition to that, a mock trial.
Now, you mentioned earlier in the testimony you're a forensic scientist 3 currently, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the difference, or can you explain the difference to the jury between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 3?
Sure. So a forensic scientist 2 is essentially just like a bench chemist who their primary role or responsibility is casework. A forensic scientist 3 does casework, but in addition is also a unit supervisor.
Now, what does the trace unit do or examine within the Massachusetts State Police crime lab?
Sure. So I'm responsible for examining and comparing trace items that, for example, such as paint, glass, fibers, hairs, tape, miscellaneous items. I also perform serial number restorations on firearms and physical match examinations.
And what are your general duties and responsibilities within the trace unit within the lab?
So I am responsible for the general operation of the unit. I train other forensic scientists within the unit. I also complete technical and administrative reviews of casework. And I also complete my own casework in the trace disciplines that I previously mentioned.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you as a supervisor, you review other analysts' work within the trace unit, correct?
Yes, I do.
And who reviews your work for any sort of trace analysis that you do?
She just needs a makeover.
So depending on what the subdiscipline, some of the
90s rom-com
casework that I'm authorized to do work in, it needs to be technically reviewed by an external technical reviewer because I'm the only one within my unit that can do certain types of casework currently. So we have to utilize an external technical reviewer at this time.
Cabin.
Now,
totally.
With reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury first, just in general terms, how is that analysis performed?
Sure. So when I receive an item, I take that item into my custody, and I document it with photographs, and I make observations and take notes, and then I'll examine the items microscopically, and I will do any comparison work to determine if there is or is not a physical match between items.
Now, that physical match analysis within the trace unit at the state lab, is that general work supported by any sort of scientific principle or methodology that you're aware of?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with something called the Lockhart exchange principle?
Yes. So the Lockhart exchange principle, it's kind of the foundation or basis of trace analysis. It is a principle that states that when two objects or two items come into contact with each other, there is an exchange of material.
Now, with reference to your workspace, what is it that you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
Oh, I love that movie.
Sure. So The benchtop as well as the tools that I'm going to use are all cleaned with a bleach solution. And once that's done, there's a clean piece of butcher paper that's put down on the bench, and that's done in between looking at different items.
And why is it that you do that in between looking at different items?
That's done to prevent any cross-contamination.
Now, you've alluded a little bit earlier in your testimony, but on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sure. So physical match examination can be conducted with many different types of material. For example, plastics.
What are we here for, though?
Glass, tape, etc.
Now, when evidence is submitted to your lab, how is it kept track of throughout its stay at the lab?
Sure. So when evidence is submitted to the laboratory, the case information is put into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System.
And once it's assigned that number, how is it sort of tracked as it progresses through the different units within the lab?
Sure. So the unique case number that's assigned to the case is tracked within the system. It's referred to as the chain of custody. So items of evidence will get scanned depending on where their location is, and the LIMS system keeps track of all of that. So we know exactly where an item is.
So when you take an item or you receive an item to be tested, can you explain to the jury what you do to begin your analysis?
Sure. So when an item gets scanned into my custody, after I've prepped my area to examine the item, I scan that item into my custody, and I will document that item with photographs. I will make notes of my observations. I will examine the item microscopically. If needed, I'll proceed with sampling
She likes the
and
lab more than
possibly
this.
additional microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically starting with items of glass, when you take an item of glass to conduct a comparative analysis, generally speaking, what is the process for conducting such an examination of glass?
So it'd be the same process that I just mentioned. I would take that item, take photos, make any observations. I would proceed with, first I would check to see if there's any physical match comparisons, and then if needed, I would take any samples to examine it microscopically and or instrumentally.
And that general process that you've just described is the items that you tested in reference to this case or analyzed in reference to this case.
Okay.
Is that the
now
process
we're getting-
that you followed in this case?
Yes.
Cool.
Now,
Let's talk
what kind
about
of
what you did.
instruments do you use? Starting off with items of glass, what kind of instruments do you use to conduct that analysis?
Sure. So I'll use a stereo zoom microscope to initially examine it microscopically. If I take samples to do additional microscopic examination, I'll examine it under a polarized light microscope. And then if I need to take samples to do instrumental analysis, that would be using our, it's referred to as a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement. And it's an instrument that measures the refractive index of glass.
And if you could, please explain to the jury, what is a refractive index?
Sure. A refractive index is a measure of how light bends when it passes from one medium to another.
Are we going to learn that the glass?
And how are
the
you
glass-
viewing that, utilizing the GRIM device when it comes to glass?
So a sample is prepped on a slide, and it is placed on a hot stage of the microscope of the instrument, and the oil that the sample is in it goes through a cooling and a heating phase, and as it's going through a cooling and a heating phase, it passes through what we refer to as a match point. So you can make that observation as the sample is running, and then when the sample is done running, it takes an average and it calculates the refractive index of the sample through the calibration data of the instrument.
And what is an FTIR?
So an FTIR is a Fourier transform infrared spectrum and analytical.
Oh, look at that. Court TV was like, well, you know what? Bored.
Tool that we use samples.
Like even
essentially,
they checked
a
out.
sample is exposed to infrared light, and your sample reacts in a certain way to it, and it produces a spectrum or a graph of peaks and valleys, and it is representative of
hold on a second. We're a
your
little
sample.
Hold on, let me pause this. It looks like we are not synced up.
And how is that FTIR instrument, how is that used in this type of physical match analysis?
Oh, it's still not.
So actually the FTIR was
Hold
not.
on, we'll just go back a second. Everyone close your ears because Lally's going to come in friggin' with that stupid paper. All right.
First, I would check to see if there's any physical match
fixed it.
comparisons, and then if needed, I would take any samples to examine it microscopically and or instrumentally.
And that general process that you've just described is the items that you tested in reference to this case or analyzed in reference to this case. Is that the process that you followed in this case?
Yes.
Now, what kind of instruments do you use? Starting off with items of glass, what kind of instruments do you use to conduct that analysis?
Sure. So I'll use a stereo zoom microscope to initially examine it microscopically. If I take samples to do additional microscopic examination, I'll examine it under a polarized light microscope. And then if I need to take samples to do instrumental analysis, that would be using our, it's referred to as a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement. It's an instrument that measures the refractive index of glass.
And if you could please explain to the jury, what is a refractive index?
Sure. A refractive index is a measure of how light bends when it passes from one medium to another.
And how are you viewing that utilizing the GRIM device when it comes to glass?
So a sample is prepped on a slide, and it is placed on a hot stage of the microscope of the instrument, and the oil that the sample is in it goes through a cooling and a heating phase, and as it's going through a cooling and a heating phase, it passes through what we refer to as a match point. So you can make that observation as the sample is running, and then when the sample is done running, it takes an average and it calculates the refractive index of the sample through the calibration data of the instrument.
And what is an FTIR?
So an FTIR is a Fourier transform infrared spectrum and an analytical tool that we use samples. Essentially, a sample is exposed to infrared light, and your sample reacts in a certain way to it, and it produces
from that item, the drinking glass.
I just would need to refer to my report for measurements.
Okay, you can do that. You have your report right there.
Okay.
Go right
ahead. It was there.
She threw her voice.
It's been glitchy for them. I don't know.
So the diameter of the bottom of the
before.
glass cup was 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
Are we talking about the
You
cup
mentioned that
still?
there was debris on both the interior and exterior of the drinking
Really
glass. Is that correct?
beloved.
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-3, what was provided to you as a description of item 3-3?
Sure. So item 3-3 consisted of 5 pieces of clear glass, all with broken irregular edges.
And was there anything provided in the description of where those 5 pieces of broken glass were located?
Yes, they were recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
And was there any identifying information provided to you as far as in reference to that vehicle?
The only other description of the item is the license plate of the vehicle.
What was the license plate that was provided?
So it was MA3GC684.
And did you measure each of those respective items?
Yes, I did.
Now, as far as before we get to the measurements, Ms. Hanley, when it comes to a lab item number, say 3-3, that has multiple pieces to it, how are each of those individual pieces then subsequently labeled?
So sometimes we'll subsequently label them with a lettering system.
And as far as these particular pieces contained within item 3-3, the pieces of glass from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, how are they labeled?
So these were labeled A through E.
And with reference to the measurements, what measurements did you obtain from the pieces within item 3-3?
Sure. So I measured the largest and the smallest, and the largest measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch, and the smallest measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, with reference to the drinking glass, you examined that microscopically, is that correct?
I did, yes.
And with reference to these items from item 3-3 from the bumper, you examined those microscopically as well, is that correct?
Correct.
And was there a particular piece from the pieces from the bumper that you did any additional examination of?
Yes, I did.
And what instruments did you use in which piece?
Sure. So there was one piece, I sampled a piece E that I had labeled as piece E. And I took a sample for examination under the polarized light microscope and a sample to analyze it instrumentally on the GREM instrument.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, what was provided to you as a description for item 7-12?
Sure. So item 7-12, that consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass with all with broken irregular edges.
Now, the 9 apparent pieces, well, let me ask you this first. As far as the description that you were provided, was there any description as far as where those items were recovered from?
I don't know,
Yes. Those items were recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And is it your understanding they were recovered from the street or the roadway outside of that residence?
It just says recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Now, as far as the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from item 7-12, were those similarly sub-labeled as the previous item 3-3?
Yes, I received those labeled with the lettering system. They were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
And with reference to those 9 pieces of glass, did you examine those microscopically as well?
I did, yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-14, what were you provided with as far as a description of that item 7-14?
So this item consisted of 1 piece of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And similarly, was there any description provided as to where that item was recovered from?
Yes, it was recovered from 34 Fairview Road as well.
And again, how many pieces were contained within that item, 7-14?
7-14 was just one piece of glass.
And did you measure that item as well?
That item, I do not have the measurement of. It was examined by a previous analyst within the unit. So that measurement was taken at that time.
And that other analyst would be Mix Valier, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as your examination of that item, 7-14, what type of instruments did you use to examine 7-14?
So I sampled 7-14 to examine it under the polarized light microscope, as well as to analyze it instrumentally using the GRIM instrument.
Are you familiar with a term called a class characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics.
And what is an individual characteristic?
An individual characteristic is when a material can be related to a single source, such as a physical match.
And so what is the difference between a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
So class characteristic is that it can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics, versus the individual characteristic. It's more individualizing. It can be related to a single source, just in the case of like a physical match.
And what is a physical match?
So a physical match is if an item is broken and those pieces are compared to each other, and their broken irregular edges fit back together, and they have a jigsaw fit, that would be considered a physical match.
Bye.
Now, can you please explain to the jury the steps and the process that you undertook in your comparative analysis of items, specifically of glass in this case?
Sure. So I first did a comparison of all of the glass pieces and the glass cup that were recovered from the road. So those were items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14. So I examined all of those to determine if there was a physical match between any of those items first. There were, I believe, 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that fit mechanically to the cup that was also recovered from the road, item 3-2. After I completed that examination, I then did a comparison to see if there was a physical match to some of the 2 of the glass pieces from the bumper. And there were 5 total from the bumper. 2 of them I used for physical match comparison. And there was no physical match comparison between those 2 pieces from the bumper, item 3-3, compared to the glass pieces and the cup that were recovered from the road. And then
Interesting.
I sampled, as I had mentioned earlier, one of the pieces from the bumper to do further microscopic and analytical analysis on, and did a comparison with one of the pieces from the road.
Can I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please?
Why? Why? Let's just get her done and over with. So did she just say that? So she has the glass pieces. She's able to piece 5 of them together to go and make the cup. But then the pieces that were found on the bumper were not. a match? Not the same kind of glass? Is that what I was gathering there? I had to let my dogs out for a few. So I'm not sure if I missed anything. Probably not, but and the other lab technician, she kind of put all the pieces together of what was recovered. Oh, are you talking about the tail light lady? Yeah, she did do that. But if you remember right, I believe that the tail light that was put back together, there were still a bunch of pieces that they couldn't match up with it, but the ones that all fit together, I think somebody said came from Proctor's collection of the taillight pieces. So, but I'm pretty sure she just said that the ones on the bumper are not a match from the glass. Remember, those are the ones that was just laying there perfectly, just perfect, right there, not even in a crevice. Survived blizzard winds, survived a tow, survived snow. And they were the ones being reflected in the back of her car, that vehicle there. So, okay, interesting. I don't know why you need to be a level 3 for class, but here we are. What are you two getting into? I've never had the privilege of dealing with IKEA. I cannot figure out. I keep looking outside. Where are all these trucks going? And I cannot figure it out for the life of me. Oh, well, Pete, when you get home, drive around the block and solve this mystery for me, okay? Oh, see, I know you're listening. He says, yep, and those pieces on the bumper have never been matched to the glass, including in the previous trial. Ooh, okay, interesting. Interesting. Was in the garage. How did the snow not melt? I mean, it did melt over time, right? We saw it on that weird video they had that was like, reminded you of like 90s TVs. I don't remember why it was like that. Oh, that's why I'm pointing out Karen bumped into John's car at their residence. That means could be that, I suppose. I just like, of course, the most obvious, if you think planting of evidence is happening, the most egregious display is the glass on the back bumper there. Those pieces of glass. And of course, there are ones that don't match. Which, why would you even put glass there in the first place? I don't know. It's crazy. Oh my goodness. So this lady was in the first trial too? I don't know if she's testified much in trials before. I don't think so. Or maybe she's just nervous all the time, but she doesn't really talk to the jury like a lot of other lab people. You get two kinds of lab people. You get the lab people that like testify a bunch. Mostly it's because of the field that they're in. And then you get the ones who like, you don't even know if they've ever left the lab.
We're going to stop for the day. Ms. Hanley, I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow, but a little bit later in the day, and the victim witness can tell you the time. All right, so folks, we're going to end for today. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know, and watch your social media. Thank you. So Ms. Hanley, after the jury trial.
All right, so the court, please.
Why are we stopping here? Why are we stopping here? We have another 20 minutes to go.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. We have another 20 minutes to go. There's no court Thursday afternoon, no court Friday, no court Monday. Like, don't get me wrong. I get it was boring too, Beth, but like, hello. We have a lot of time off this week. But why are we stopping early? I don't understand. Oh, maybe they're going to argue something. Oh.
All right. You don't need me for anything, right? We're all set?
We're all set. Thank you.
I needed you for the last 20 minutes of this trial today, Bev. Okay, well, there's that, I suppose, guys. Neat. Super neat. Hold on, let me get rid of that so that way it doesn't blare that stupid music in my ears. Oh my goodness. Okay, so guys. Oh, you did say Bev. Actually, I think it was just Buffy just told him, like, hey, sorry, gotta go pick up my kid. When you call, it says, geez, are you seriously Zoe? You can literally lay anywhere else on the couch. So my dog Zoe has a whole couch she can lay on, and there's a bag of chips, and well, like a grocery bag with other bags of chips in it on like the edge of the couch on one end. She decides she wants to crawl all the way up there and lay on these bags of chips, which are my bags of chips. I think she has it out for me. Just, I know what you're up to, Zoe. Do not appreciate it one bit. Yay. So we get to, I know it is rude. Very rude, Zoe. I don't know if we're talking about Bev or Zoe, but they're equally rude. Oh yeah. Not quite like your minutes like Goomba, but yeah, she can be that. Can be that way. See, look, I don't know why. Why is this eating my hair? I don't understand. Well, you guys, how do you feel about today? I'm very unsatisfied today. I'm very unsatisfied. I don't feel like anyone won the day for me today. I think both sides made me feel confused, not understanding where they're getting at. Oh my gosh, look, it's going to start eating my friggin' face too. I don't know. They just didn't give me much today. And what they did give was very confusing in regards to Burgess's testimony. Neither one of them cleared that up. I mean, hell, we all thought that she was doing a 3-point turn in Albert's driveway, and apparently that's not even the right road at all. It's a whole, so you remember how like in the map, they're like coming around the bend and then they go up. So that's where the 3-point turn is. And then they come down to the road, and that's where the Albert's house is. But like, I listened to that guy for how many hours? And I thought he was talking about the Albert's the whole time. I think most of us did. Unless you're just listening to me. Ooh, sorry. Sometimes I'm wrong. Yeah, I mean, sure, Alessi with, I mean, that the federal court filing was interesting, but he already won the day yesterday by doing that. So, and then I don't understand why they brought this glass lady in. Because if you say in the first trial that the glass on the bumper, why would they do this? Okay, so if that woman's here to testify that the glasses fit together, or pieces of glass fit together to form the potential bar glass that John was holding, but the pieces on the bumper, which we had already watched the other woman who took the pictures testify that she said it was multiple pieces and it was literally a reflection. And now this witness is about to say, oh, those glasses actually don't even match this one. Like, how do they think this looks good for them? Because if anything, it makes it even more suspicious. Even more suspicious. Simone says, I think this witness, oh no, wait, this is Lady Gray. I clicked Simone, but it jumped real quick. I'll get back to yours, Simone. I think this witness is set up for Welcher, but he used Welcher's info for his reports. What the hell? It seems backwards. Yeah, how are they going to bring Welcher in after what they just accused with Aperture? Because are we supposed to just blindly believe this guy's credentials? I don't know. What a mess. Anyway, Simone said, I think Shannon should take a long and hard look at his behaviors, and Bev should have recused herself. I mean, I can't believe this guy was allowed to testify in the first place. But you know what? It seems like other courts didn't call him in to voir dire him and qualify him as an expert either. So, guys, this seems to be a problem in other jurisdictions. That's not just Bev's. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think that's how it should be done? When an expert comes in, they voir dire them, they go over their things, they decide whether or not that witness is qualified to be an expert, even if they've been an expert hundreds of times. Oh my gosh, why does it keep doing this to my hair? It's so weird. Oh my gosh. I would love it if this guy's credentials were fake too. Right? Oh, that'd be bad. Oh yeah, it's a mess, you guys. It's a mess. So tomorrow morning we get to learn more about this glass, and I'm sure that lady is even more riveting. Oh, sorry, I can't help but like I just do this making it'll go away, but it just runs into my hand. I mean, yeah, right? Because if this is the case, I mean, what courts are these? Because you know what? I will happily go be an expert and get the money that I know these people are being paid out. Like we have heard several times how much experts are being paid, and it varies. Okay, but it is a lot of money. Like a lot. A lot. And what? They ain't even checking? They're not even checking to see if your credentials add up. I don't know about that. Craziness. What a day, you guys. But you know what? It doesn't matter how boring court is. We all get to hang out together. And I love that. I love hanging out with you guys and in chat and replay crew. I know you don't get to be with us in lifetime, but we appreciate you just as much. You guys get to leave comments in the video after you're done watching it, which is so great and helps our channel out a lot. Like a lot. Liking, leaving comments, all that does is like a boost our channel into the algorithms and gets us put out there since we're a smaller size channel. So I did all my training at Llama Couch Court University. Polly, where are you? Put down some merch, please, and thank you. I'm just kidding, but also not. I do love that. We'll add that to her list. That'd be great. I mean, you'd be qualified as an expert, I guess. I mean, you could be an expert, you can work at MSP, you can really do whatever you want. Apparently nobody's checking anymore. So, all right, you guys. So tonight, Couch Court with Llama After Dark will be bringing you another episode of the Diddy recaps for today. Again, I'm not sure what time it comes out because editing can take a while and recording. And, you know, if my face is going to stay pixelated like this, then I'm going to have to wait. Well, I got to wait to record it anyway at like 5. But anyway, you can catch that tonight. If you're not caught up on Diddy, you can go watch all the videos I've done so far. I think there's 5 of them. I highly recommend those. And then, yeah, if you missed it, members only, there's not going to be a members only this week. It's been moved to next week, and there will not be a True Crime and Wine Time next week or this week. It's moved to next week because our lovely Terry True Crime got picked for jury duty. So you guys just get to chill with me all week, which is nice. Which is nice. Yeah, there is a trigger warning with the Diddies. I mean, there's sexual things and violence, abuse, you know, things like that. So it may not be for everyone. But a lot of this stuff, I'll be honest, some of the stuff I've left out, I know that there's pictures somehow going around of some of Cassie's wounds. And there are some really vulgar text messages. I've kind of left those out of my coverage because I know everyone else is already talking about them. And I don't know. I didn't really feel comfortable putting them on. So I chose not to. She already has to relive enough, you know, and to have those out in public, I get it. And it's totally fine. I'm not judging anyone that does put them out there. It's just, I didn't really feel comfortable doing that, so anyway. Oh yeah. There was a lot of text messages I did not include. So just think of the ones I have read so far, and then just know that there's others that I was like, no, we're not going to include that. And that was really just because the subject matter. It was not because they made anyone look good or bad or anything like that. I was just like, I don't think we need to do that when so many other people are, and respectfully so. I don't have a problem with that. I just didn't want to. Yeah, you don't need all that. I mean, you can find it yourself, and that's totally fine. Anyway, you guys, well, I'm going to get off of here. I'm going to get some rest, that's for sure, and figure out what is happening on my street. I know Elbow Feet said they were working on the railroad, but I don't know. But I want to thank you all for being here with me today. It was a lot of fun as always. I will see you all tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. We got another full day of court right here, Couch Court with Llama. Until then, you guys go forth and be amazing. All right. I love you all. You guys have a great rest of the evening, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, guys.